Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the 63 now, 63rd FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships here at the Co-op Community Complex in beautiful Beausejour, Manitoba. We're getting set with race number 1 coming onto the racetrack right now. Bit of a different format here today. A total of 50 races on your schedule, and we will start with race number 1. This is the Relic Mod Superstock 300 single-cylinder fan-cooled free air final for 3 laps. And here's how they line up. The 57X is Ken Bruce out of St. Anne. The 13 is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Riding the 11 is Don Kajir out of Winnipeg. The 501 is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. He is riding a 1971 Skidoo. Now, Carl Blight on your lineup sheets is listed as 626. He's actually on the 95. So Carl Blight out of Sterling, Ontario on the number 95. Scratch the 94 of Brian Kep out of Rosewood, Manitoba. The 57 will be Sean Bruce out of Richer, Manitoba. And the 179, Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. And we are racing already. Scheduled start time, 12 o'clock. It is now 12 o'clock. Great job by our crew here at the Co-op Community Complex here in Beausejour. Tension in the pit area. Race number 2 on the day will be the Ice Bike Open for round number 1. So we will go to the Ice Bikes next. Then our third race of the day will be Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid. That is a combo classic for race 3 on the day. 179 looking pretty strong up front. That is Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan, mounted on a 1971 Arctic Cat and showing the way. Good racing action down the back straightaway as we do a final call for our Ice Bike Open. They should be in staging now. Big challenge now coming from the 57. And that is either Sean Bruce or Ken Bruce, both number 57s. As the white flags come out, we are racing down the back chute. There's a good look at the 11 of Don Kajir out of Winnipeg, 69 Arctic Cat heading into turn number 1. And it looks like unofficially the 57 is going to win that one. I believe that is Sean Bruce. 57X is Ken Bruce. There's Ken there on the X machine, so he will finish in the top 5. But Sean Bruce, unofficially, your winner, Sean Bruce out of Richer, Manitoba on a 71 Yamaha. As we look at our cooldown.tv replay, a great race coming to the finish line. 57 just picks the pocket of the 179 there of Jason Mackey out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan on a 1971 Arctic Cat. Great race to start out here today. Of course, a 2-day event at the Co-op Community Complex. 50 races today, and I haven't seen the schedule for tomorrow yet, but 50 races on the schedule here today. We will end our USSA ProStar Cup. That'll be race 50. And that'll be the end of the year for the USSA ProStar Pro Champ 440 final. Then tomorrow, of course, the 63rd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. But all done for the USSA ProStar Pro Champ riders here today in terms of the USSA Point Series, with Blaine Stevenson out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, leading that right now. Gunnar Stern second. Danique Lambert out of Quebec third in the ProStar Cup, but we'll see those riders a little later, not till about the third break. All right, here we go with our Capital Motorsports Ice Bike Open, round 1, 5 laps. The 318 is going to be Tyler Feeblecorn out of Beausejour. The 219 is Caden Katowicz from Petersfield. Keep your eyes on that 219, always very quick. The 58 is Jim Fleming out of Winnipeg. Owen Nault is out of Clandeboye, Manitoba on a Kawasaki number 47. And the 14 is Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk on a 2025 Honda. Capital Motorsports Ice Bike Open, and here we go. Good start for Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield on the outside of the racetrack, and turn number 1 and 2 as we get going. This one's scheduled for 5 laps. Capital Motorsports Ice Bike Open on the track. Around through turn 3 and 4 and down the long front straightaway. 219 is your leader. That, of course, Caden Katowicz. 14 is Rylan Katazinski out of Selkirk on the 2025 Honda as they do battle here. Want to remind everybody we have a 50-50 draw going on this weekend. Updates are available on cooldown.tv in terms of the pot. We have QR codes located throughout the facility. You can scan the QR code on your smartphone and buy your 50-50 tickets, and we'll give you updates on the total pot throughout the day. 88 miles per hour on the previous circuit for your Capital Motorsports Ice Bike Open riders as your leader comes around to take the white flag. 1 lap to go. That is the 219 of Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, Manitoba. Rylan Katazinski is out of Selkirk in the 2nd spot. 318 is 3rd. Tyler Feeblecorn out of Beausejour on a KTM. Not much question about that one. The 219 Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield takes the win on the 2022 Honda. 14 second, Rylan Katazinski, also on a Honda out of Selkirk. And 3rd will be the 318 of Tyler Feeblecorn out of Beausejour. Well, we're now going to go down pit side to Brett Richter with a report. Brett?
Thanks a lot, Darren. I'm down here with driver number 221, Mr. Reed Klinger, now in the Pro Champ in the F3 class. Having a good weekend and getting ready to roll?
Oh, yeah. No, it's looking forward to it. Felt good in practice this morning, and can't wait, that's for sure.
At the beginning of this season, did you expect to be running both these classes right now?
Just F3 Champ, definitely not. We kind of bought our own, and then we're going to build it out this summer. But once I got the call from Steve and then from another close friend or whatever that gave me the chance, I'll hop on anything and I'll ride anything. So I was ready.
Best of luck. Be safe this weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Back to you, Darren.
Thanks very much, Brett, and it's great to have you here, as always, at the Co-op Community Complex as we get ready for race 3 of the day. Supermod 340 Liquid, Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. This is a final for 5 laps. And the 44 is Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. The 13, Kieran Lowen from Winnipeg. Riding the 20 is Bryce Olson from Tisdale, Saskatchewan. That is an Arctic Cat. The 223 is going to be Adam Braun from Winnipeg. The 165 is Justin Habing from Dugald. The 96 is Clayton Gross from Swift Current. Number 65 is Cody Whitechuck from Beausejour, and the 117X is Stephen Turcott out of Odessa, Ontario on a 1980 Yamaha. And we are racing here, race number 3, Supermod 340 Liquid and Superstock 440 Liquid Combo Classic. Race 4, attention in staging. Race 4 will be your Sportsman 600s, then Race 5, Junior 2 F500s, and Junior 1 F500s combined for race number 5. Looks like the 65, Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour, aboard that 73 Polaris, having a good run here so far in race number 3 on the day. Adam Braun in the 2nd spot on the 223. Vic Mazer on the 44 is from West St. Paul, Manitoba, and is on a 73 Polaris in 3rd. 76 miles per hour on the previous lap. in race number 3. These are your Supermod 340 liquids and Superstock 440 liquids on the track. Great racing in the top 3 here. 4th spot is Justin Habing. The 13 is Kieran Lowen in the 5th spot. There's the 117X. Stephen Turcott out of Odessa, Ontario in race 3 on the day. And Stephen's on a 1980 Yamaha. White flag is out. Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour in command in turn number 2. But very close racing here in the top 3 as we bring this one to a close in turn 3 and 4. Checkered flag is out. It's going to be the 65 of Whitechuck, the 223 of Adam Braun, and the 44 of Vic Mazer out of West St. Paul. That is your top 3. 4th spot, 165. That is Justin Habing. And the 13, Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg, rounds out the top 5. The 117X and the 96 of Clayton Gross out of Swift Current. Clayton will be in the 7th spot unofficially. Of course, our race results are official when they get posted on the cooldown.tv site. I want to thank some of our great sponsors here for the 63rd running of the FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Of course, we'd love to thank FXR, the Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead, along with Twisted Tea. And speaking about Moosehead and Twisted Tea, the Moose Den is open right now. If you're hankering for a cold one, well, the Moose Den is open. Our concession open as well. If you're hungry or thirsty, get yourself something hot to eat or hot to drink, or cold to drink if you prefer a soft drink, all available at our concessions. I want to welcome Chris and Anthony from cooldown.tv, bringing you the internet broadcast. We still calling it the internet these days? World Wide Web, all that good stuff. Not the World Wide Web, huh? Says the young guy. I'm too old for that stuff. Barely run that iPhone. Well, Anthony, you're big into technology. How about this new LED screen right in the grandstands? If you haven't seen this LED screen, it is an outdoor LED. And you can catch replays on cooldown.tv from our grandstands. Race 4, Sportsman 600s coming up. Round 1 for 5 laps. The 55 is Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. 179, Jason Mackey from Lanigan, Saskatchewan. The 08 is Brad Artimowicz from Dryden. The 15 is Kyle Omachinsky, and Kyle is from Beausejour. Also from Beausejour, the 13 is John Hall. The 44X is Randy Oliver from Oshkosh. And that is Oshkosh, Wisconsin, not Manitoba. The 88 is Curtis Cam, the 23, Roman Chalenko, and the 14 is Caden Temple out of Grand Point, Manitoba. And we are rolling already in race number 4. Great racing in turn 3 and 4 and heading on down the front straightaway now. John Hall on the 13, looking awful strong. 44X, Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin on the Polaris. Currently in the 2nd spot as a drag race down the back, shooting into turn 3 and 4. Sportsman 600s, round 1 on the racetrack. Nothing changing up front so far. Carter Herman is 3rd. Carter Herman on the 55 is out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. 89 miles per hour on the previous lap. Great racing up front here. Randy Oliver on the 44X, putting pressure on John Hall out of Beausejour now. We've got ourselves a great race for 1st and 2nd place. Third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, not too far back as well. Fourth is the number 88 of Curtis Cam. Checkered flag now being displayed on the front chute by Riley Baker, our official flagman. It's going to go to John Hall. The 44 will be second. Randy Oliver. Third, on the Articat, Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. That is your unofficial top three here in race 4. Sportsman 600s, round 1 for 5 laps now complete. Want to remind everybody we do have the 50-50 draw going. That will conclude tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So you can enter online at cptcracing.com. Look at the pot already, almost $2,000, and the winner will get half. So let's build up that 50-50 throughout the weekend. Again, tickets available on cptcracing.com. We have flyers located throughout the facility here where you can scan a QR code on your phone and buy tickets. And we'll also have some live sellers. Also, we're going to give away $500 later. Free tickets. But you must be here for the Pro Champ 440 final. That'll be your USSA ProStar Pro Champ 440 final for race number 50. You must be in the grandstands to win. We'll tell you more about that later, but in the meantime, grab your 50-50 ticket. All right, already Junior 2 F500s on the racetrack, as well as the Junior 1 F500 class. The 44 is Marley Peterson out of Lancaster. Brody Bartonen is out of Champion, Michigan on the 24. The 60 is Braxton Cassidy. C21 is Brandon Christensen, and the 79X is Maverick Yonan out of Killaloe, Ontario. And in the Junior 1 F500 class, the 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Race number 5 of the day. C21 of Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin leads it. That is the C21 up front and in command so far of the Junior 2 F500 class for 14 to 17-year-olds. C21 looking good. The 24 in the second spot is Brody Bartonen. Good looking 79X in the third spot, Maverick Yonan out of Killaloe, Ontario on an 89 Polaris, bright green. 78 miles per hour on the previous circuit. White flag is out. 1 to go. Liking that 79 in the third spot. Good looking sled. Beautiful green paint job on that one. C21 takes checkers, followed by the 24. Brandon Christensen beats out Brody Bartonen out of Champion, Michigan on the 1990 Polaris. 79X third on that 89 Polaris. Maverick Yonan out of Killaloe, Ontario That is your unofficial top three for race number 5, Junior 2 F500 class. And of course, one competitor in Junior 1 F500 for 10 to 13-year-olds. That was Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin, on the 626. Coming up next, race number 6 on your schedule, IFS 440X. This is all part of the Jerry Bunke Cup. Round 1, 5 laps is the distance. And the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge brought to you by Al Meisner, Sport Parts Incorporated, Baxter Ranch, Hildebrand Sod Farm, PJ Materik Auto Body and Glass, Sobetsky Enterprises Limited, Springfield Chiropractic, and Rantec Industrial Limited. All right, well, we want to tell you a little more about the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. Of course, Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 1970s. He tragically lost his life in a racing accident here in Beausejour, Manitoba in 1978. So, to honor the dedication, perseverance, and professionalism that Jerry displayed during his career, we at CPTC are pleased to present the annual Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge Award to the winner of the IFS 440X class here this weekend. Winner of last year's award was the number 7 of Ryan Gibson. These sleds just fly. The IFS 440X class coming your way right now. And here's your lineup. The 65X is going to be Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. The 35 is Dylan Barron from Enola. 626 is Carl Blight from Sterling. The 80, keep your eyes on this number 80, Joe Presta out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. And the 13 is Dale Hunter out of Woodstock, Ontario. Dale is on a 1978 motoski. Let's watch some great racing, part of the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. Joe Presta with the whole shot, followed by Barron. Dylan Barron on the 35 out of Enola. Appearing to drop back to the 3rd spot now. Entering turn number 3 as Riley Baker looks him over down the front chute. Joe Presta on the number 80 out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. That is a 1979 Skidoo, and he is wasting no time thus far in race number 6, your IFS 440X Jerry Bunke Cup Round 1 race. Dale Hunter in the 2nd spot. He is out of Woodstock, Ontario. 96 miles per hour. That is moving along. Looks like the 35 slowing in the middle of the back chute. That'll be Dylan Barron. Third spot is the 65X. That is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. White flag coming out this time, 1 to go. Joe Presta's got it humming along. Then it's Dale Hunter, followed by Cody Whitechuck, the 13 and the 65, 2nd and 3rd. Carl Blight is on the 626. And checkers for Joe Presta on the number 80 out of Whitemouth, Manitoba. Dale Hunter out of Woodstock, Ontario in the 2nd spot. And unofficially 3rd was the 65 of Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour on a 1979 Skidoo. Many thanks to all the competitors in the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. That will carry on throughout the weekend, and obviously sponsored by Al Meisner Limited, Sport Parts Incorporated, Baxter Ranch, Sobetsky Enterprises Limited, Hildebrand Sod Farm, PJ Materik Auto Body and Glass, Springfield Chiropractic, and Rantec Industrial Limited, located at 44 Higgins Avenue in Winnipeg. Well, Joe Presta sending notice to the rest of the field in the IFS 440X class that he could be ready to win that one this weekend. That is a tough class, a lot of fast riders, and clocked it as fast as 96 miles per hour in that race number 6 on the day. Again, we have a total of 50 races. We want to remind everybody you have lots of time to grab your 50-50 tickets, as Dylan Barron in the camera lens right now on the back chute, heading back to the pit area. All right, a combined race here. Junior 2 Sprint 600, and we're going to combine that with a Junior 1 Sprint 380. So let's look first at the Junior 2 Sprint 600s for 14 to 17-year-olds. The C21 is going to be Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. The 53 is Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba. Now, Junior 1 Sprint 380. 24 is Brody Bartonen. The 43 is Carson Peterson. The 626 is going to be Waylon Corpete out of Wausau. The 99 is Levi Lurkey out of Minnesota. Junior 2 Sprint 600 start on the front row. The back row will be the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class for 12 to 14-year-olds. And we're racing once again. Attention to the pit area. Round 8 or race 8 on the day will be Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan. Combo final. That's full of riders. Just full, so be ready in staging. Leading this one right now, the C21 of Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. That is a 2023 Wall Brothers Racing chassis, built, of course, in Greenbush, Minnesota. The C21, Brandon Christensen currently leading the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class. Looking good on the Century 21. Alyssa Augusta in the second spot. 626 leading the Junior 1 Sprint class. 24 is second. That is Brody Bartonen out of Champion, Michigan. 2007 Skidoo mounted rider. Again, last call in staging, Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan combo. Running third currently in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 is the 43 of Carson Peterson. White flag coming out for your leaders in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class with the C21 of Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin, showing the way here. Alyssa Augusta out of Stead, Manitoba on the Hool chassis is second. And that'll do it. Brandon Christensen will win that one. Junior 2 Sprint 600s. And it looks like Waylon Corpete out of Wausau, Wisconsin coming across. This is the 24, Brody Bartonen. Brody Bartonen is racing in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 class. The 24, Brody Bartonen, is out of Champion, Michigan. All right, looking for now the Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan combo. This is a final for 5 laps, and what a field we have here. Wow. The 44X is going to be Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. The 15 is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. That is a 76 Mercury. The 20 is Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. The 78 is Mike Klassen out of Altona. 223, this is Adam Braun. The 165 is Justin Habing. 47 is Dan Leonard. The 580 is Joey Friesen from Altona, Manitoba. The 117X is going to be Stephen Turcott out of Odessa, Ontario. He is riding a 1980 Yamaha. The 84 is Chad Bartok from Benito, Manitoba, out of 76 Arctic Cat. Riding the 12 is going to be Alex Braun. The 99 is Ed Lurkey. Ed is out of Hallock, Minnesota, just across the border on Highway 75. 23 is Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba. And Alex Manchelenko is on the 14 out of Dufrost, Manitoba on a 1980 moto ski. Yeah, that is a big field, all right. Now, in staging, we should have race number 9 on the day, the Black Cat Women's F500 Final, followed by the Supermod 300 Free Air Liquid Final. That is race 10 with 3 competitors, Kieran Lowen, Vic Mazer, and Justin Habing, to staging for race number 10. I want to welcome everybody once again to the 63rd FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR. Also like to thank the Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Sobetsky Enterprises, Oakbank Hearing Center, Building Products and Concrete Supply, Cubex, Al Meisner Limited, East Crete, and the RM of Brokenhead, along with the town of Beausejour. Well, that is a full starting line. We know that. What we don't know is who's going to get the whole shot. We are racing right now. Looks like that could be the 15 of Sheldon Carlson on that 76 Mercury. Look at the battle in the middle of the back straightaway. They are going 4 wide back there. Oh, we've got a crash, our first one of the day, in turn number 3 and 4. It appears to be a relatively clean one as both riders are standing up and both sleds are on their skis, which is always good news. All right, it sounds like we're going to shoot them right back around and go for a restart here. This is race number 8, Superstock 340 Free Air, 340 Liquid, and 440 Fan Combo. This is race 8. We'll move to race 9 and 10 after this, and then we will go with a Cubex intermission break. And during those intermission breaks, you can get on over to the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone and get in the bus for a track ride. That is after intermission 1, 2, and 3. And you'll also get a visit with the DL Racing team. If you want to go for a ride around the track, do so over at the Fun Zone. All right, looks like our safety crew working hard over in turns 3 and 4. I want to thank all of our great safety crew here this weekend, as we do each and every event. 63rd running of the FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. What a storied history this place has. Great volunteers, great board of directors. And I'll tell you, this place continues to get better and better each and every year, now with a new LED screen in the grandstands. Beautiful buildings here, heated beer garden called the Moose Den. Great concessions. Really, really nice buildings located throughout the racetrack that are always well heated. Pretty nice day here, Anthony. I'd say it's minus 10-ish Celsius. You know what that is in Fahrenheit? You're the Google guy. Maybe 18? 15? All right. Call it 10. There you go. You've got it all here at cooldown.tv, don't you? Currently minus 12 Celsius, 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Feels like minus 17 or 0.8 Fahrenheit. Humidity 54%. The wind is 5.4 miles per hour, which is faster than I've ever been on a snowmobile anyway. And yeah, the sunset looks a little off, but let's talk about the sunset. I noticed that because this place, we talked about the improvements. Well, this place has all new LED lighting for the second year here, and we're going to see some lights later. False start here. I just hope this race doesn't run until we have to turn on the lights. We've got a total of 50 races to run here today. Sunset has now been updated to 5:40, we're told. So anyway, we will see the LED lights. This place lights up like the Daytona 500 at night when they turn those LEDs on. What a facility this is. They've done a great job reinvesting in the facility, and sponsors have been great here. Now we're moving to 6:09 on the sunset. Okay. Oh, you looked it up. Okay. You're just throwing me numbers just to see if I'll say it. All right. Super stock 340 free air, 340 liquid, and 440 fan combo final on the racetrack. Race 8 of 50 on the day. All right, we're going to try this one again. There's the number 20 pulling up. That is Bryce Olson out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan. Good-looking 1977 Arctic Cat. .580 is Joey Friesen out of Altona. That is a 1980 Yamaha. How about that number 12? Alex Braun, also out of Altona, on a 1980 John Deere. Pretty cool looking sleds down there, and lots of them as we get set to return to race number 8. Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota on the 76 Mercury with the whole shot as they head on down the back chute. Looks like we got a broken sled in turn number 4. It's a ski. Blew a ski. Left front ski, yep. All right. Looks like Sheldon Carlson continues to lead this one on his 76 Mercury. This one scheduled for 5 laps. 84 is Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. 165, Justin Habing out of Dugald is third. Justin Habing, the 165, is on a 1976 Polaris. Good pace set by the number 15 out of North Dakota. 69 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Don't forget 50/50 tickets are available. You can scan the QR codes located on some flyers throughout the facility. We will have live sellers, or you can get your 50/50 tickets at cptcracing.com. Only thing on the website, you have to be a Manitoba resident, or you have to be present in the facility here today. So, or tomorrow is when the draw is actually. So we'll do that draw over 2 days as the white flag is out. Your winner is the number 15, Sheldon Carlson. 84 in the second spot. That is Chad Bartok out of Benito, Manitoba. 14 having a good run, moving up to the third spot. 14 is Alex Manchelenko out of Dufras. 165 was fourth. That is Justin Habing out of Dugald on a 76 Polaris. All right, time now once again to head down to the pit area with Mr. Brett Richter.
Thank you, Darren. I am happy to be here in the pit area with Sabrina Blanchet, driver of the number 79 Pro Champ. Welcome to Beausejour.
Thank you.
Long drive over.
Yeah, it's about 30 hours, but I flight yesterday.
You get the lucky spot. You get to fly, and they got to drive.
Oh, yeah.
But now that you're here, you're going to take that champ sled for a ride today, right?
Yeah, we find a problem at Woodstock on the champ sled. So this morning the practice was pretty good. So we'll see what happens today.
Best of luck. Keep it fast and safe. We hope to see you at the end of the day on the front stretch.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Darren.
Thanks very much. Great interview down trackside as, well, we're removing some carnage from the racetrack. Not real carnage, I guess a sled with a left front ski issue, but anyway, our crew is back to work over in turn number 4, and we're getting ready for race 9 on the day, which will be your Black Cat Women's F500 final. Always very competitive. Now, this final scheduled for 5 laps, and we'll get you that lineup here momentarily. Following race 9 will be race 10, Supermod 300 free air and liquid final for 3 laps. Waving the ski in the air. It's the 44X, I believe. Randy Oliver out of Oshkosh. Thought he might be maybe auctioning that ski off, holding it up and trying to get a bid on it down the front chute. All right, Black Cat Women's F500 final coming up. And here's the lineup. The 757 is Hannah Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. The 44 is Marley Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. On the number 113H is Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. The 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. Out of Wausau, Wisconsin, the 30 is Jaslyn Rathke, and the 113 is Kendra Westland. And Kendra is from Strathcona, Minnesota on a 1989 Polaris. So race 9 on the schedule, Black Cat Women's F500 final, 5 laps is the distance. Riley Baker, our head flagman, wasting no time as we're getting set to race here. Black Cat Women's F500 final. Looks like the 30 of Jaslyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the Polaris showing the way. This is going to be one competitive race. These girls are fast. Look at the 113 put the pressure on. That is Hannah Westland out of Strathcona. Miranda Peterson joining the party as well. Miranda Peterson is on the 434 out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Look at this race for first, second, and third. The best race of the day by far. Jaslyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin is going to have to earn this one. Side by side now down the back straightaway they go. What a race. Into turn 3 and 4. They are still battling out of turn 4. Kendra Westland, your new leader, the 32nd now. That is Jaslyn Rathke out of Wausau. Third, the 434 of Miranda Peterson. 80 miles per hour on the previous circuit. We are racing and very seriously here in your Black Cat Women's F500 final. These gals are getting at it. 113.30 and 434. Kendra Westland fourth on the 113. 757 is Hannah Cook, 5th out of Dayton, Minnesota on a 89 Polaris. Oh, we've got trouble over in turn 4. Checkered flag to the 113 of Kendra Westland. 434 followed by the 113. There is the 757. Looks like Jaslyn Rathke in turn 4. After leading this one for a little bit. Jaslyn Rathke on the number 30. We're going to go down to our cooldown.tv instant replay. There's a look through turn. Oh, yeah. Bit of a high side for the number 30 and tough break after a really good race. That was Jaslyn Rathke along for that rough ride, but she pops back up and heads over to the sled. Nice run. Almost to the checkered flag for the 30 of Jaslyn Rathke. .113 Kendra Westland out of Strathcona will win that one. Right on. All right, Anthony just telling us about the addition of an extra camera here for this weekend on cooldown.tv. Up to, well, 700 and something viewers, 767, eh? Wow, that's pretty good. We'll have more as we move throughout the day. If you're watching on cooldown.tv, we would like to welcome you here to the Co-op Community Complex for what will be race number 10 on the day. Super Mod 300 Free Air and Liquid. And here's how they line up. The 13 is going to be Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg on a 75 Yamaha. And the 44 is Vic Mazer from West St. Paul on a 73 Polaris. Also on a 73 Polaris is Justin Habing out of Dugald on the 165. So we've got a 13, a 44, and a 165 for 3 laps in this final. Green flag drops on the 44. Vic Mazer says, see ya. 44, Vic Mazer with the whole shot here as they head on down the back straightaway. Just 3 laps is the distance. We'll follow this with a Quebex intermission break. Don't forget you can head on to the Family Fun Zone and get a ride in the bus. Those are called track rides for the kids. That'll happen after intermission 1, 2, and 3. You'll also get a visit with the DL Racing team. 165, Justin Habing. Second is the 44 of Vic Mazer. 74 miles per hour on the previous lap. Here in the Super Mod 300 Free Air Liquid Final. Good race up front. White flag is out. Justin Habing out of Dugald on the 165 leads Mazer on the 44. 13 is third. That is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg on a 75 Yamaha. Checkered flag, the 165 will be followed by the 44, so your winner, Justin Habing, followed by Vic Mazer, and unofficially third will be the 13. And that is Kieran Lowen out of Winnipeg on a 75 Yamaha. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time now for a Quebex grooming break. We will take some time. Now is a great time to get on over, get yourself something hot to eat or cold to drink at our concessions. The Moose Den is open. Grab yourself a nice old Moosehead or Twisted Tea. Also, you can check out our full line of CPTC promo wear over at the Moose Den. Get your 50-50 tickets and join our track rides over at the Fun Zone. We'll be back with you momentarily here at the 63rd running of the FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships live here at the Co-op Community Complex.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bombers store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
We're up here for the 63rd Power Toboggan Championship in Beausejour, Manitoba. And other than racers, it takes a ton of volunteers and a ton of individuals to make this event happen. And it's always a pleasure to sit and hear some of the history that goes on with this great facility. And today I'm sitting here with Bruce Majeski. Nice to meet you, Bruce.
As well. Nice to meet you too, Brent.
Yeah, we have not met before, I don't believe.
I don't think so.
No, you're native to Beausejour.
Yes, I am.
And you were telling us earlier that you started flooding this track at the age of
17.
17. So
The only reason I remember that's because I couldn't get to the hotel in between loads. We used to haul from the town of Beausejour. And we had a little 3-ton fuel truck. That's how we used to build the track back in the day.
And you knew you were 17 because?
I couldn't get no hotel but beer in between loads.
Some stuff just couldn't happen.
Yeah, I was thinking, how can I remember? There we go. There we go. Yeah.
So based on how you look, that was only 4 years ago. Is that right?
By what? Pardon?
You were 17. That was only like 4 years ago?
Seems that way.
Yeah.
Time goes really fast.
And you've transitioned from flooding the track to flagging. That's really what your history is here at the track, to be the flagman for a number of years?
Yes, that's correct.
And how many years were you flagging?
I think I was kind of looking at the list of champions. I was kind of maybe around 87, 89, 87, 88, close in there.
And when was the last time you pulled the flag?
I think 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Okay. So you've seen a lot.
Yes, been a lot.
Yeah.
Been a lot of places.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of different things. Seen a lot of great drivers, a lot of great crews, a lot of great people working with. Worked with USSA, worked with WSA.
Yeah. So can you pick a memory? Can you pick a favorite memory? Can you pick something that comes up and goes, man, if there's one thing in my flagging career that I remember, it was this?
I think the Boswell series, that 18 twin trackers on the track at once, and they were bidding for $60,000 prize money. I think that's pretty well the highlight. But there's been a lot of different things too, the great. But that's about the highlight. 18, 3 rows of 6.
At the start. Wow.
They tried to do it driving around like IndyCar, but
yeah.
They wouldn't hold their position, so you had to stop the race and do it manually. Because Jerry Ducesoy was actually on the sled. He was driving a little too fast. Maybe everybody was trying to keep up with him. So we had to go dead stop. And actually that race went through without a red flag.
Wow. 15 laps?
That I had to
Hard to
look
remember.
back.
Yeah.
It was over 20.
Wow. And no red flags?
Not a one.
Wow. What's your, how close have you ever been to getting clipped by a sled? Because, you know, you guys like to get out there in the middle of the ice sometimes, and
I've been caught out in the middle of the track in the twin tracker days. When the tracks, I was going after Alan Decker. He always liked to go high, so I figured I'll go up there and I was going to flag him, get close and flag, and then I was on the way back, and there was 4 twin trackers coming at me, and I just kind of went, I ain't going to make it, so I just stood there, and I just waved the checker flag, and they all went around me.
standing in the middle of the track.
Standing in the middle of the track. And then one time, I never turned my back at the starting line because you never know what's coming at you.
Right.
So I was standing here one time and, oh, it just doesn't look good. I have a guy that always helps me a little bit, Doug. So he was handing me flags, and I just kind of went to the inside. I grabbed Doug, and I just kind of, we better move. And I landed, and then sled landed right beside me, but boom, upside down. So that was kind of a close one.
Wow. Wow. Somebody actually sent me a message and said, when you talk to Bruce, ask him what he thinks is the best race he ever flagged. So other than the twin tracker, you know, something with close finish, something that was, you know, prestigious, that was out there, and something that you remember and that you'd kind of say was the best thing you'd ever done.
You know, the saddest thing about being a flagman, you're not really watching the races. You're always watching the entire field, so you're not really paying attention. Only reason you pay attention to first, second, and third is to give the checker flag to the right person.
Right.
Because you're always watching all the players at all times to make sure they're all safe. So, but I think the best finish I've seen was when Nick Van Strydonk, I think he passed like 4 sleds to win the Eagle River Championship in the last 2 laps. Mm. That was pretty impressive. And he passed, I think, Matt Schultz in corner 4 at the last at the last pass, and maybe ahead by 5-6 feet.
Wow. Wow, that's great stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What's when you started flagging, technology isn't what it is today.
Oh,
right? So, because now, you know, somebody's in their ear and they're telling them there's 3 laps left, and you ever end up calling a race maybe a lap or 2 early or something because you lost count? Or?
Definitely, because you're always watching for accents. You're kind of, okay, what lap was I on? But here we've come up with a system that the girls counting down for us, which is really good. And I used to have a clicker, so I had to keep track of laps myself, and I would. But it's always that accent theory. You always get distracted, and you always, oh, where did that leader go? And yeah, I think I ran 1 late. Boswell's, no, it wasn't the Boswell series, it was a couple. But it happens.
Yeah, it does, along the way. So, what do you miss about flagging? About not flagging? What do you miss about it?
I guess excitement. It's kind of a little bit of adrenaline rush. It's kind of, you're out there with the drivers. But the only thing bad about you're a flagman, you start the race. It's like being a hockey referee. How often do you pay attention to what the referees are doing? You're just flag, you start them, you let them go, and you take care of them, and you finish them off, and next group comes up. Yeah,
yeah, interesting, interesting. Do you think there's a place in the sport for automatic scoring and timing and that kind of stuff now that it's, as some of the racers say that they don't like the flag man because they can get a read on him, and some guys are better and they can get a better start, so they want to go to a light, you know.
Like a Christmas tree, like NASCAR.
Yeah.
I think they do it in drag racing.
They do.
That's perception, I guess. That's all what they want. That's what the drivers want.
Yeah,
That's
but
all.
what do you want? I can talk to the drivers any day of the week.
Yeah.
I think there's a human element that needs to stay in the sport.
Yeah, well, you have to, it's kind of a, do the dance. You have to make sure everybody's in line, make sure everybody's doing the right thing, and make sure everybody's safe. I always check everybody's bolts. I always check everybody's loops. I used to check everybody's stuff before I started. Take a quick look if somebody's nut was on the bolt. I put them to the side. But let them take a checker flag. Take the start, of course, so they get the points.
Right.
Put them to the side. Just odd little things like that. You have to check them over, but they always forget something. Taillights, they forget to turn on half the time. Always watching for something.
Yeah. Yeah. What does this race mean to the town of Beausejour?
Lots. It's a huge draw for crowd. Like back in the 70s, like we used to all draw the Grey Cup. Like 25,000 people was back in the old days. Now it's, of course it's great for the town. You bring in people, you bring in, restaurants are busy. Everybody's busy. One year was so warm here, I think they sold all the rubber boots in the town of Beausejour because everybody didn't bring boots. Yeah. Stuff like that. It just happens all the time. Racers know it yourself. They drive around, they use guys welding and stuff. And it just brings lots of business in town. It's good for the town.
Are you still active with the race here?
I'm in the grader.
Oh, are you?
I'm the groomer. I'm the guy shaving the track, getting the bumps off most of the time.
So you're the guy who's doing that?
Yeah, I'm the guy in the trader, yeah. They look at me, okay, you'll get those bumps off, and racers, one racer texted me like me last year, it's rough in corner for her. All right, go out there and cut the bumps off, and he says, thanks a lot, it was way better.
So should we put your cell phone number out on this so everybody knows how to get a hold of you?
No! 2 or 3 is fine.
Not an option.
I always went by to haul RAFFLE woods for the sweepers, and if the sweepers started bouncing around, I'd go and cut.
Right.
And you cut one way, then you cut backwards, so you get a crosshatch, and you kind of keep it as smooth as you possibly can.
Sure. There's a lot more science to this track stuff than people think, isn't there?
Oh, Jesus. It's always changing conditions, too.
Yeah.
Soft, warm, cold.
Yeah. Even here, I mean, it was warm this past week. It's cooler today.
Yeah.
It's going to be cold tonight. Sunday's going to be warm, so the track's going to be soft. It's going to be hot. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a number of different things. So.
I flagged from 40 below to getting rained on.
Gloves all the time, or were you barehanded?
Small gloves. No bare hands, no.
No. That's Ted Otto's thing, was bare hands.
Yeah, that's Ted.
Yeah.
Had one in the field for the flag, he always told me. I said, oh, okay. But he had a million hand warmers in his pocket, so.
Whatever works, right?
Whatever works.
Yeah. Bruce, you've been a great addition to the track here and a great part of the facility in Beausejour. We want to thank you for your history. And,
you're welcome.
And all the work that you do. So we're going to end with something called the FXR Fast 10, okay?
All right, let's have it.
You ready? Do you prefer to be indoors or outdoors?
Watching the races?
No, just in life. Indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors.
Would you rather eat burgers or tacos?
Burgers.
Johnny Cash or Elvis?
Johnny Cash.
Would you rather stay up late or wake up early?
Wake up early.
Do you prefer satellite TV or streaming services?
Satellite.
If you had your choice, would you rather have free will or know your destiny?
Free will.
You into movies at all? Do you like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, none of that kind of stuff? No?
Not really, no.
Okay. Big question, end of the day. Don't get this one wrong, okay? Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
You and I could be
like
friends
peanut
now.
butter.
You and I could be friends.
Yeah. Can't beat chocolate and peanut butter.
That's exactly right. Bruce, thanks for everything you do for the track and for the facility.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. So
thank you.
That's Bruce Majeski, longtime volunteer, flagman, grader operator, water maker, does the whole ball of wax here at the CPTC.
Supermod 440 Free Air and Liquid Final for 4 laps. The 223 is Adam Braun. The 79 is Supergirl Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. The 65X is Cody Whitechuck. And the 626 is Carl Blight out of Sterling, Ontario on a 74 Yamaha. Once again, racing in the Supermod 440 Free Air Liquid Cooled Final. And your leader, the 79, Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. Looking pretty strong here early. Supergirl at 94 miles per hour. Sabrina Blanchette continues to lead. 65 is in the second spot. That is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour. .626 Carl Blight is out of Sterling, Ontario on the 74 Yamaha. As Supergirl continues to dominate here in this 4-lap final. 1 to go, 1 lap to go for Sabrina Blanchette. Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour in the second spot. 626 third. And fourth is the 223 of Adam Braun out of Winnipeg. That is a 1981 Kawasaki. And Sabrina Blanchette gets the job done out of Drummondville, Quebec. Number 1 spot. Second goes to the 65X of Cody Whitechuck. Whitechuck is out of Beausejour on the 73 Polaris. Then it is the 626 of Carl Blight out of Sterling. And then the 223 of Adam Braun rounds out the top 4 of 4 in your race 11, the Supermod 440 Free Air Liquid Cooled Final. Dirt bike time, ice bike time, in fact. Race 12 is your Capital Motorsports Ice Bike Open, round 2 for 5 laps. Riding the 219 is Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, Manitoba. The 318 is Tyler Fiebelkorn from Beausejour. The 14 is Rylan Katazinski from Selkirk. The 58 is Jim Fleming from Winnipeg. And the 47 is Owen Nault from Clandeboye, Manitoba on a 2019 Kawasaki. This is race number 12 on your schedule. Race 13, attention in the pit area, will be Formula 500s, as will race 14 and 15 be Formula 500s. So 3 in a row after this Ice Bike Open for the Formula 500 class. Heats 1, 2, and 3. That brings us to the end of race 15. Then race 16 will be your Junior 2 stock Fan 380 and Junior 1 stock Fan 380 class for 10 to 12-year-olds. .219 Caden Katowicz leads the 14 of Rylan Katazinski. Looks like the Kawasaki in third place. That should belong to the 47 of Owen Nault. Owen Nault is out of Clandeboye, Manitoba, home of the Clandeboye Pipe Band. 83 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader. That, of course, the 219 of Caden Katowicz from Petersfield, Manitoba. He is on a 2022 Honda and getting prepared to take the white flag this time around. Rylan Katazinski on the number 14 is second. Kawasaki with no numbers has to be Owen Nault. We do believe the 47 Owen Nault out of Clandeboye. And that'll do it. 219 Caden Katowicz wins that one going away. He is from Petersfield. 14 in the second spot is Rylan Katazinski from Selkirk. Owen Nault out of Clandeboy, unofficially third. And the 318 Tyler Feeblecorn out of Beausejour, unofficially fourth on the KTM in race 12. That was for Capital Motorsports. That is the Ice Bike Open. Race 13, Formula 500, round 1, heat number 1. And here's how it looks here. The 17 is going to be Jared Sackvey from Beausejour. The 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. The 44 is Ethan Clark from Beausejour. The 9 is Stefan Kergnen. 29 is Brad Harrison from Anola. The 98 is Nick Kurth from Wausau, Wisconsin. And the 48X is going to be Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin, on a 1990 Polaris. F500s, 3 heats coming your way, and one of our most competitive classes, no doubt about that. Looking them over on the starting line, and here we go. Great start for the 98 of Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the 1990 Polaris as they ride side by side into turns 3 and 4, and they are hauling the mail. Looks like Brad Harrison having a nice run. Brad is out of Anola, Manitoba on a 1989 Polaris. Very, very competitive Formula 500s. This is round 1, heat 1 for 5 laps. '29 looking good up front and in command. Brad Harrison out of Anola. 80 miles per hour on the previous circuit for your race leader. While our Pro Formula 500 class is considered our entry-level ice oval class, these snowmobiles have to originate from an 89 to 92 Polaris Indy 500 or 89 to 92 Indy 400 carbureted model. Stock engines. Some chassis mods are allowed, and you got to be 400 pounds, minimum weight of 400 pounds. Last lap here in race number 13, Formula 500, round 1, heat number 1. 29 is going to take it, followed by the 98 of Nick Kurth. 434 of Peterson next. Stefan Kergnen, unofficially for Stefan, is on the number 9 out of Winnipeg. That is a 1991 Skidoo, a good ride for Stefan Kergnen, a paramedic by trade, and helps out with some of the crash scenes here at Co-op Community Complex. So Stefan Kergnen coming home 4th, and we've got a sled, I believe, over in turn number 3 that we need to attend to. Let's take a look at the cooldown.tv replay here from earlier in the race. Ooh, look at the leader right sideways and almost gets tagged. Great job by our camera crew at cooldown.tv. Thanks. Don't forget, we'll do another track ride around in the bus and also a visit with the DL Racing team following that. So if you want to get on the track ride, that will happen after our second and third grooming breaks. We already did one after our first grooming break, but we'll do one after our second and third as well. And you'll visit the DL Racing team as part of all of that. Race 14, more Formula 500 action set to come your way. This is round 1, heat 2, and also scheduled, just like the previous race, for 5 laps. On the number 50 out of Merrill, Wisconsin is Marcus Catlin. The 02X is Mike Favorite out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. The 135 is Blair McDonald from Ile-des-Chênes, Manitoba. And the 34X is Cale Bellow from Waupun, Wisconsin. Riding the 113 is Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. The 23 is Dylan Fox from Balmoral. And out of Tisdale, Saskatchewan, the number 20 is Bryce Olson. Bryce Olson on the 20. Getting set to go. Good looking Alouette on the outside. '23 of Dylan Fox and the 113 of Kendra Westland get away quickly here. Round 1, heat 2 in your race 14 on the day, the Pro Formula 500 class. '23 in the 113 battle. .81 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader. This race brought to you by FXR. No information on the number 7. .02X is Mike Favorite out of Eagle River, Wisconsin in the top 5. But missing information on the number 7. In fact, I don't see him anywhere in the Formula 500 class. White flag for the 23 of Dylan Fox, being pursued by the 113 of Kendra Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Blair McDonald is on the 135 out of Ile-des-Chênes, battling with the 02X of Mike Favorite. Mike out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. 23, 113, and the 7 in the top 3. All right, we were talking about not having information on the 7. Our scoring crew thinks it could be listed on our lineup sheets as the number 50 of Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. Brett says that's correct. That is correct? Okay, thanks, Brett, down in the pit area. So the 7 you saw in third unofficially is Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. All right, so that is the end of race number 14. And we're going Formula 500 racing once again for race 15. Okay, yeah. Marcus Catlin on the number 7, listed as the number 50 on the lineup sheet. Okay, race 15 coming up. Formula 500 round 1, heat number 3. The 111 is Brogan Beto out of Roseau, Minnesota on an 89 Polaris. Riding the 86 is Spencer Lashbrook out of McDougall, Ontario. The 113 is Hannah Westland from Strathcona. The 54 is Tom Keelback. The 85X is Tavish Perry from Eagle River. And the 22 is Colton Abraham from Wausau, Wisconsin. Race number 15 on your schedule. Formula 500, round 1, heat 3. Tension in the pit area. Race 16 following will be Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 and Junior 1 Stock Fan 380. Then we'll move to the Super Stock 250, 300, 340 fan combo race for race number 17. So if you're in those races, you need to be in staging immediately. Race 15 on deck, getting set to go here. As Riley Baker looks them over, we are getting set to go here. Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the Polaris, looking real strong off the outside of the starting line. The green flag waved and the 22 went in a great big hurry. Good battle in turns 3 and 4 now. Riders sticking middle to bottom of the racetrack. '85X. Tavish Perry out of Eagle River, second. Great racing action out of turn number 4 and down the front chute here. Colton Abraham on the 22 out of Wausau, Wisconsin, looking awful strong. Tension one more time in the pit area. Junior 2 and Junior 1 Stock Fan 380. You're up next. '85X of Tavish Perry from Eagle River showing some strength here. Riding along in the top 3. 80 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leaders. That is entering turn number 1. That is the location of our radar gun. White flag coming out this time around. 1 to go. 22 of the 85, followed by the 113H of Hannah Westland. That is your unofficial top 3 so far in Formula 500 racing. Race 15 on the schedule. '22 is going to take the win, followed by the '85X. Westland third. What a great ride for Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the number 22. The '85X puts up a great fight. '85X Tavish Perry, out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on the 1990 Polaris. Some great action there. In Formula 500, round 1, heat 3. 5 laps was the distance, and that one is in the books right now. Junior 2 and Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 coming up. Now the Junior 2 Stock Fan for race number 16 is for 13 to 17-year-olds. Junior 1 Stock Fan is for 10 to 12-year-olds. Now riding in the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class, the 43 is Carson Peterson, and the 60 is Braxton Cassidy. In the back row, it should be Levi Lurkey, riding alone in the Junior 1 Stock Fan 380 class for 10 to 12-year-olds. Levi Lurkey out of Hallock, Minnesota on the Johnson Racing chassis. Great start for the 43 of Carson Peterson here in the Junior 2 Stock Fan 380 class for 13 to 17-year-olds. This is the final in both Junior 1 and Junior 2 Stock Fan, and it is 3 laps. Levi Lurkey on the 99 battling with Braxton Cassidy, but they are all in different classes. The 99 Levi Lurkey is in the Junior 1 stock fan for 10 to 12-year-olds. So just 2 riders in Junior 2 stock fan and 1 rider in Junior 1 stock fan. I think that's why they named it that. Junior 1, 1 rider. Junior 2, 2 riders. Probably not. Next up, race 17, Superstock 250, 300, and 340 fan combo. You should be in staging. That is a final for 5 laps. 66 miles per hour on the previous lap. Leader through turn number 4 now. In the Junior 2 stock fan 380 for 13 to 17-year-olds. And your winner, Carson Peterson, on the number 43 out of Lancaster, Minnesota. Braxton Cassidy will finish second in Junior 2 stock fan, and Levi Lurkey out of Hallock will win the Junior 1 stock fan 380 class for 10 to 12-year-olds. That was their final. All right, moving right along. Wow. Great job by our production crew here at the Co-op Community Complex. Of course, this is your 63rd running of the FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. And we're moving already to race 17 of a total of 50 on the day. Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan combo. This is a final for 5 laps. 501 is Mike Kelly out of St. Genevieve, Manitoba. Carl Blight will be on the number 95, not the 626 as indicated on the screen or on your lineup sheet. So Carl Blight out of Sterling, Ontario on the 95, not the 626. The 14 is J.J. Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. This is a 1981 Yamaha. Keep your eyes on Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota on the number 15. That is a 76 Merc. 648 is Kelly Voss out of Grandora, Saskatchewan. The 47 is Dan Leonard from Beausejour. The 96, Clayton Gross from Swift Current. And from Richer, Manitoba, the 57 is Sean Bruce. Sean Bruce out of Richer on the 76 Mercury. Issue on the 95 of Carl Blight. He changed for the 626 sled. Carl Blight now riding the 95. Looks to me like he is done. Tough break. So the 95, Carl Blight out of Sterling, Ontario, will not run this one. Race number 17 on your schedule, Superstock 250, 300, 340 fan combo final. 15 is your leader out of North Dakota. The 57 is second, Sean Bruce. Third is the 14, J.J. Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. And Koopman is on an 81 Yamaha. Looks like a couple of Mercs doing pretty well here today. Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota, knows how to get around here on that 76 Mercury. Big half-mile oval here at the Co-op Community Complex. Carlson continues to lead with the 57. Bruce in the second spot. 67 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader. That is Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. Bruce out of Richer. In the second spot, J.J. Koopman on the 14. Third, the 648, Kelly Voss is fourth. Kelly Voss is out of Grandora, Saskatchewan on a 77 John Deere. That is a 6:48 entry. One more lap to go for the 15 of Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota. At 76 Mercury, working to perfection so far. And Sheldon Carlson out of Mackinac, North Dakota will win on the number 15. Sean Bruce on the 57 out of Richer, Manitoba in the second spot. Third, the number 14, J.J. Koopman out of Jansen, Saskatchewan. Then the 6:48, that is the John Deere of Kelly Voss out of Saskatchewan. And the 47 coming across is Dan Leonard from Beausejour. And now we are going to head down to the pit area with Brett Richter. Brett, go ahead.
Thanks, Darren. We are out here at the far end of the pit area with the Westland family. Kendra and Hannah, both running F500. Little family rivalry going on.
Yeah, I'm waiting to beat her, but it hasn't happened yet. So it's probably not going to be happening anytime soon.
Well, and to add it to the mix, Darren, one of the boyfriends is in the same heat with the F500s too. So they're having a lot of family banter back and forth, and it's been a lot of fun. So what's the next expectation at the race?
I'm racing the Pro Light this weekend, so I'm hoping to do decent on that. We haven't got off the line yet with it, and been running on 3 lube lines instead of 4. So been fighting demons with that thing. So I guess I just want to do good on that for one weekend and hopefully beat her. But I think they purposely keep us in separate heats, so I don't have the chance.
What do you think of randomness, Kendra?
What do I think of what?
The randomness of the draw.
I think that they rig it to keep me and Hannah separate. That might happen.
Just goes to show, Darren, that racing's a family thing. We're having some fun out here in the pit area. Back to you.
That looks like fun, Brett. All right, great job back there in the pit area. Welcoming to Brett Richter as we get a look on cooldown.tv at the number 95 sled on the front chute. That's Carl Blight out of Sterling. Unable to fire that good-looking number 95. As race number 18 comes onto the racetrack, Junior 1 and Junior 2 Sprint 600s. Now, the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class is for 14 to 17-year-olds. This will be a final for 5 laps. The Century 21 is going to be Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. That is a wall chassis. And the 53 is a Hool chassis. That is Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba. Now in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 in the back row, this is for 12 to 14-year-olds. Waylon Corpita is out of Wausau. The 24 is Brody Bartman out of Champion, Michigan. 43 is Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, and Levi Lurkey is out of Hallock on the Westland Special. Junior 2 Sprint gets away first. Looks like the Century 21 entry of Brandon Christensen gets the jump on Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba. Alyssa on the Gusta Sod Farms number 53. That is a 2018 Hool chassis. All right, 626, Waylon Corpita leads the Junior 1. 24 is second. That is Brody Bartman out of Champion. And the 43, Carson Peterson out of Lancaster, is third in the Junior 1 Sprint. So 2 races in one. Junior 2 Sprint up front, Junior 1 Sprint in the back. White flag coming out this time around in the Junior 2 Sprint 600 class. Century 21 entry continues to dominate here. Brandon Christensen out of Nino, Wisconsin, has that Century 21 entry pointed in the right direction and is flying around this great big half a mile oval at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour. And that'll do it. The C21 will win. Brandon Christensen, followed by the 53 of Alyssa Gusta. 626 is your winner in the Junior 1 sprint. That is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin, on the 626. And the 43, Carson Peterson. Second, the 24, Brody Bartonen out of Champion, Michigan, unofficially third. And Levi Lurkey out of Hallock comes home fourth in the Junior 1 Sprint 380 final for 12 to 14-year-olds. Next up, race number 19, your IFS 440X Jerry Bunky Cup, round 2, sponsored by Al Meisner Limited, Sport Parts Incorporated, Baxter Ranch, Hildebrand Sod Farm, PJ Materik Auto Body and Glass, Sobetsky Enterprises Limited, Springfield Chiropractic, and Rantec Industrial Limited at 44 Higgins in Winnipeg. So this will be round 2 for 5 laps. Here is your lineup. The 65X is Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour, Manitoba. On the 626 is Carl Blight out of Sterling, Ontario. The number 35 scheduled to start is Dylan Barron. Dylan is out of Enola, Manitoba. The 80 Joe Presta is from Whitemouth, and the 13 is Dale Hunter from Woodstock, Ontario. Dale is on a 78 moto ski. Race number 19 on the schedule of 50 scheduled on the day. Good shot of Carl Blight on that good-looking 433. The sled number is 626, but the 433 cc on the hood as we get set to go here. Giving up 7 cc's here with that 433. Joe Presta waiting on the number 80. All right, if you are looking in on cooldown.tv in the world of the internet, we ask you to click the like button if you could to help us improve the broadcast just a little bit. Please hit that like button for us. Getting set to go. Here we go. Joe Presta with a wild start. Great racing action now down the back chute. 35, Dylan Barron in on the action now. Joe Presta leads Barron. Third is the 13 of Dale Hunter on the moto ski. Dale Hunter is out of Woodstock, Ontario. Here's your leaders down the front straightaway. Presta, Barron. And then the 65 of Cody Whitechuck out of Beausejour in the third spot. – 95 miles per hour. Wow. .65 making things interesting as he pulls alongside the 35 of Dylan Barron now. The action is out of turn 2 and on the inside. the 65, slingshotting past the 35 of Barron into turn 3 and 4. Great racing action here on the last lap. And it looks like we've got a moto ski down. And a crash in turn number 2. Rider is up and okay over in turn 2. The 80 comes across the checkers, as does the 65 and the 35 of Barron. So second, unofficially, Cody Whitechuck, the 35 of Barron. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to restart that race or just call that one. The crash was in turn 2, which was away from the finish line. Good race. All right. So we will have the official results here for you momentarily on cooldown.tv. But that should do it for race number 19. Again, many thanks to our Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge sponsors: Al Meisner Limited, Sport Parts Incorporated, Baxter Ranch, Hildebrand Sod Farm, PJ Materick Auto Body and Glass, Springfield Chiropractic, Sobetsky Enterprises Limited, and Rantec Industrial Limited. Great sponsors all kicking in. Of course, Jerry Bunke was a member of the famed Polaris Midnight Blue Express race team that competed in the Snow Pro circuit of the late 70s. He tragically lost his life in a racing accident in Beausejour in 1978. So this race created in his honor, the Jerry Bunke Memorial Challenge. And once again, thanks to our great sponsors. All right, we were talking about the 50-50 that gets drawn tomorrow at 5 o'clock. We're using that money, half of the pot, to improve the grandstands. In fact, build some new grandstands here at CPTC. This place constantly improves, and it's due to everybody's help, including sponsors and, of course, you great fans. So here's how this works. Wow. Winner gets half already of $2,950. So you can buy tickets at cptcracing.com for the 50-50. You can scan a QR code right here around the facility, and we should have some live sellers mulling about with 50-50 tickets drawn tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So grab your 50-50 tickets here today or tomorrow for the 5 o'clock draw tomorrow. All right, Brett, you ready in the pit area? I hear you got something for us once again.
You bet, Darren. I just talked to Mr. Hunter from the number 13 motoski. He said coming out of turn 1, his throttle's stuck. So he didn't really have much option other than to bail off the sled and let it ride through the bales. But he's going to be all right. They're taking the sled back now. Hopefully they'll be back this afternoon. Back to you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, so I'm looking at our schedule here. Race 20. Junior 2F 500 for 14 to 17-year-olds. This will be a final, and it is scheduled for 5 laps. And here's your lineup for the Junior 2F 500 14 to 17-year-old final. Century 21 entry will be Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. 79X is Maverick Yonan out of Killaloe, Ontario. 44 is Marley Peterson. The 24, Brady Bartman, and the 60 is Braxton Cassidy. In the back row, the 626 is Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Now, Waylon is competing in the Junior 1 class combined into this one. Look at that great-looking 79X. Wow. Maverick Yonan out of Killaloe, Ontario. All right, we are racing on your schedule in race number 20, Junior 2 F500 for 14 to 17-year-olds. C21, Brandon Christensen is the leader. Second is the 24 of Brody Bartonen out of Champion, Michigan. 79X, Maverick Yonan out of Killaloe, Ontario, third. Maverick Yonan out of Killaloe, Ontario. In the Junior 1 F500 class for 10 to 13-year-olds, just one competitor, the 626 Waylon Corpita out of Wausau, Wisconsin. .79 miles per hour on the previous lap. White flag, the C21 continues to lead. Good three-sled race for the lead here. On the final lap. Brandon Christensen takes a win, followed by the 24 of Brody Bartonen. 79X just crashed in turn one as he crossed the finish line. The rider appears okay. Marley Peterson out of Lancaster comes across the line on the 44. And we'll need assistance for the 79X of Maverick Yonan out of Killaloe, Ontario. Parked that beautiful green sled in the bales. Let's take a look on our cooldown.tv replay. And of course, don't forget we have our all-new LED monitor here in the grandstands. Can you get us one there, Anthony? Cooldown. Oh, okay, no worries. No worries. It wasn't a bad crash. It's all good. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings us to the end of race 20 for FXR. Time now to take a Quebex intermission break. Don't forget you can head over to the Access Credit Union Family Fun Zone, get on the bus for a track ride around, and visit the DL Racing team. Our concession is open. The Moose Den is open. All kinds of things to see and do. We'll be back with you momentarily at the 63rd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR. All right, Brett, we're ready for you in the pit area.
Thanks, Darren. I'm here in the pit area with Araya Plasky. She is one of our outlaw drivers, and you're kind of kicking some butt and taking some names this year, huh?
Yeah, thankfully. Took long enough. We got everything figured out, I think, hopefully.
This has kind of been like, I don't want to say the old man sport, but kind of. So how'd you get in there?
We got started. We were watching everybody else, and my dad was like, well, this would be fun, something we can do together. I did not think so at the time. It's a little intimidating, but it's been a lot of fun. We're super close with everybody, and it's been nice when I end up beating them, especially when I'm a girl. I'm way younger than them, and, you know, they're supposed to be seasoned was one thing I heard today, and I am not, and so it's nice.
So, Darren, when you see this hot pink outlaw going by out there, it's not some guy driving it. It's Araya here, and she's kicking butt and taking names. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much. We will continue our intermission here now at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. And enjoy yourself at the concession or at the Moose Den.
Where'd you go?
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Brett Richter here at the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships in beautiful Beausejour, Manitoba. We are in the late season of the Ice Oval Series, and the track is in fantastic condition. It's going to be a great weekend of racing. We've been able here for the past couple of years to sit down with some of our drivers and get to know them a little bit better and understand who they are and why they do this crazy sport. And I am very fortunate today to spend some time with number 92, right?
Yep.
Haven Bouveret, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, it's a long drive, huh?
Yeah, about 18 hours.
Yeah, just to go around in circles on an ice track.
Yeah, it's a great facility, great track, amazing people, amazing environment, so glad to be here.
You have grown exponentially in the past 2 years in this sport. You know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I F3 and Pro Champ. 2 years. This is the second year on F3 and first year on Pro Champ, so.
Yeah. How's it feel?
It's pretty surreal to me, you know, watching everybody and growing up, like Matt Gady, you know, Blaine Stevenson, Tom Olson. Watching them, it was always great to watch them, and now I'm actually out there racing with them, so it's hard to believe, but it's a great feeling at the same time.
Do you when you line up next to them on the starting line, do you want to reach over and pull their tether once just for fun?
No, my first time racing with them at Eganville last year on F3, it was like, I was really nervous, you know, just watching everybody pull up and line up next to me. It was very nerve-wracking, but
yeah,
got to do it.
Got to do it once before you do it twice, right?
Yep.
Yeah. You've had some success, right?
Yeah.
You feel pretty good about your season?
We struggled a little bit in Pro Champ, kind of chasing our tail at the beginning of the season with motor problems. Can't find no mile an hour with it, so we think we got it figured out. We'll kind of see this weekend if we got it figured out or not.
Yeah. Do you have a preference between the F3 and the Champ?
I mean, I like the F3, but you know, Pro Champ, the handling wise is just so much better. They sit a lot lower, and you can drive them in a lot harder. But I like both of them.
Yeah. Where's the competitiveness come from in you? You're kind of unique to me. You have this kind of soft kind of demeanor, but it's like, oh, that's not the same person I see out there on the track. Where's that come from?
The competitiveness comes from my dad, but the shyness and the introvertedness comes from my mom.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're obviously a product of your two parents.
Yep. Yep.
And they know it.
Yep.
Yeah. What do you enjoy most about the sport?
Just the people. It's a family environment. It's just great to be around, especially once you get to know them a little bit. They're great people, and it's always fun to race, but the people really make the races.
Right. I know that up here too, the people up here have been so good to me, and Chris and I have a good relationship with the individuals here at the CPTC. The drivers and everything else that have come back in and helped us out and stuff. It's just fantastic the way that it works together. So really appreciate you doing that. What's your realistic expectation for the weekend? What do you hope for this weekend?
I got some pretty high expectations in F3. We finally got the handling down last weekend. Those things are so tedious and constant changing, but I'm feeling pretty good on it, and we got some mile an hour out of it. So hopefully I can compete in that class and champ. Just try to keep it together.
Yeah. Do you feel accepted in those classes? Do you feel like when you line up, like I'm gonna say one of the guys? Do you feel like that?
At first, no.
Right.
Just because I did have quite a few hard tumbles on F3 my first year, so it just kind of felt like I didn't belong in that class. But this year, it's really been more welcoming, and it feels pretty good to be out there with them.
I know you've had some finishes where you finished ahead of some of the prominent names in that class.
Mm-hmm.
So you've obviously got some speed and developed some skills there. So
yeah, I know at Ironwood I got in front of a couple good names, and I was running third in one of my heats on F3 here in December. So we'll see where she goes this weekend.
Do you name your sleds?
No.
No, you don't have nicknames for them, or?
No, the F3 is just kind of...
Not like the Beast or the... No?
No, it's sometimes it's real nice and pretty, and other times it's pretty dark and ugly.
I was going to say, maybe I should have asked you had names you can say, that we can record, because potentially you have names we can't share. Do you have a nickname?
Not in the race world, no.
So you do have one?
I do have one. I'd rather not share.
Okay, that's fine.
But, I've kind of, been well known around the racing world for a while now. Mm-hmm. And, people used to come up to me and be like, oh, you're Rocky's daughter, mm-hmm. And now it's like, you're Haven's dad. So
yeah.
It's nice to get those roles reversed and kind of.
Yeah, be your own person,
yep.
right? Stand on your own 2 feet. And,
yep.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I think you're a great ambassador for the sport. I just think you're one of those people that fans will be attracted to, and they will follow, and they will root for you. I just think you have the ability to do that. That's great. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how you do this weekend. I've kind of followed you a little bit, and hoped. Is your home location a deterrent to racing, or is that? I mean, you have a huge commitment to travel here.
Yeah. So pretty much, it's anywhere we race. Even if we race with the Myra circuit back in Michigan, 2 hours, 2.5 hours is the closest race. So it's pretty much an hour just to get on the highway for us. So,
yeah.
But USSA, I like running with these guys. There's a lot of competition out here, and a lot of good racing out here, so it's 8 hours, 9 hours is really the closest race for us.
Wow. Have you followed the ProStar Cup Tour? Do you have any idea where you are in the points? Have you looked at it?
Unfortunately, we weren't able to make the East Coast swing.
Right.
But I was sitting 11th before the East Coast swing, so I can't imagine I'd be kind of in the points hunt anymore, but.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to go look. In reality, I should have looked, and I didn't this morning. But even to be at 11th at that point in time in the season, that's a huge feather in your cap.
Yeah, it was. When I seen it, I was definitely surprised. I wasn't expecting to be that high, but
Right.
anything can happen.
There's almost about 30 drivers, I think, that have been registered for that in the season. So to find yourself in the top third of the really North America's best ice oval racers. That's a feather to hang on your hat for a long time.
Yeah.
I think I would have printed it and put it on the wall. So it takes a lot of people to bring you racing every weekend, obviously, especially with some of the challenges you have. So do you have sponsors you want to thank, or people you want to thank?
Yeah, most importantly, my family. My mom can't make it to very many, but she supports me from home, and she she supports me and Dad gone all the time, and my dad, he puts a lot of hours in the shop, and he's always wrenching, trying to get me the best equipment that he can offer. And JJ Longton, he's a well-known oval racer, twin track racer, and he's been helping us mechanically for the past couple years. But all my other sponsors, Climb, Woody's, Wall Brothers, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Case Construction, Robert Clancy, Mickey Sledsamore, Darcy McCarty with McCarty Repair, and Beck's Hybrids with Tom Zeal with Todd Seed Sales.
Fantastic. That's great to have a list like that.
Yep.
Yeah, good for you. Do you find yourself to be like a wrenching person in the trailer, or are you more of a talk and let somebody else do the work kind of person?
Yeah, so for the longest time, it was always me and Dad. This is my 14th year racing, so it was just me and Dad, and we'd have 6 sleds at a race, and just me racing. So I'm pretty familiar with the wrenching, with the handling. Now we're just got 2 sleds, so with JJ being there, there's not really a whole lot for me to do, but feedback is really important. Everybody needs to have good feedback and to know what the sled's doing, and when you're able to wrench, it's easier to get feedback because you know how things work and how it's going. And so yeah, I do wrench, but not so much anymore. Sure. But I know it. So. Yeah.
Do you count laps when you're racing?
No.
No, you don't either.
No.
Somebody told me you guys count laps. I can't find anybody that does.
No, I mean, back at when I used to race the Myra stuff, 3 and 5 laps, so it's pretty easy. But yeah, I like to concentrate on what line I'm going to come in and where everybody else is at. And, when I see the white flag, I got one more. So
comes up quick sometimes, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, good. We're going to finish with the FXR Fast 10. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Would you rather have unlimited clothing or unlimited food?
Food.
Would you rather win the lottery or land your dream job?
Land my dream job.
Would you rather eat local food or international cuisine?
International cuisine.
Would you rather be meme famous or commercial famous?
Meme famous.
Would you rather see the future or change the past?
See the future.
Would you prefer a Broadway musical or local theater?
Local theater.
Would you rather travel free for 1 year or have free lodging for 5 years?
Free lodging for 5 years.
Would you rather chill by yourself or go to a group party?
By myself.
Would you rather tell your best friend the painful truth or a comforting lie?
The painful truth.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
Good answer. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank
I really
you.
hope you do well, and I hope it, even if it's not a win, I hope it meets your expectations and gives you some desire going forward. I think you've got a great future, and I just look forward to see what it brings for you.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
appreciate it.
That's Haven Bouverette. She'll be driving in the Pro Champ in the F3 class here at the 63rd Annual Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're here with us live at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour, want to let you know that the next race on our schedule will be the Pro Champ 440 class, all part of the USSA Championship here, finale, and it's race 21. Of course, the final race will be race 50, but we will start racing Pro Champ 440s with race 21 at 3 p.m. as per the schedule. So we're about at 2:10 now, and we are going to race at 3 o'clock with our next race, race 21. Pro Champ 440s will hit the track at 3 p.m. All right, so what do we got? We've got ATVs. I'm like, where's the tracks? Those are wheels. We're racing, and here's the lineup. The 14 is Rob Clark out of Beausejour. The 25 is Tyler Verbrugge out of Tyndall. The 17 is Austin Lewandowski. The 27 is Lynn Sather. The 29, Corey Johnson. Ryan Gibson is on the 7. The 22 is Mike Verbrugge. And the 44 is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. Looks like we got Mike and Tyler Verbrugge here as we get set with more ATV racing. Mike Verbrugge on the 22, showing the way thus far. 75 miles per hour for the ATVs. Pretty good speeds. Looking at the green flag down the front chute. 22 still in the lead. Going through the corners here quite nicely in the ATV Open division. There's the 17 on the front chute. Well off the pace. Austin Lewandowski out of Winnipeg. This is a 2001 Yamaha. But nowhere near the lead right now. Ryan Gibson second on the number 7. Lynn Sather out of Detroit Lakes, Minnesota is on the 27. 75 miles per hour on the previous lap for your leaders. '22 still the leader, followed by the 7 of Gibson and the 27 of Lynn Sather. Mike Verbrugge on the 22 out of Garson. That is a 2008 KTM according to our lineup sheets. Look at the action now in turn number 3 and 4 as the ATV Open heats up a bit. The 7 picks off the 22, so Ryan Gibson on the 7 picking up Mike Verbrugge almost right at the finish line. Great finish in the ATV Open. Looks like the 39 of Tom Olson first to the first turn. Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR number 39. Looking pretty sharp here. Lane Stevenson on the other Wall Brothers Racing entry in the second spot. So Olson first, Lane Stevenson on the 102 is second. Good racing for third, fourth, and fifth now here in the Pro Formula 3 Round 2 race. Joey Birch is on the 129 in the top 5 here and looking pretty strong. Olson, Stevenson, and take a look, the 28 of Matt Gady into the 4th spot. Gady is one heck of a competitor. Has had a great year. On the number 28 out of New Germany, Minnesota. White flag is out. Less than a lap to go here now in race 27, your Pro Formula 3 race. It's going to be close to the finish line. Wow, that one was close. It looked like the 39 was in the number 1 spot, but I'm going to confirm that for you. The 102 Blaine Stevenson right up there as well. Only 3 qualify. Winner to the front row of the final. The last 2 are second and third in row 2 of the final. Everybody going for the top 3 right away here. It's important to move quickly. Last chance qualifier here in the Pro Champ 440 class. Snow dust flying in turn 3 and 4. Looks like the number 6 up front right now. That is Gavin Peterson out of Chicago City. Hunter Sears is on the 15. Challenging up there right now. Top 3 go to the main event. Six still leading the 15 and the 54 in the top 3. That is Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin. Challenging for the second spot now. Things are tight. Look at the top 5 out of turn 4. Wow. They are hauling the mail here in this last chance qualifier, wanting to get into that main event big time. 97 miles per hour. Crash in turn 3 and 4. Well, you almost had the feeling that something had to give. Such competitive racing here in the last chance qualifier. Nice to work all these years with Andy Baker of the CPTC. All right, here we go. We are racing once again, last chance qualifier. Only 3 go to the main events. The race winner to the front row, second and third to the back row of the main event. Wow, the 6 and the 15 almost get together there. Gavin Peterson real close with Hunter Sears for at least the moment. This is a great race. Wow, side by side. 96 miles per hour. Here comes the 24 out of Beausejour. Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises 24 in a big hurry and into the lead. Just flying. White flag is out. Second spot is the number 6, Gavin Peterson. Third is the 15 of Hunter Sears. Those are your top 3. But Sobetsky, wow, after being involved in turn 4 in an earlier crash, is moving. How about it, Beausejour? First spot in the last chance qualifier. Sobetsky followed by the 6 and the 15. 6 Gavin Peterson. as we get set to go racing here in the Pro Champ class. Gunner Stern, G-Money, first to the first turn. Spinner, and a crash in turn 2. But an easy get off for the rider as the red flag comes out here in race 23. So we're going to do it all again. Good battle into turn number 1 and 2 as they are a couple wide down the back straightaway. And hauling the mail into turn number 3 and 4. What a race up front. The 39X looking pretty strong here. Justin Peterson leading the 220 G-Money. Gunner Stern here on the Red Bull Skidoo. They will certainly have a battle here in the closing laps. Third spot, Travis McDonald out of Lockport on the Dayco Menace Marine number 8. Blew a belt at the finish line in the previous race, but won the race. A timely mechanical problem, if there ever is one. 100 miles per hour even on the previous lap. As Gunner Stern remains in the second spot behind the 39X of Justin Peterson. Justin Peterson, sponsored by Stud Boy, Wadoff Septic Services, and Meyer Yamaha. Gunner Stern in a great big hurry in the second spot, has a chance to strike here in turn 3 and 4. It's going to be the 39X of Justin Peterson, followed by Stern in the second spot. Hunter Sears on the 15, looking pretty good out of St. Francis, Minnesota. All right, just to go through everything again, ladies and gentlemen, we will be racing at 3 o'clock with the Pro Champ 440 Round 1 Heat 1 race. That is a little bit away, but right now we're just going to bring out Tyler Obi for a few safety laps here. Tyler Obi on the 21 out of the Beausejour area in the Pro Champ 440 class. You will see this class for the first time today for race 21 at 3 o'clock. But right now, a safety lap for FXR.
course. Yeah.
gas tanks. He had one that they tested and then a secret gas tank that he
Well, fans, we are down trackside with Brett Richter alongside Calvin Peterson on the front straightaway as we anxiously await our 3 o'clock start on the Pro Champ 440s. Brett doing a great job pit side and now on the front chute. And we're going to talk to Calvin Peterson with Brett right now.
Thanks, Darren. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you all ready for the 3 o'clock program with the Pro Champ Series, the ProStar Cup Tour? Yeah, we're ready. It's going to be a great afternoon of racing. How many Skidoo fans? Wow, a couple, not a whole lot. Polaris fans? Yeah, still kind of quiet. This is one of the up-and-coming Skidoo racers with me. This is the driver of the number 54. He's driving a wall chassis with Skidoo Power Plant, Mr. Calvin Peterson. Welcome.
Yeah, how's it going? It's great to be here.
Yeah, Calvin's relatively new to the Champ class. You've been running how many years?
About 2.5 years now. So, I don't know, not too long. Still pretty fresh.
Yeah, you were on the podium here in December, correct?
Yeah, in December last year I was, and then my first year of Pro Champ I got on the podium too. So.
Yeah, so Calvin's an up-and-comer. He's going to talk to us a little bit about racing here at the CPTC. Tell us about this track. You were just looking at ice lines already.
Yeah, this is about my only time I'll be able to come out here when I'm not on the sled to check out lines. But yeah, it's really fast. Corners are fast. Just try to be smooth, I guess.
When you say you're looking for lines, what are you looking for?
Right where I want to come out of a corner and where I want to come into a corner and where I want to be in the center of the straightaway. So it kind of just sets up for our corners, you know.
So if we walk back here a little bit and get out of the way of the side-by-side, tell these people that are up here watching, when you're coming down the straightaway here at 95 miles an hour, what are you looking for?
Looking for my entry point where I want to start turning and letting off the gas. So I'd say right up about by that light pole is where I'd probably start letting off. And I want to run about right about here, coming into the corners.
And when you're coming out of the corner, if we look back up here to turn 4, how close do you want to be to that section of bales that's coming out of that corner?
Well, coming off the corner, you don't want to be very close to that. So you want to come off decently low, but you don't want to scrub speed. So you want to come off low and end up about right here in the middle of your straightaway, and then you start to come back down at the entry of your corner.
So the word straightaway is a little bit of a misnomer because you're really not trying to go straight on the straightaway.
No, you kind of want to make it about an oval or a circle, more or less. But
and when you're going 100 miles an hour and you have a straightaway as big as they do here in Beausejour, do you have time to think about what's for dinner?
No, I'm thinking about shaking out my arms because they're usually pretty sore.
15 laps is a long time to be running one of these champ sleds, isn't it?
Yeah, they're quite a bit to handle, especially going as fast as we are.
So for those of you that aren't overly familiar with the champ sleds, they run some pretty aggressive carbides on the front end of the machine. You want to talk a little bit about the carbides that help you actually turn in the corner and leave some of these marks in the straightaways?
Yeah, I think what we run, don't quote me on this, but I think they're like 8-inch on the inside and a 10-inch on the outside ski. They're razor sharp. They'll cut you if you touch them. And we have to camber our skis. So yeah, they're really aggressive. They turn on a dime.
And there's obviously a large number of studs in the tracks that create these ripples here in the track for you. How many studs approximately are you running on your track?
Way too many to count. I'm not exactly sure. That's a good question.
But it's in the 300 range, right?
It's got to be somewhere around there. I'm not too sure. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
So when you see these drivers jumping up and down on their sleds when they're out here on the starting line, actually taking those picks on the track and trying to bury them in this really hard ice. So when you first hit the gas, you're trying to get maximum traction, correct?
Yeah, well, with our program we've got going, we're getting really good starts. So yeah, pound them in as good as we can and just hope for the best.
And you're running a 440 in that sled, correct?
Yep, 440, powered by Perry motor. It's pretty great, pretty great.
And what kind of speeds are you actually making here?
Anywhere in the 90 to 100 range. We're sticking right in the middle usually, but it varies. Ice conditions, everything, wind, the air really affects our carburetors, so it's very technical.
Well, there's a great question. How are the race conditions today?
It's cold. The air is really dense, so we're trying to lean out our sleds, get most power we can out of them. But I mean, yeah.
Yeah, there's actually fantastic ice out here this weekend. It's great. So, any other questions? Just got a few minutes to take a couple questions, and we're gonna get them back and get them out here for your next heat.
Oh, good question. I think about 15 years. I started when I was 4 years old. So.
Okay, we got a question here.
How did you get into racing?
I'm 6 years younger than my older brother, and he's been racing since before I was born. So I was just kind of born into it. Been at the track since I was a baby, and when I was 4 years old, I got on a kitty cat. Never stopped since. So here I am.
Calvin is the driver on the ProStar Cup Tour, which has their season-ending race here. Currently in 5th place. You are, I think we looked 30 points?
34.
34 points behind the driver in front of him and about 30 from the driver behind him. So it's going to be a pretty close round of heats and a final.
Yeah, it's going to be a very challenging day. I mean, I hope we can lock in pretty good and just run good.
It's a 9-race season, so to be that close. Yes, sir.
My name's Calvin Peterson, and I race a 2013 Wall 440 Pro Champ.
Yep, he'll be out here in the Pro Champ class. So any other questions from anybody? Will you make 100 miles per hour based on the weather and the track?
Me? No. More than likely, my cousin will be up there, but I don't know. It's all up to what the data says. We'll see.
And how many horsepower do you know?
Oh, we're right around 130 horsepower, and our sleds have to be 400 pounds. So power to weight ratio is pretty crazy.
Yeah. All right, that is Mr. Calvin Peterson. He's going to be running the number 54 in the Pro Champ class. Ask Calvin to bring his helmet with you because when he comes out here to the line, you can't see that pretty face. So watch for that black fly helmet. And his cousin, Justin Peterson, runs the 39X Skidoo also. So let's give him a nice send-off, give him a nice round of applause, and we'll see him here in a few minutes. Thanks, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just a reminder, we are about 18 minutes away from race 21, the Pro Champ 440 Round 1 Heat 1 race. In the meantime, the Moose Den is open. Get yourself a nice cold one. Concession area is open. Also, look for the QR codes on the flyers located throughout the facility. Get in on the 50-50 draw. You can't win if you're not in. We are using that money to, of course, give half back to you, the lucky ticket holder, tomorrow at 5 p.m. And the other half will go to help build some new grandstands here at the Co-op Community Complex. So we would appreciate your support in the 50-50 draw. Again, you must be a Manitoba resident or present here in Manitoba. When you buy a 50-50, you can get them at cptcracing.com. You can get them here at the facility by scanning a QR code. And we will have some live 50-50 ticket sellers as well here today.
as we get set to go racing here in the Pro Champ class. Gunnar Stern, G-Money, first to the first turn. Spinner and a crash in turn 2. But an easy get off for the rider as the red flag comes out here in race 23. So we're going to do it all again. Good battle into turn number 1 and 2 as they are a couple wide down the back straightaway. And hauling the mail into turn number 3 and 4. What a race up front. The 39X looking pretty strong here. Justin Peterson leading the 220 G-Money. Gunnar Stern here on the Red Bull Skidoo. They will certainly have a battle here in the closing laps. Third spot, Travis McDonald out of Lockport on the Dayco Venice Marine number 8. Blew a belt at the finish line in the previous race, but won the race. A timely mechanical problem, if there ever is one. 100 miles per hour even on the previous lap. As Gunnar Stern remains in the second spot behind the 39X of Justin Peterson. Justin Peterson, sponsored by Stud Boy, Ladoff Septic Services, and Meyer Yamaha. Gunnar Stern in a great big hurry in the second spot, has a chance to strike here in turn 3 and 4. It's going to be the 39X of Justin Peterson, followed by Stern in the second spot. Hunter Sears on the 15, looking pretty good out of St. Francis, Minnesota. Riley Baker looking him over here as we get set to go racing in Beausejour. Looks like the 39 of Tom Olson with a great start here. Look at them go down the back straightaway. They are serious 3 wide into turn number 3. They are getting at it early here. Number 28, of course, is Matt Gady. 220, Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois. He rides the Red Bull Skidoo. 100 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Green being displayed, and we've got a challenge for the lead. Here comes the 28. Up tight on the number 39 of Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR. Number 39. What a race up front. And lots of action in the middle of the pack as well. Some great racing action early here in the Pro Formula 3 class. This is round 1 for a scheduled 5 laps. Oh, heads up in turn 3 and 4. We have a bobble. White flag, 1 to go for the 39. 39, 28, 220, and 102, your top 4. Blaine Stevenson on the 102. Like the leader, also out of the Wall Brothers Racing cap. Oh, take a look in turn 4. We've got a great battle happening now, side by side down the front straightaway. It's going to be Olson, Gady, Gunnar Stern, the 102 of Blaine Stevenson coming in 4th there. Looks like the 129 of Joey Birch out of Michigan, unofficially 5th. .779 is second. That is Colton Kreutzer. 13, John Hall out of Beausejour. There's the 08. That is Brad Artimowicz out of Dryden in the 4th spot unofficially. Oh, we've got a crash in turn number 2, it looks like. As we get set to go racing here in the Pro Champ class. Gunnar Stern, G-Money, first to the first turn. Spinner, and a crash in turn 2. But an easy get-off for the rider as the red flag comes out here in race 23. Is Miranda Peterson out of Lancaster. And we've got a crash in 1 and 2, but it appears the rider is okay. Back up on their feet. Red flag is out in turn 1 and 2. We have an incident. Right near the staging area, it looks like. Blue 33C is Mike Schultz, and we are racing already. Good start for the number 14 of James Schneider out of Beausejour. 14 with a crash in turn 1 and 2 after a great start. That rider right back up on the speed, however, though. That is the 14 of James Schneider going over quite hard in turn 1 and 2, but the sled's already done. Oh, heads up, we got a crash on the front chute. The 179 will take the win. Colin Damiani from the 69 goes down, but appears to be okay. We are under a red flag condition. We'll see how we will score that one. Looks like the race winner crossed the line. I guess Demianic, well, the sled crossed the line. Did he cross the line? And green flag is being displayed. Here we go. 44, right to the early lead. That is David Webster, followed by the 1 of Joe Schneider. And uh-oh, we've got some trouble. But the race continues on. Some spin-outs. Try that on a regular snowmobile. That was pretty exciting. I like that stuff. We've got a red. We'll try to get your report over from the center of turn 3 and 4. 24 is in the bales, we were told. That'll be Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises 24. I can see the replay. Yep, the sled into the bales. We got somebody in the hay bales in turn 1. It looks like a good start for the 129 of Joey Birch. Don't forget, it's an overall point series. 2 races today and 2 races tomorrow, and we've got a rider off in turn number 4. Red flag is out. Of course, our camera crew here at cooldown.tv. Johnny on the spot. And we're going to take a look at the replay here if we can in the tower. Leaders entering through turn number 4. Oh yeah, that rider went all by his lonesome. No collision whatsoever. So as they race on down the back straightaway into turn number 3 and 4. We've got a red in turn number 4. Crash in turn number 4. Here we go. Oh, we have got an incident in turn 1. Looks like all riders are on their feet, so that is good news. A little bit of a squirrely start by the looks of things, and then there were sleds everywhere. Uh-oh, we've got a get off. What was that on the back chute? Looks like Colin Demianic crashes. Entrance to turn number 3. We're going to see if we can get a cooldown.tv replay there, but I don't know if there was contact back there or what the situation was. They are hauling the mail here in this last chance qualifier, wanting to get into that main event big time. 97 miles per hour. Uh-oh, crash in turn 3 and 4. Well, you almost had the feeling that something had to give. Such competitive racing here in the last chance qualifier. All right, another look at cooldown.tv here. Yep, second place goes way off the sled, high sides it. Great job by the other riders to avoid the fallen rider and everybody into the bales, and I think everybody is okay. So Sobetsky, wow, after being involved in turn 4 in an earlier crash, is moving. How about it, Beausejour? First spot in the last chance qualifier. Sobetsky followed by the 6 and the 15. All right, we're going to do it again for Black Cat Wear Parts, another F500 race. Did someone just fly off their sled? Sure they did. We're not even racing yet. Talk about starting your morning off tough. We have somebody off their sled before they reach the staging area. That looks like the 15 of Kyle Omachinski. I wonder what the heck happened there. The hood is busted. Did it fly apart or did he get hit back there? I was just about to go through the lineup and we've got a crash already. I don't think I've ever seen a crash before I got through the lineup. Just rolled it, eh? Okay, all right. Well, that's what happened. Heat number 1 for 5 laps. And here's how they line up for FXR. The 111 is Tanner Foss out of Middle River, Minnesota. Riding the number 55 out of West Pine Ridge, Manitoba, sponsored by FXR and Churchill Wild. This is Brett Keelback on the number 55 out of Manitoba. And aboard the number 3 out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Great to have this rider back with us, part of the Weatherill Racing team. The 3 is Danique Lambert. 75C is Calvin Cook. He is from Dayton, Minnesota on a 2024 Hool. And G-Money Gunnar Stern is with us out of West Chicago, Illinois on the 220. This is the Red Bull Skidoo number 220. The 92 is Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. The 26 is Quinn Whitechuck from Beausejour. And the 30, Jaslyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the 20 24 Skidoo. Quinn Whitechuck on the 26, a local rider out of Beausejour. Former F500 and Sportsman 600 driver. Sponsored by Funk's Toyota and LaBrokery Lumber. On a Hool chassis with a road tax out of Beausejour. Here we go, race 21, our first look at the Pro Champ 440, all part of the USSA ProStar Cup Series. Great start for the number 75. That is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. Stern on the inside. We are going to see some great racing here today and under the lights later on. G-Money Gunner Stern to the inside and takes over the lead. The rider out of West Chicago, Illinois. Looking strong here. Danique Lambert is third. This round one, heat one race scheduled for 5 laps. Number 111 in the 4 spot, that is Tanner Foss. As we continue racing here in the Pro Champ 440, round one, heat number 1. G-Money Gunner Stern is absolutely on fire here on that Red Bull Skidoo. He has 6 CPTC championships to his credit, looking this year, tomorrow, to get a 7th to tie the legend Terry Wall. 1 to go for the 220. Calvin Cook and the 3 round out the top 3. Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec on the Skidoo is third. 99 miles per hour. Checkered flag is out. Your winner, the Red Bull Skidoo, Gunner Stern. Calvin Cook, the 3, Danique Lambert. The 111 is Tanner Foss. He is sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. And 5th was the 55 of Brett Keelback out of Beausejour. Good run for the local rider out of Beausejour, Brett Keelback. All right, so early, the 220 of Gunner Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, sends notice to the field that he is here to try to claim a bunch of race wins this weekend, including tomorrow's Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. That is the 63rd, and with 6 wins under his belt already, 6 Canadian Championships, that is, he'll be looking to get a 7th tomorrow. But first, and today, we are running the USSA ProStar Cup, the conclusion of the 24-25 season. Well, it started here in Beausejour in 24. It will end here today in Beausejour in 2025 with Lane Stevenson on the Wall Brothers 102 leading the ProStar Cup Tour points right now with 3,408 points. All right, race 22 on deck. Pro Champ 440 round 1, heat number 2 coming up. And, of course, we will have Sabrina Blanchette in this one, the number 79 out of Drummondville, Quebec. That is Supergirl. 22 years racing. Been to Beausejour before. She is the first female to ever make the front row at Eagle River World Championship. Also the first female ever to win a Pro Champ 440 final. That happened at Woodstock. She has won a pile of IFS races at Eagle River. A 2-time winner at Adirondack, and races dirt track lightning sprints and midgets during the summer months, sponsored by Samson Racing and Choco Design. The 221 is Reed Klinger. Reed is from Athens, Wisconsin, and aboard a 2024. The 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. 24 is Dale Dingman out of Burke Falls, Ontario. The 16 is out of Beausejour. This is DJ Saluk. DJ Saluk aboard the number 16, a local rider here out of Beausejour. Keep your eyes on DJ Saluk. Riding the number 54, Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin, and the 102 4-time Eagle River World Champion Blaine Stevenson on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR. Walker Evans, number 102. And we are racing. Here we go. Six competitors here in heat number 2 for race 22 on your schedule. 102 is the leader. That is none other than 4-time Eagle River World Champion Blaine Stevenson. 79, Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec, is second. Great battle for third and fourth now in turns 3 and 4 as your leader comes across the start-finish line. Dale Dingman out of Burke Falls, Ontario, looking good on the number 24 in the top 3 currently. Here in race 22 on the day, Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat number 2 for 5 laps. Fourth spot unofficially is the 54. That is Calvin Peterson. Calvin is out of Eden, Wisconsin. 98 miles per hour on the previous circuit. White flag for your race leader, the Wall Brothers 102. Looking good now in turns 3 and 4. And checkered flag will be out for Blaine Stevenson. Second, Sabrina Blanchette. Third to the 24 with a nice run. That's Dale Dingman. Dale Dingman out of Burke Falls, Ontario. On what is listed as a 2004 Skidoo. There's a look at the number 16. And of course, DJ Saluk out of Beausejour. Great job by our camera crew here at cooldown.tv. We hope you're tuned into the broadcast on the internet. Race 23 coming your way. Another Pro Champ 440 heat race. Round 1, heat 3 for 5 laps. 24 is Jordan Sobetsky. He's on the Sobetsky Enterprises machine out of Beausejour. The number 9 is out of Athens, Wisconsin, out of Polaris. This is Dane Klinger on the number 9. 39X, keep your eyes on this rider. This is none other than Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. The 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. The number 8 is Travis McDonald out of Lockport, Manitoba on the Skidoo. The 48 is Philippe Roy-Lalonde from St. Jude, Quebec. And the 21, this is Tyler Obi from Beausejour, Manitoba on the 21, who earlier ran a hot lap. Tyler Obi out of Beausejour on a Houle chassis, sponsored by TJ Finishing Carpentry and Birds Hill Sand and Gravel. USSA ProStar Cup finale here today for race number 50. We'll tell you a little bit more about a special draw we have going on at the conclusion of this race as we get set to go with the Pro Champ 440s. Here we go. Great battle down the back straightaway as all the riders get off the starting line in an efficient manner here. They are moving along nicely on a very well-prepared racetrack. .39X Justin Peterson looking pretty strong here up front and in command. The 8 of Travis McDonald is out of Lockport, Manitoba, a local rider and does a great job. Travis has won some Saturdays and Sundays here in Beausejour, except the big one, which goes tomorrow. A former go-kart racer sponsored by Skidoo, Bennett's Marine, FXR, and Serve Pro. 96 miles per hour. 39, 8, and 48. Followed by the number 6 of Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. Nice job so far by Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Justin Peterson in his early 30s. Sponsored by Stud Boy and Lot-Off Septic Services along with Meyer Yamaha. Well, that'll do it. Jordan Sobetsky comes across in the 5th spot after a great job by the 39X of Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Those sleds really get along down the racetrack, don't they? 96 to 98 miles per hour in that particular race. That was race 23, Pro Champ 440, round 1, heat number 3. A good shot of the number 48 in the pit area. Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. There's the 21 of Tyler Obi as well. Now, of course, our USSA ProStar Cup final will be race number 50. We're currently working at race 24. We are going to give away $500, but you must be in the grandstand for race number 50. We'll hand out some free tickets at race 50. You'll get in on the draw, but you must be in the grandstand. And then we will give away the $500. So that is race number 50, so you'll want to be here for that one. Our final race of the day, the USSA ProStar Cup finale, race number 50, where we give away $500. Race 24, Sportsman 600s, round 2 for 5 laps. The 08 is Brad Artemowicz out of Dryden. Number 14 is Caden Temple from Grand Point, Manitoba. The 179 is Jason Mackey. The 88 Curtis Cam is out of Oxdrift, Ontario. And the 13 is out of Beausejour. This is John Hall. Riding the number 15 is Kyle Omachinski from Beausejour. And out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, we have the 44X, Randy Oliver. The number 55 is Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan, and the 23 is Will Manchelenko from St. Malo. And here we go. Racing here on your schedule, race 24, about halfway through the day here. Sportsman 600, round 2. Kyle Omachinski looking good on the number 15. 44X Randy Oliver in the 2nd spot. 3rd is the 13. That is John Hall out of Beausejour. Great battle now for 4th and 5th spot, it looks like, on the back chute. They are getting at it here in the Sportsman 600 class. Another very competitive division. Omachinski ticks off another lap. 55 is now 3rd. Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. 89 miles per hour. What a pace set by the 15. Number 13 challenging the 55 now. John Hall out of Beausejour on the 13. Dicing with Carter Herman out of Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. In the top 5. 23 in the 5th spot, Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo, Manitoba. White flag for your race leader, the 15, Omachinski. 23 holding on to the 5th spot, Will Manchelenko. Kyle Omachinski on the number 15 coming to the checkers and pretty much uncontested. He's going to win it. Randy Oliver on the 44, second. 13, Jonathan Hall, third. 44X, Randy Oliver, fourth unofficially. And the 23, Will Manchelenko, brings home the Skidoo in the fifth spot unofficially. Good race in race 24. The Sportsman 600's now in the books. We will move now to your Eagle River World Championship class, Pro Formula 3 for race 25. And aboard the 220, this is the Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago, Illinois. G-Money Gunner Stern on the 220. And riding the number 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. The 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. This is Blaine Stevenson out of the Wall Brothers camp. And the 85X is Tavish Perry from Eagle River, Wisconsin. The 92 is Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. The 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens. The 29 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. And the 111, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, is Tanner Foss. .111 Tanner Foss filling in for the injured Tom Olson on the Wall Brothers Racing team. While the Pro Formula 3 sleds were created to try to get some more factory involvement in the Pro Racing Series, they more resemble a stock showroom sled built on a snowcross sled that you can buy on the showroom floor. They are allowed, of course, skid and front suspension modifications. The engines remain fairly stock in these Formula 3s. This was created many years ago as the new World Championship class at Eagle River. Joey Birch on the number 29, battling with the 102 of Blaine Stevenson, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing. These sleds get up and go as well. Reed Klinger on the 221 is third. 96 miles per hour on the previous lap. Race 25 on your schedule. Tanner Foss is out of Middle River, Minnesota on the 111. Sponsored by Wall Brothers and FXR, along with Walker Evans. And Tanner Foss currently occupying the 4th spot here. Gavin Peterson on the number 6 in the top 5. Gavin is out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Number 6, a really good sled. Just a young guy, under 20 years old. Been racing around 10 years. Very accomplished motocross racer as this one draws to a close. Blaine Stevenson takes the win in race 25 on the Wall Brothers Racing 102 entry. 4-time Eagle River World Champion Blaine Stevenson getting the job done there in Pro Formula 3 action. That was round 1 for 5 laps. They will be back a little later on. Race 26 coming up, Pro Lights. Round 1 for 4 laps. We'll bring you that lineup momentarily. Race 26, Pro Light, round 1, 4 laps. The Century 21 entry is going to be Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. That is a 2025 wall chassis. The 113H is Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. The 53 is Alyssa Augusta out of Stead, Manitoba. This is a Hool chassis. And the 22 is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. $113 pulling up, Hannah Westland out of Strathcona. Good looking 2008 wall chassis, according to our lineup sheets. Race 26 appears ready. Here we go. Racing down the back straightaway now into turns number 3 and 4 in race 26. Round 1 of the Pro Lights. And oh boy, a spinner. Looks like the number 22 of Colton Abraham getting sideways in turn 3 and 4, but does not get in an accident, fortunately. Century 21 of Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin, showing the way. Alyssa Augusta out of Stead, Manitoba, the Augusta Sod Farms entry in the second spot, 94 miles per hour on the previous lap. As your leader comes around to take the white flag, that leader is the Century 21 sled of Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. Colton Abraham on the number 22, third out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Hannah Westland bringing up the rear on the 113H out of Strathcona, Minnesota. Brandon Christensen takes the win. Second will go to the 53. Then the 22 of Colton Abraham. 113 of Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. That will do it for Pro Light Round 1, Race 26, now in the books. Many thanks going out to our corporate sponsors here at the Co-op Community Complex. They include the Town of Beausejour, the RM of Brokenhead, East Crete, Al Meisner Limited, Cubex, Building Products and Concrete Supply, Oakbank Hearing Center, Sobetsky Enterprises, Beausejour Home Hardware, Access Credit Union, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, Cobra Enterprises, our Cobra Pit area, always open to the public, Beausejour GM, Beausejour Co-op, Beaver Truck Center, and of course our title sponsor, FXR. Started in Manitoba. All right, rolling start here for the Outlaws 600s. This is part of the USSA ProStar Series. 36 is Tom Stoltman. The 4 is Ron Teroff. The 18, Shorty Curran out of Brauntown, Wisconsin. The 1 is Joe Schneider. Driving the 44W is David Webster. The 19 is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain. And the 18 is Araya Plasky out of St. Germain in a Beagle chassis. More information on these particular machines can be found at outlaws600.com. It is part of the USSA series. These resemble a dirt track sprint car. They use a rolling start like a dirt track sprint car. They use a full roll cage, which can be useful in snowmobile racing. For those of you that have crashed a snowmobile, you know that a roll cage and a seatbelt could be, well, quite a convenience. Joe Schneider driving the number 1. The 19 is Chris Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. 44 is Dave Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. Pretty good field of Outlaw 600s here this weekend. Looks like 7. Oh, Schneider looking strong. Ron Teroff is out of Lisbon, Iowa. That is an Eagle chassis. 88 miles per hour on the previous lap. Joe Schneider takes the white flag, indicating one more lap to go. Raya Plasky, fifth in the number 18 out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. That is a 2018 Beagle chassis. And checkered flag goes out to the number 1. That is Joe Schneider out of St. Germain. Second spot to the 19 of Chris Plasky, also out of the same town. 44 will be third. Dave Webster. Then the 18 of Raya Plasky and the number 4, Ron Teroff, coming home in the top 5. That'll do it for race 27. The Outlaw 600s are done for round number 1 with a impressive win by Joe Schneider in the number 1 out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. And now we see the four-wheelers, the ATVs for the first time here today. Race 28. This is your Westside Power Sports ATV Open, round 1 for 5 laps. Riding the 22 is Mike Verbruge out of Garson, Manitoba. The 44 is Ethan Clark from Beausejour. The number 25 is Tyler Verbruge from Tyndall. And the 29 is Corey Johnson from Tyndall. 26 is Kristen Campbell from Beausejour, Manitoba. The 7 is Ryan Gibson, also out of Beausejour. 43 is Rob Clark, and add the 14 of Nick Campbell. Nick Campbell on the number 14 will be added to race 28, your Westside Power Sports ATV Open. Getting set to go. Westside Power Sports ATV Open action. Good field here today. Oh, a good strong start for the number 22. Mike Verbruge out of Garson, Manitoba flies off the starting line. Wow. Great action on the back straightaway entering turn number 3, but your leader got a massive hole shot there. .22 is leading. 44 is Ethan Clark in the second spot. No number 9 on our lineup sheets. That could be the 29 of Corey Johnson. Might be missing a number on that ATV. Impressive run by the 22 so far. 43 is fourth. Rob Clark out of Beausejour. 73 miles an hour on the last lap. So definitely slower than our ice bikes, but still pretty quick at 73 miles per hour. White flag coming out for your race leader. That is the 22 of Mike Verbruge. Westside Power Sports ATV Open on the track. 44 and the 29, second and third. Ethan Clark out of Beausejour riding that 44 really well. Corey Johnson's out of Tyndall on the 29. Looks like Rob Clark out of Beausejour. I think that's the number 43. That is the 43. As the 22 takes the checkered flag. Mike Verbruge out of Garson. 44, Ethan Clark, followed by the 29, Corey Johnson. That'll be your top three unofficially. There's the 7 and 5th, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. Rounding out the top 5, Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour on a 1986 Honda. All right, that'll do it for race 28, your Westside Power Sports ATV Open class. And now we are going to head on down to the pit area with Mr. Brett Richter.
Thank you, Darren. I'm here with number 102, Blaine Stevenson. That's the first in the champ round and first in F3. How'd that go?
Yeah, it was good. Good hole shots with both. Little tweaking with both probably. So, but yeah, good start. We're happy.
How's the track feel out there? It looks a little rough, like right down by the inside, a little smoother, maybe a sled up, but how's it feel to you?
Yeah, the groove is starting to come in, and then on each side, you can tell where the rough is starting to develop. We're kind of shaving past everything that was new that they have laid down recently, probably. So, yeah, it'll just continue to develop. But there's a lot of racing between when we were up for practice and when we started this heats now. So, yeah, we'll just have to continue to adapt, but it's nothing we haven't seen before.
Any big changes before the next round? No.
Probably not.
All right, that's number 102, Blaine Stevenson. Good luck. We'll see you at the next round.
Awesome. Thank you.
Back to you, Darren.
Thanks, Blaine. And thanks, Brett. All right, so we are now going to go to a Quebec's intermission break. We invite you to the concession area. Get yourself something hot to eat or cold to drink. Also, check out the beer garden that is known as the Moose Den. Check out our CPTC racewear. This is our last event until December, so grab your promo wear now and wear it proudly and promote this great facility during the summer. We're going to be back with you momentarily at the 63rd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
Full service at your local co-op means extra service at no extra cost. We'll fill your tank, clean your windshield, and get you on your way. And full service is part of why co-ops are able to provide good jobs to more than 25,000 Western Canadians. Whether it's rainy in Victoria, sunny in Regina, cold in Edmonton, or even colder in Winnipeg, full service. It's a co-op thing.
Are you a homegrown fan cheering blue and gold wherever you go? Passionate about our province and caring for our communities? For the ultimate Bombers fan, level up your game day experience with the Access Credit Union Bombers debit card. With perks like discounts at the Bombers store, VIP stadium entrance, and a chance to win a pregame sideline experience and giveaways.
What are you guys doing here? The game's not till tomorrow.
We got in so fast with our Bomber debit card. I guess we jumped the gun a bit.
Get your Bombers debit card from Access Credit Union and level up your game day experience today.
Hi everybody, it's Brett Richter. I am up here in Beausejour, Manitoba for the March season-ending ice oval race. It's beautiful weather outside today, awfully windy. No practice today due to some warm weather a couple days earlier, but racing looks really good for this weekend and we are ready to get after it. It's been a long season and the finale is here. Happy today to be spending some time talking with some of the drivers that are going to be challenging this big half mile, and after many years of trying, I've finally been able to gather one Travis McDonald. He's local, but he's elusive. Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Fantastic, yourself?
Great.
Good, good. You have a long career in this ice oval stuff, don't you?
I've been doing it since I was 12, not as long as some guys. Some guys have been doing it since kitty cats, but it's felt like a long time, yeah.
Yeah, and your dad and the MPH team's been around for a long time.
Yeah, him and Brian have been doing it for a very long time.
And Barry Bennett is with your team as well?
Yeah, we got Barry and his son Tyson Bennett that helps out, and we got Darren Ryback, who's been in the trailer for the last couple of years, and it's a good group of guys.
It is. I think one of the things that really impresses me about your team is that you don't race the full schedule like everybody else does, but when you race, you're extremely competitive. What do you attribute that to?
Years of experience. I don't know, we have good equipment, good stuff, and yeah, we like to race the whole schedule, but between work and that whole COVID thing that happened, it kind of slowed us down, and new 2-year-old at home, you just slow down a bit.
Yeah, life gets in the way, doesn't it?
We like to be a little more competitive, but we feel like we're always a top 5 snowmobile out there.
Right, you are, yes. Especially here at your home track. There's something about this track that really seems to fit your style. Do you know what it is?
I don't know. It's just big, fast, very wide, lots of room to do stuff. We just seem to always run good here.
Do you have marks on this track where you're going to say, I'm going into this corner, this is my braking point, this is my turning point? How do you approach a track like this?
I don't know. I'm really not that technical into it. No? I just kind of go out there, and if I feel like I could drive it in deeper, I do. If I feel like I got to lift a little earlier, I do. And all depending on where the guy in front of you is doing, or if you're in the lead, you can tend to, pick your own lines and drive it in further. But I don't know, sometimes driving in further is not always the best. Lifting earlier and getting on the gas earlier seems to work for some guys. So, yeah, it's just depending on the day, the track conditions, how your sled's handling, really.
One of the things that I found interesting lately is I've been talking with individuals about other drivers that they race around. And I guess I wasn't as knowledgeable about how drivers have a particular style. Somebody like Blaine or Gunner or Matt Gady or some of the Petersons or what seem to, corner a certain way almost all the time. When you're behind them, are you knowledgeable enough about that to know that and expect it?
Yeah, definitely. Blaine's going to come in the corner and pitch his sled sideways every single time. Gunner's sled doesn't move, it's just planted, right? And I think that's maybe just a difference in chassis. Our wall chassis, he'd love coming in the corner and sliding it in there. It just worked great that way, and the wheel chassis just like to be planted and rip around the corner nice and smooth. But yeah, it's just a difference, and some tracks are different, right? Like Eagle River, you come in, you throw it into turn 1 almost every time.
Yeah.
But 90% of the people out there are under full control of their snowmobile, so as long as you know where they're going to be, then you're good.
It's that other 10%, right?
There's been a couple guys out there. No names we mentioned, but there's been a couple guys we've raced against, yep.
Yeah, we'll keep that to ourselves. So when you're following somebody like that, where you understand their style, are you trying to use that knowledge against them?
Yeah, definitely. You can kind of pick up their lines, and they tend to be pretty consistent on where they're going to be, but like I said, some of those guys like Blaine, Gunner, Matt, they're so fast, even if you got to almost be on their line to be keeping up with them, right? So it's kind of hard to get around them because they're already on that really fast line around the racetrack. But yeah, you do tend to pick up how wide they're coming in the corner, how tight they're exiting, how wide they're exiting to really help you pick up your own speed.
Interesting. When you're running a champ final that's 15 laps, are you counting laps or are you watching the flag guy?
No, I watch the flag guy.
You do?
Yeah, all the time. Never counted a lap in my life.
Not even 3-lap, 5-lap race?
No, never.
No, wow, interesting. So where's your brain during those 15 laps?
Oh, I don't even know. Just, I don't know, turn left, I guess.
Are you thinking engine noise? Are you thinking performance?
Yeah, you definitely, when you're following someone, you're just focusing on trying to hit your marks and keep up with them. When you're in the lead, you definitely think you're hearing other things. You think your stuff's breaking.
Yeah.
It's weird, you know what I mean? Like, when you're in the lead, the race feels like it takes forever. When you're chasing someone, you wish there was more laps. So it's definitely a total different mindset when you're chasing or leading, and
that's a great
what you got to think about it.
Yeah, I never thought about that. That's interesting. When your sled is going to burn down or the belt's going to go, do you sense that several laps ahead of time? Does something feel wrong right away, or is it usually a sudden change?
Sometimes, like if your sled burns down, like you lift going in the corner, it burns down, and it'll wake back up coming out of the corner, and you kind of know something's going to happen. Sometimes they just completely lock up. And the belt, normally they just, for me anyways, they just snap, and it's just over. You're just going full tilt, and all of a sudden it just boom, and it's done.
The RPMs run real high all of a sudden, and it's over?
It just snaps, makes a big, depending how it blows up, right? If it snaps right in half and just splits wide open, it makes a big slapping sound, and that's why we got that new toe guard, because some guys were breaking their toes with that. But yeah, there's I don't know, I don't really know much of a warning sometimes.
Right. If you feel something's going on like that and you're in a pack, does that concern you? You start thinking about people behind you, and
you're definitely a little more concerned when you sense something's going on and there's whatever 10, 11 sleds behind you, because you know, visibility can be tough some weekends, and it doesn't matter how much orange you have on, how many lights you have on your sled. That makes, to my mind, zero difference. When that sun's hitting that snow dust, it's blinding.
Yeah, people just don't understand that if they've never been in it. I've never been in it, and I think I understand it, but I don't.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's different, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because at that point in time, it's all about going home to your 2-year-old.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's about it, yeah.
Yeah. You got a pretty slick helmet there. Is that new this year?
I got it last year. And, yeah, I don't know. Just, to me, it's just a helmet. It's whatever they had in stock, I got it. Keep my head safe, right? It doesn't mean much to me other than keeping my old melon safe, protected.
They're pretty lightweight these days, though.
Very lightweight, yeah. Yeah, FXR with these 60 helmets, they're a very nice helmet. Probably one of the best ones I've ever wore.
And you don't wear a full face shield. You just put goggles on, right?
No, I do wear a full face shield. It's not on because we were doing a little fun enduro race in Kenora, and I just put the visor on for that weekend with goggles because I didn't need the shield, but I've always raced with a full face shield.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. What's your reasonable expectations for this weekend?
Top 3. Aim for a top 3, and well, we'd be really happy with that.
Going to be on the podium.
Yeah.
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 You have the potential to do that.
I hope so, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see. There's a lot of sleds here, and everyone gets faster every weekend, and we race 3 times a year, so it's tough to come on and just expect to be fast when you're only racing 3 times a year.
Exactly. Who does it take to get you to the track? Who helps you? Who helps sponsor you? Who's on the MPH racing machine?
Oh, well, you know, first of all, my dad. He does it all. He's the one in the shop doing everything. Most of the time, it's just him out there. I mean, over the years, it used to always be, we'd go on every Wednesdays and stuff, but now he just likes going out there on weekends and doing his thing, and most people are busy on the weekends, so he just plugs away on it and works away. And, you know, Brian's been with me forever. Ever since I started, Brian's been around helping me, clutching. Same with Bob, you know, just all those guys mean more than any sponsor ever will to me. But then we obviously have our great sponsors, FXR, Woody's, Serve Pro, Bennett's Marine, Ryback Custom Machinery. Every one of those guys gets the sled to the racetrack on the weekend. Without any of them, it would we'd still be here, but it would just cost a lot more.
It's fun to do.
Yeah.
We're going to wrap up with the FXR Fast Tanks. I know you love these.
Perfect.
Right? Is your favorite thing?
Looking forward to it since you told me I was doing this in Wausau.
For those of you that don't know, Travis and I have a long history, so you ready?
Sure.
All right. Would you rather eat your favorite food every day or random food?
Favorite food.
Would you rather save 100 strangers or one loved one?
One loved one.
Would you rather be the best player on a losing team or the worst player on a winning team?
Probably the worst player on a winning team.
Would you rather have a photographic memory or the ability to forget something at will?
Forget something at will.
Would you rather sleep with snakes or sleep with spiders?
Snakes.
Would you rather have more free time or have more money?
More free time.
Would you rather do public speaking or skydiving? I know that answer.
Oh, you know, I hate heights.
Oh, really?
But I would rather skydive.
you rather work solo or work as a team?
Solo.
Would you rather do physical work or mental work?
Physical.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers? Don't screw this up.
Reese's.
Good answer. Good answer. Everybody, this is Travis McDonald. Good friend of mine. His family's a great family. Some people I've met through the sport of ice level snowmobile racing that I'm forever thankful for. So best of luck this weekend. Be safe. Be fast. Love to see you on the podium. And maybe we get to chat again.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
gentlemen, the weekend is the 63rd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR. Race 29 rolling on the track now. Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 1. And here's how they line up. On the number 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin at 2024 Polaris. The 24 is Dale Dingman out of Burke Falls, Ontario. On another 24, Jordan Sabetsky is out of Beausejour. He is the 2021 Pro Formula 500 champion. Races go-karts as well in the summer. Jordan Sobetsky on the Sobetsky Enterprises 24. And Supergirl, the 79 rather, is Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. She does a heck of a job on that Polaris. The 6 is out of Chisago City, Minnesota. This is Gavin Peterson on the 6. And on the 220, this is G Money Gunnar Stern with 6 Canadian Power Toboggan Championships to his credit. He is out of West Chicago, Illinois, and he rides the Red Bull Skidoo. The 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin, and rounding out the field is Calvin Peterson. On the number 54, he is out of Eden, Wisconsin. Young rider Calvin Peterson on the 54, sponsored by Pure Technical, Tennyson and Associates, Woody's, and Skidoo. Riley Baker looks him over and turns him loose. Here we go. Great racing action down the back straightaway here. This is race 29 on your schedule. Round 2, heat 1 of the Pro Champs. USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champs on the track. Gunnar Stern leads the 221 currently of Reed Klinger. Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin, currently in second on the 221. G Money Gunnar Stern out of West Chicago, Illinois, is showing the way. Third spot is the number 9. That is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. 2024 Polaris mounted rider. As your leaders come out of turn 4. Gunnar Stern still in command. Sabrina Blanchette fourth on the 79. The number 6 with his hand in the air. That is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. 96 miles per hour for your race leader as the 6 pulls off towards pit row. And it looks like it could be Jordan Sobetsky on the back straightaway, stopped as well on the Sobetsky Enterprises Sun and Snow, number 24. And no question about that one. Gunnar Stern will get the job done. 221 will be second. That is Reed Klinger. Dane Klinger on the 9 looking good as well in the top 5 there. Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin on the 9 on the 2024 Polaris. That'll do it for race 29, Pro Champ 440s. Race 30 coming up. More Pro Champs, part of the USSA ProStar Cup, which will end at race 50. Want to remind everybody that during race 50, our final race of the evening here tonight, well, we need everybody in the grandstands for that one. We're going to give away free tickets and draw for $500 during that race, but you must be present in the grandstands. Also, 50-50 tickets available. You can buy them online at cptcracing.com. We also have QR codes that you can scan on flyers throughout the facility here. And we have some live sellers of 50-50. We will give that away tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And, of course, you must be a Manitoba resident or present here tomorrow in order to win that. And so far, the pot, $4,215, and the winner will get half. So that is certainly to increase over the next 24 hours or so as we go through the lineup for race 30, Pro Champ 440. Jaslyn Rathke is out of Wausau, Wisconsin on the number 30. The 39X is Justin Peterson out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Early 30s in age. Competes in the entire circuit. And sponsored by Lot Off Septic Services, Meyer Yamaha, and Stud Boy. Keep your eyes open for the 39X of Justin Peterson, very competitive. The 92 is going to be Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. The 48 is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude. That is Quebec, of course, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines. Keep your eyes on the 48 as well, a good one. The 26 is Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour. 102 is the Wall Brothers Racing FXR. Walker Evans 102. This is Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. And the 55 is Brett Keelback out of Beausejour. Brett Keelback out of Beausejour on the number 55, sponsored by FXR, Churchill Wild, and Woody's. Looks like we got a false start. So far, not too many of those on the day. As the riders spin it around and get set to go again. We will try it again here in race number 30, round 2, heat 2 of the USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champs. Well, if you're looking for a new power sport vehicle or outdoor power equipment, shop all your favorite brands at Bill's Service Center in Stratford, Wisconsin. Also like to thank Castle X, your performance gear company, along with Woody's and Wall Brothers Racing. USSA ProStar Series is honored to welcome back Wall Brothers Racing for another year as a class sponsor. Also like to thank Polaris, 365 Power Sports, all sponsors on the USSA ProStar Series. Here we go once again with race number 30. We are underway. Racing now down the front straightaway. 102 followed by the 39X. And the 55. So the 102, Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. Looking strong up front on the Wall Brothers entry. Justin Peterson aboard the 39X. He is from Campbellsport, Wisconsin. That is a Hool chassis being steered around the big half-mile oval by Justin Peterson. That 39X looking good. Philippe Roy Lalonde in the 4th spot. The 26 Quinn Whitechuck out of Beausejour is 5th. 98 miles per hour on the previous lap. 1 to go. Blaine Stevenson in command. Blaine Stevenson steering the Wall Brothers Racing FXR. Walker Evans 102 towards the checkered, and he's got it. Second spot is going to go to the 39X of Justin Peterson. Looks like the 55 just holds on for third unofficially. Brett Keelback. As the 48 almost makes it interesting at the finish line. The 48 is out of St. Jude, Quebec. That is Philippe Roy Lalonde on the 48 in the top 5. Don't forget, concession area remains open, as does the Moose Den. That is our beer garden. We have a full line of CPTC promo wear available over there. Do check it out. Coming up next, race 31, more Pro Champ racing. Round 2, heat number 3 for 5 laps. Riding the 111 in place of Tom Olson is Tanner Foss. Now this 111, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, FXR, and Walker Evans. Tanner Foss, the rider, is out of Middle River, Minnesota. The 75C is Calvin Cook out of Dayton, Minnesota. This is a Hool chassis. 75, real good looking entry. And of course, Calvin Cook, a young rider, raced go-karts. Parents raced sleds, sponsored by Polaris FXR and Wall Brothers. Former Sprint 1 and 2 competitor is Calvin Cook. 21 is out of Beausejour, Manitoba. This is Tyler Obi. Keep your eyes on the 21 of Tyler Obi. Always does a great job on the TJ finishing carpentry, number 21. The 8 is Travis McDonald. He is a local rider, of course, and he is from Lockport area. Former Valcourt winner, sponsored by Skidoo, Serve Pro, and FXR. 16 is DJ Saluk from Beausejour. And, of course, riding the 31, Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. And aboard the number 3, Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. He will round out the field. Danique Lambert, part of the Weatherill Racing Team, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines, Remick, and GDM Construction. We're going to try this start once again in race number 31, Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 3. All right, there is the Wall Brothers Racing 111 of Tanner Foss. That rider out of Middle River, Minnesota, which is not far from Wall Brothers Racing in Greenbush, Minnesota. 21, Tyler Obi to the line. Travis McDonald on the number 8. Always a rider to watch here in Beausejour. He has won Saturdays and Sundays here, except the big one that will run tomorrow, the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Travis McDonald, a former go-kart racer, does a great job out of Lockport, Manitoba. DJ Saluk outside on the black 16. Looks like the 75 of Calvin Cook with a great start there as they head on down the back chute into turns 3 and 4. Moving right along here in race 31. Pro Champ 440, USSA ProStar Cup action. Travis McDonald in the second spot and getting a little sideways in turn 1 and 2. The Wall Brothers Racing 111 in the third spot. That is Tanner Foss. Great racing here in the top 3 in race 31. Danique Lambert is fourth on the number 3. 96 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Ticking off the laps here. Calvin Cook on the 75, managing so far to hold off the number 8 of Travis McDonald out of the Lockport, Manitoba area. Tanner Foss holding on to that third spot on the Wall Brothers Racing, number 111. White flag is out. 1 to go. Danique Lambert with a run on third place here now. Your leaders exiting turn number 4. This is going to be a good one. Your winner is going to be the 75, followed by Travis McDonald, the 111 of Foss, and the 3 of Danique Lambert. Unofficially 5th. And rounding out the top 5 is the 16 of DJ Saluk. And that will do it for that one. Race 31, Pro Champ 440, round 2, heat 3 is in the books. Definitely very competitive racing in the USSA ProStar Cup, which will end at race number 50, our final race of the evening here today. Race 32 coming up. And again, a reminder for race number 50, our 15-lap USSA ProStar Cup final. You got to be in the grandstands for that one. We're going to hand out free tickets, and somebody is going to go home with $500 here today. So be sure and join us in the grandstands for race number 50, brought to you by FXR here at the Co-op Community Complex in Beausejour. Race 32 coming up. Formula 500, round 2, heat 1 for 5 laps. All right, so here's how this one lines up. The 34X is Cale Bello out of Waupun, Wisconsin, an 89 Polaris. The 85X is Tavish Perry from Eagle River, Wisconsin. Riding the 113 is Hannah Westland from Strathcona. The number 9 is Stefan Carignan out of Winnipeg. That is a 1991 Skidoo. The 17 is Jared Sackvey from Beausejour. Riding the 20 is Bryce Olson, but he is a scratch. Scratch Bryce Olson on the 20. The 98 is going to be Nick Kurth from Wausau, Wisconsin. The 29 is Brad Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba. That is an 89 Polaris. Formula 500s are away. Looks like Brad Harrison to the outside and around everybody for the whole shot on the 29 out of Enola. Race 32 on your schedule, unfolding now. The 85X in the second spot is Tavish Perry. The 98 is Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin. They are in the top 3 and trying to reel in your race leader, the 29 of Brad Harrison out of Enola, Manitoba. But so far, to no avail. The number 17 out of Beausejour is Jared Sackvey, and he'd like to join that top 5 party. He's in there now and looking at the top 3. $80 miles per hour on the previous lap. Great ride so far for the 29 of Brad Harrison out of Enola. He has got that 29 hooked up and flying. This race scheduled for 5 laps. White flag will be coming out next time around. There is that white flag, courtesy of Riley Baker, our official flagman. 98, 85, and 17. Second, third, and fourth. Nick Kurth is on the 98. The 85 is Tavish Perry out of Eagle River. Your winner is going to be the 29 of Brad Harrison. 98, Nick Kurth with a good ride. Nick Kurth out of Wausau, Wisconsin, riding that 1990 Polaris. Doing a great job aboard that 98 in race number 32. That was round 2, heat 1 of the Formula 500s. We will do this a couple more times here. Lots of Formula 500s entered in the pit area here this weekend. So we will do Formula 500s in race 33 and 34. And here is round 2, heat 2 for 5 laps. Riding the 02X is Mike Favorite out of Eagle River. Now, Marcus Catlin is supposed to be on the 50. He is on the 7. Marcus Catlin is on the 7 out of Merrill, Wisconsin. The 54 is Tom Keelback from Tyndall, Manitoba. That is a Polaris. The 113, also a Polaris, out of Strathcona, Minnesota. The 113 is Kendra Westland. 23 is Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba. And the 434 out of Lancaster, Minnesota is Miranda Peterson. Miranda Peterson on the 434. That is a 1989 GPR chassis. Marcus Catlin on the 7. Not the 50 as indicated on your lineup sheet. All right, we're looking them over, and here we go. Great start for the 23. Wow. Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba wastes no time. .113 of Kendra Westland battling with the 7 of Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. The 7 now closing up on the number 23, your leader, Dylan Fox. That is going to develop into a great race here, I'm sure. This round 2 Heat 2 Formula 500 race scheduled for 5 laps. Dylan Fox getting some pressure now for the number 7 of Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin, as they duel in turn number 4. Westland, followed by the 434 of Peterson for 4th. Westland 3rd, Peterson 4th. 80 miles per hour on the previous lap for your race leader. White flag coming out this time around. 4 down, 1 to go. Westland still 3rd. Peterson now being challenged by the 02X of Mike Favorite out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. That is a good battle for 4th and 5th. Dylan Fox taking a look at the checkers. He's going to take it. 2nd, Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. 3rd is Westland. 4th, ooh, that was a close one. 02X of Mike Favorite. We're going to have to find out who finished 4th and 5th there, and I'll bring you that information as soon as it becomes official. That was very, very close at the finish line. Next up, another Formula 500 competitive race. Round 2, Heat 3. We will talk to our officials here and try to get you 4th and 5th in that race 33. Race 34 coming up. Scratch the 44 of Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. He is out on the 44. 111 is Brogan Mito out of Roseau, Minnesota. 48X is Rich Mork from Eagle River. The 86, this is Spencer Lashbrook from McDougall, Ontario. 135 is Blair McDonald, Deville Deshane, and the 22 is Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Race 34. Heat 3, round 2 of the Formula 500s. All right, 434, Miranda Peterson was 4th. The 02, Mike Favorite, 5th in the previous race. That is official. That'll appear on our broadcast on cooldown.tv when we post the results a little later, and on our Facebook page. Getting set to go now. Great start for the 22 of Colton Abraham out of Wausau. Formula 500, round 2, heat 3, 5 laps on the schedule. We are away and racing. '86, Spencer Lashbrook out of McDougall, Ontario, second. 48th, third, that's Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on a Polaris. Sounds like we got a crash in turn 4. Rider is okay, but a red flag will emerge. Let's take a look on the cooldown.tv replay. We have the luxury of watching that in the grandstands as well now on our brand new outdoor LED TV. Take a look in turn 4 on the cooldown.tv replay. Oh, up and over goes the rider. And couldn't see the number before it disappeared behind the bales. All right, we understand Brett Richter, busy in the pit area as always. What do you have for us now, Brett?
A minute here, so I grabbed Gunnar Stern out of the trailer. We talk a little bit about your heat wins there. That's 2 of them in that champ class. How's that feeling?
Yeah, the results are pretty good. Like I was saying before, I think personally I could be a little bit faster, especially down in 3 and 4. Kind of see myself scrubbing a little bit of speed there. So got one more heat. Got try and win that one. Would like to qualify first here. That'd be good.
If you get the opportunity to qualify first and pick your spot on the starting line, you more of an inside guy for this track?
Yeah, I think inside's just always the best option here. Maybe not too far inside, but give yourself a good inside angle to the first corner.
It seems like the inside groove's got some bumps to it, and you're running maybe a sled length above that. Is that kind of the plan?
Yeah, I think especially like early in the race, try to stay a sled length up. I know in the final that's going to get that margin of error is going to get pretty small, so you're going to have to probably put your line down a little bit going into the bumps there later in the final. So we'll see how it is. That's how I want to try and make my sled work there for the final. So,
any big changes before the next round?
Just maybe a handling adjustment. I think we're going to do maybe a clutch adjustment, and that's it.
And a little something from the driver, right?
Yeah.
All right, that's Gunnar Stern, driver of the number 220 Red Bull. Back to you, Darren.
Thanks very much. Well, it looks like the number 48 is stuck over there in turn number 3 and 4, riding away. Should be Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. Now, they were talking on the radio about being short on lube on that 48X, so we'll see what transpires there. But we do have a race to run, race 34, Formula 500, round 2, heat 3 for FXR. Now that we got a minute, great time to thank our great sponsors here, including the Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, Cobra Enterprises, Moosehead along with Twisted Tea, of course available at the Moose Den, Access Credit Union, Beausejour Home Hardware, Sobetsky Enterprises, Oak Bank Hearing Center, Building Products and Concrete Supply, Cubex, Al Meisner Limited, East Crete, RM of Brokenhead, and the town of Beausejour. All right, so Rich Mork out of Eagle River down the back straightaway. So that is good news for Rich Mork. That's a long drive from Eagle River, Wisconsin. Taking on the big half-mile oval here at Co-op Community Complex. There's the number 22 on screen, Colton Abraham from Wausau. Good-looking sled. And equally fast as well. Colton Abraham out of Wausau on the 22. There's the 86. Spencer Lashbrook out of McDougall, Ontario, the 111. Of course, Rogan Ido out of Roseau. 135 is Blair McDonald. Blair's from Ildeshane, Manitoba, not too far from here. .22 with the hole shot. Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Looking pretty strong here. Race 34 on your schedule. Round 2, Heat 3 of the Formula 500 class. 22 with a big lead. In the second spot is the number 86. That is Spencer Lashbrook. 48 is Rick Mork out of Eagle River. And the 135, fourth, Blair McDonald. 88 miles per hour on the previous lap. White flag being displayed. Colton Abraham on the 22 is going to win race 34 on the day. 86 is second. That is Spencer Lashbrook, the 111 third, Brogan Bido out of Roseau, Minnesota on a 1989 Polaris. That is your top three unofficially in race 34, the Pro Formula 500 class. Race 35 coming up, and this will be a rolling sprint car style start for the Outlaws 600s. Round 2 for 5 laps for the Outlaws. Joe Schneider's in the 1. The 18 is Shorty Curran. The number 4 is Ron Teroff. The 36, Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. The 19 is Chris Plasky. The 18 is Araya Plasky. And the 44W is David Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin, sporting a 2025 Arctic Cat power plant. According to our lineup sheets. Rolling start, getting set to go. Roll cages, seats, and seat belts here on these particular Outlaw 600s. And we're racing. Here we go. A little bit of action early here at the drop of the green flag as they head off into turn 1 and 2. Arguably a little safer racing here in the Outlaw 600s with the roll cages and the seat belts. Joe Schneider in the number 1, awful strong on the circuit. This is also part of the USSA ProStar Series. .82 miles per hour. 19 in the second spot, Chris Plasky, and the 44 third currently, David Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. There's a look at Schneider now. He is moving. He is playing for keeps here today. Number 18 is Araya Plasky out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, having a good run. Earlier had an interview with Brett Richter in the pit area. Excited about the event here this weekend. Final of the season here in Beausejour. Wrapping up the USSA ProStar Cup Series here. And then tomorrow we will run the 63rd Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Wow, what a weekend. Oh, troubles for the number 1. Slowing in turn number 4. Joe Schneider, your race leader, has come to a stop. .44 now moves into the second spot. .19's going to take the win. Chris Plasky, the 44. David Webster, second. Third, the 18 of Araya Plasky, but a tough break for the 1 of Joe Schneider. There's the 4, Ron Teroff across the line. And it looks like the 18 of Shorty Curran out of Browntown, Wisconsin. So Joe Schneider with a tough break on the inside of the back straightaway coming out of turn number 4. We're going to need the recovery crew over there. Joe Schneider has been having a really strong day until that point. You can see him unbuckling the arm restraints. Those keep the driver's arms in the sled during a rollover. Sprint car drivers use exactly those devices, arm restraints they're called. It limits your motion of your forearms. Some guys tie them just below their biceps, but usually better at the top of the forearms, although some guys think they slide down too much. Joe Schneider going to be on the hook here momentarily. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Outlaws 600 chassis, 2018 vintage. Next up, one more race before a grooming break. There will be no more rides around the track today. Well, I assume we're going to do it tomorrow, but we will not have any more ride-alongs on the track today over at the Family Fun Zone. But you can still visit over there as we get set to go for race 36, Westside Power Sports ATV Open, round 2, 5 laps. All right, we have Brett Richter with us all the way from Wisconsin, and well, he's in the pits somewhere in Manitoba. Where are you and what you up to?
You know, Darren, I've been around this track so many times, I'm not so sure I know. But happened to get a chance to stop by the trailer for Jordan Sabetsky. They actually blew a motor in the second round of Champ, so they are working diligently to get that fixed. In that same heat, the number 6 of Gavin Peterson pulled off. They have some sort of what we would term a gremlin. Not sure if it's a belt issue, clutch issue, or a fuel supply issue. So they are working diligently, should be back for the next round. Back to you, Darren.
Hey, thanks very much, Brett. The good thing about your job is you're running, getting many steps in today through the pits. I'm just sitting up here getting fatter, enjoying that delicious poutine. We should get some more, eh, Travis? That stuff's delicious, and it's available right now at the concession. They have cheeseburgers, poutine, fries, and gravy. I'm in a perfect spot. I love it. All right. Race 36, Westside Power Sports, ATV Open, round 2 for 5 laps. The 22 is Mike Verbruge out of Garson. The 29 from Tyndall is Corey Johnson. The 43 is Rob Clark. Rob is from Beausejour. The 26 is Kristen Campbell from Beausejour. The 14, also out of Beausejour, Nick Campbell, along with Ryan Gibson, also a neighbor in Beausejour. Ryan is on the number 7. 25 is Tyler Verbruge out of Tyndall, and the 44 is Ethan Clark from Beausejour. 2008 KTM mounted rider, Ethan Clark on the 44. Race number 36 now. And here we go. 22 with a great start. Mike Verbruge out of Garson putting down the power. The 29, Corey Johnson, also with a pretty good start. But that 22, Mike Verbruge, has been pretty strong looking all day in the Westside Power Sports ATV Open Division. We've got a rider upside down. And the rider, fortunately, is up. That is the number 43 by the looks of the great camera work. 43, Rob Clark out of Beausejour. 43, Rob Clark out of Beausejour. We'll try to get a cooldown.tv replay. Good thing is he doesn't have far to tow at home. He lives right here in Beausejour. Might ride at home, in fact. Looks like some side-by-side action in turn 3 and 4 as they go through that very fast corner. Imagine 80 miles an hour approximately through that turn, and it was just typical high side. Bit of a bicycle there, and up and over went the rider. Could have been much worse. No collision whatsoever, as our cornermen, you can see, right on the spot with the red flag. Good to see the rider is okay. Maybe we'll try a different angle of that replay. There it is. Another cooldown.tv replay available now in our grandstands on the LED TV. Yeah, oh boy, that happened quick. There's no stopping that. That's what you call too much momentum and a bit of a handling problem. So, the rider is good, though. That is good news. The ATV, not so much, but parts are available every day. Riders are not. So working on race 36, your Westside Power Sports ATV Open. Want to remind everybody about the 50-50 draw once again. That is happening tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So you can get tickets if you're a Manitoba resident or you're going to be here. Get tickets at cptcracing.com. We also have flyers located throughout the facility with a QR code on them. You can scan that with your smartphone, buy your 50-50 tickets that way. Or we're going to have some live sellers as well. But get in on the 50-50 draw. It is going to be awesome at 5 o'clock tomorrow. We are going to give away a ton of money. And the proceeds, well, half to you, the winner. The other half will go to build some new grandstands here at CPTC. So good on both sides. The fan wins and so does the facility. We are racing once again in the Westside Power Sports ATV Open Division. After a pretty significant crash by Rob Clark out of Beausejour, who is back in the pit area now. Following this, we'll go to a QBEX intermission break. 22 and the 7 are battling. 7 is Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour, Manitoba. Second spot, trying to chase down the 22 of Mike Verbrugge. That is a good race for positions 1 and 2 on the track. 71 miles per hour around the big half-mile oval. You can see the battle in turn 3 and 4. Ryan Gibson on the 7 out of Beausejour is hanging on in the second spot, waiting for a mistake. That is a great race up front. Wow. 22 of Mike Verbrugge looks back and sees the left front wheel of the 7 right there, spinning at him. Down the front chute they go. White flag is out. Good spot here and a good chance for the number 7 of Ryan Gibson. The 22, however, has been getting a good drive off of turn 2. It seems 3 and 4 is where the number 7 of Gibson makes up his ground. It is a close one on this half-mile oval as they have one more to go. Gibson slides her into turn 1. And takes over the lead on the number 7. Less than a half a lap to go here in your Westside Power Sports ATV Open Division race. And here they come to the checkered flag. It's going to be the 7 of Ryan Gibson. Verbrugge on the 22 will be second unofficially. 44, Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. There's the 29 of Johnson. Corey Johnson out of Tyndall, Manitoba on the 29. Coming across the finish line as well. But that was a great race there in our Westside Power Sports ATV Open Division. All right, talking about that 50-50 draw. It is now at $4,415. Winner gets half. So that will increase by 5 o'clock tomorrow. All right, it is now intermission, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Get on over to the Moose Den. Check out our concession area. Visit the pit area. Cobra pit area is always open to the public. You'll want to check that out. We are going to go to a Quebec intermission break and be back with race number 37 momentarily.
At Co-op, we do things a little differently. Because we're not owned by big wigs in faraway places. We're owned by our members, ordinary people supporting local business. We provide local jobs, support local producers, and give back to local causes in our community. It's just part of what makes us a different kind of business. And we think that's pretty cool. Co-op, you're at home here.
We've got guys from automotive, we've got guys from heavy duty. Everybody helps everybody.
Every day I get to come into something different, so it's always fun and exciting. You'll do everything from PDI up to a full engine rebuild.
It's hard work, but it's good work.
Are you looking for a great place to work?
Hello everybody, Brett Richter here in Beausejour, Manitoba. We are here for the 63rd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. It's a great weekend to end the ice oval season on, and a great chance to talk with some of the drivers who have been challenging various venues across the country this year in the ice oval world. And I am more than happy to be spending a few minutes with Mr. Calvin Cook, driver of the number 75. I'm going to call it a snowmobile because we got to figure out what you're driving these days.
Yeah, it's there's a lot changed in the last couple of weeks, so we'll get into that.
Yeah, a lot's been going on. So you've had just a year of changes.
Yeah, it's well, we started the season on a new team with PDF. First couple races went well, I'd say, and I guess as a family we kind of decided we're going to go back on our own and kind of focus on a family team and build what we had before. With that being said, we sold our old Champ prior to that, and then from there I didn't really want to push out the money to buy a brand new wall, so I sourced out a wheel chassis and put a Skidoo power plant in there from trackside, and here we are.
So you've gone from a team environment with the Polaris, because PDF runs Polaris, correct?
Yep.
Yep. And then you were sold your original Polaris champ sled.
Correct.
Now you're running a brand new Skidoo champ sled with Skidoo power.
Correct.
So how much of your Polaris knowledge transfers to the Skidoo?
It's all generally the same stuff. I mean, you're wrenching on the same clutches. The primary is the same as what we've always run, and then the secondary is the same thing that's on the F3, so that's kind of makes life easy there. Motor-wise, Greg's got them pretty set up right out of the box, so there's not really much you got to do there besides jetting, which is the same thing you do on a Polaris. After that, it's chassis stuff, and chassis are quite a bit different. They're two completely different chassis.
Right.
One's very flat and aggressive on entry, and one is very, I would say, a lot more tame throughout the whole corner, I'd say, but they're both very good chassis, and we just ended up with a Hool.
So how's the transition? I mean, the very first time you jumped on the Hool chassis on the Skidoo power plant, and you went into a corner, were you surprised at the difference? Were you expecting it? Were you?
I was very surprised. I mean, our first laps on it were, we got 2 practice laps in Manawa for practice on Saturday morning. That was our first laps on it, so there was a little shakedown there, but it all went well. They're very, very, very flat. Like, you can drive it hard into the corner and it doesn't high side. It's a very weird feeling, but
yeah,
it's a good feeling.
So does that mean that you have to change your driving style?
Yeah, it's not one extreme to the other, but it is a different driving style for sure.
Interesting. Braking points the same, that kind of stuff, or do you feel like you can drive in further because it's flatter?
I think you can drive it in further, yeah. And you don't have to use, like a lot of the wall sleds you see, they seem to just come into the corner backwards. Like they use a lot of brake.
Okay.
And the Hools, like we were testing yesterday, and I don't think I touched the brake at all.
Wow.
So it's a completely different chassis, and the way they drive is different, but it's all good stuff, I guess.
That's interesting. It's to go through that many changes in a year, it has to be difficult mentally to be on your A game, I would think, at every weekend. You know, because there's so many other things. It's not just racing now. It's
right. It was exhausting. I mean, the last 3 weeks. Well, we were supposed to leave Wausau, go out east for the Eganville and Villecourt race. After Wausau, we kind of decided that we're going to stay home. Haven't made our decision yet on what we're going to do. I'd say mid to late week after Wausau. I probably dreamt this up at night and said, well, maybe we should switch to Skidoo and buy a Hool. And the next morning I was searching, and I had to call TJ Patrick, Gunner Stern for a hood, located a chassis out east. Had to call Greg from Trackside, make sure he could get a motor and pipes together for us in time. Bunch of stuff from Mike Hool. Gady's helped us out. So there's a lot of people that went into it, but we were able to get it done in 8 days, and
That's
get it
incredible.
on the ice.
That's incredible. It also speaks to the fact that this ice oval racing stuff is really a community of people.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much your competitors will step in and help you out to keep you on the track.
For sure, yeah. It's some of those people I didn't think would help me out, and I'm very fortunate to have their support. It was, like I said, I wouldn't be out here without their support, so
Right.
that was a big help. And yeah, I don't know. We picked up the sled on a Saturday, drove home, got home Sunday night. I had it stripped down to the tunnel and bulkhead Sunday. Monday, I had it all pressure washed and figured out what I could use and what I needed new. Tuesday, we went to go pick up the motor and pipes and started putting stuff back together. And yeah, I think that next Monday it was
fired up and in the trailer loaded.
Wow.
So.
Wow. And that's in the middle of a hectic season, because it's been a busy season. There's a lot of stuff going on this year.
And Dad was at work 90% of the time, so it was.
You were doing it.
Just me in the garage from sun up to sundown, and.
Yeah. But it's kind of peaceful though, right?
Yeah. I will say the wheels are very simple to work on. There's. It's all. They all just bolt up, and there's no kind of retrofitting anything. They're very simple.
Yeah.
So that made life very easy.
You've got a passion for color when it comes to snowmobiles, hoods, and that type of stuff, which really surprises me that you bring in a solid black helmet.
Well, yeah, it's a brand new helmet. I don't know. Last year I had a white helmet with the pink on it, and I got plenty of feedback on that. So
positive.
Very positive feedback. So we have a black helmet this year, and we'll run with that.
See what happens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your sled is a base color white. It's got some pink, some blue, that type of stuff on it.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty easily identifiable. So the reason we ask you to bring your helmet in is obviously when you're racing, the people that are going to be watching the live stream can't see your face.
Right. Yep.
So we have to tell them that the color of the helmet is not the color of the sled they're looking for.
Right. Correct. Yeah. This does not match the sled. So.
What about the race suit?
That don't match that either.
No?
No.
Okay, so we're looking for the odd black helmet.
Yep.
Okay.
Which there's plenty of them out there, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that'll be Mr. Calvin Cook on the number 75 in the Pro Champ class, in case you're wondering.
Yeah.
Your family has been instrumental in helping you get through a lot of this stuff, and I know that your sister's racing as well. Other than your family, who's it take to help you get to the track and stuff every week?
Stud Boy, FXR has been a big help. Trackside Performance, TJ Patrick, like you said, my parents, my whole family. We don't have many sponsors, being the big change up, but it's that's about it.
Yeah. Well, if you're out there and you're looking to get involved in ice oval racing, there's a good family here at the Cook family that could use some sponsorship help. So feel free to reach out. You can reach Calvin through his website and through some social media channels if that's of interest, and be more than happy to talk to you about that. So what's the expectations for this weekend?
I'm not sure. I know the Skidoos do well here, so we'll try to come out with our A game, and we've finally got a good hole shot, which we've never had. So
yeah,
I think if we can come off the line good and trust the sled through the corner, I think we should be at least mid-pack somewhere and see what we can do from there.
Is it fair to say for a while your confidence was kind of wavering a little bit when you were running, and now maybe it's turned around and it's coming back a little bit stronger?
I think so, yeah. I think that was part of the reason I left PDF, is just running someone else's equipment. I don't, I guess, like having that, if I wreck it or it's on me, but in a roundabout way it isn't. I just don't, it's not guilt, I guess, but I didn't like that feeling. Not on the F3 last year, I think came off the sled 6 or 7 times, and that'll play with a guy's head, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now just starting with a fresh setup and building up from there, I think you should be in a lot better spot.
Yeah, because you're just running Champ this weekend. You don't have an F3 with you and any of that type of stuff, so you're kind of going back to your roots a little bit and saying, hey, this is what I like to do, so let's go do it.
Yep. We're going to focus on Champ for a while, see what's in the works for next summer. If we get a Skidoo, we'll probably throw an F3 together and see if we run it the whole season or just a couple races, or see what happens. But the amount of people I have, I guess it's easy and simple to just focus on one sled, and you can be good at one rather than
do one thing and do it well, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
All right, you ready for the FXR Fast 10?
Sure.
Okay. Would you rather eat only fast food or only eat vegan?
Fast food.
Do you want the chicken or do you want the egg?
Chicken.
Would you rather never use a smartphone or never use a computer again?
Computer.
Would you rather wear wet socks for a full day or walk with a pebble in your shoe for a full day?
Pebble.
Would you rather lose your speech or lose your hearing?
I like to talk, probably hearing.
Would you rather have lunch with Riley Baker, the flagman, or would you rather receive $20 cash?
I'd have lunch with Riley.
All right. You prefer to stay in or go out?
Stay in.
Would you rather listen to Justin Bieber or death metal for the rest of your life?
Death metal, I guess.
Neither one's a good choice.
No.
Would you rather they lower the drinking age or lower the voting age?
Voting.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Reese's.
Don't screw that up. Calvin Cook, driver of the number 75 champ here in Beausejour. Good luck, be safe. See you on the podium.
Thank you.
Check. All right, we're back at the 63rd FXR Canadian Power Toboggan Championships right here at the Co-op Community Complex, working on race 37, USSA ProStar Cup action in the Pro Champ 440 division. This will be round 3, heat number 1 for 5 laps. The 102 is Blaine Stevenson out of Hutchison, Minnesota. That is the Wall Brothers FXR Walker Evans entry. Riding the 21 is Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. The 30 is Jaslyn Rathke out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 92 is Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. The 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern. He rides the Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago, Illinois. The 24 out of Burke Falls, Ontario is Dale Dingman. The 8 is Travis McDonald out of Lockport, the Venice Marine entry. And the 31 is Will Garceau out of Wisconsin. He is on a 2022 PBP chassis. .220 with the whole shot. Gunnar Stern, G-Money out of West Chicago, Illinois on the Red Bull Skidoo. Looking strong. 102 right there, Blaine Stevenson. Travis McDonald making things interesting. Look at this race. Wow, take a look at Travis McDonald on the outside. He is really moving. Great racing here. The 220, the 8, and the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Heads up. Travis McDonald on the number 8 in the number 1 spot. Blaine Stevenson on the 102 on the inside of G-Money, Gunnar Stern. What a race this is. The best race of the day at 95 miles per hour. Will Garceau in 4th. White flag is out. Travis McDonald out of Lockport has won here Saturdays and Sundays, and we'll be looking to collect the big one here tomorrow, part of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. He's going to win it. Second spot, Gunnar Stern, Blaine Stevenson right there on the 102. Looks like 4th unofficially, Will Garceau out of Wisconsin, but what a race in race 37 of a total of 50 on the day. Those are some of the best riders in the world you just watched, and they showed how they race side by side, handlebar to handlebar, and don't wreck each other. Inches away at speeds of 100 miles an hour at times. They were flying. Travis McDonald doing a great job on the Houle chassis out of Lockport, former Valcourt winner, former go-kart racer sponsored by Skidoo, Serve Pro, FXR, Bennett's Marine, and Ryback's Custom Machine along with Dayco. Great ride for the local here. Starting lineup in race number 38 on the day. More Pro Champ 440 action. USSA ProStar Cup action. Here we go with the lineup. The 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Aboard the 75C from Dayton, Minnesota is Calvin Cook. The 3 is Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 79 is Supergirl, Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. The 55 is Brett Keelback. The 39X, Justin Peterson. And the 16 is DJ Saluk out of Beausejour, Manitoba. While the 79, Sabrina Blanchette, has won many, many, many very important vintage races over her career. First female ever to win a Pro Champ 440 final. That happened at Woodstock. Does a real good job on the Samson Racing, Giffers Racing, Choco Design, Kilometers Plus entry. Calvin Cook with another great start on the 75C. And here comes the 221 in a great big hurry. That is Reed Klinger. Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin on the move. Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, bringing his Skidoo up to the front of the party. He wants a little piece of this action. Justin Peterson in the top 5 out of Campbellsport, Wisconsin on the Houle chassis. In fact, 3rd being pursued by the 79 of Sabrina Blanchette out of Drummondville, Quebec. .95 miles per hour on the previous lap. White flag being displayed. .221 Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin continues to look awful strong here. .221 is your winner, followed by the 3 and the 39X. So Danique Lambert will take second. Justin Peterson on the 39X is third. 79 fourth. That is Sabrina Blanchette. 75C Calvin Cook in the fifth spot, unofficially there in race 38. Wow, these pro champs are running strong here today. All part of the USSA ProStar Cup Point Series, which will end later on, race 50. Don't forget, we need everybody in the grandstands before race 50. We're going to hand out free tickets, and we're going to draw for $500, but you must be in the grandstands to win that $500. We're going to do a real cool photo moment for the USSA ProStar Cup. So the winner will get $500. When's the last time you had a chance at $500 to take a group photo? Well, you got a chance here tonight under the lights. It's awesome. All right. Okay, 39, race 39 up on board. We're just dealing with some changes in race 40, but let's go now to race number 39. Philippe Roy Lalonde is on the number 48. The 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Out of Beausejour, while the 26, Quinn Whitechuck, and the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky. Jordan on the Sobetsky Enterprises 24. The 111 is Tanner Foss. That is the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 111. 54, Calvin Peterson, and the 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. False start. Itchy trigger fingers on the starting line here for FXR Racing. So we'll try it one more time. Tension in the pit area. Race 40 is coming up next. And race 40 is Formula 500 Last Chance Qualifier. So if you're in that, you'll want to be at staging. Then it'll be the Sportsman 600 final. Then we move to Pro Formula 3, round 2. Then the Westside Power Sports ATV Open before a grooming break. Dane Klinger on the 9 on the outside. Real good looking sled. And a good start. Uh-oh, we've got some contact in turn 1 and 2, but all the riders get through okay. Very, very fortunate in turn 1 and 2. The 111, Tanner Foss, that is the Wall Brothers Racing entry. Tanner is out of Middle River and up front and in command. 24 is second. .54 is second, not the 24. The 54, Calvin Peterson out of Eden, Wisconsin, currently second. Not the 24 of Jordan Sobetsky. 94 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Here they come. Number 9 looking strong. That is Dane Klinger. Looking to the inside of the bottom turn 1 and 2. White flag coming out for your race leader. 111 Tanner Foss. Dane Klinger in the second spot, the 54. Calvin Peterson is out of Eden, Wisconsin, as we race down the back straightaway and through turns 3 and 4. This USSA ProStar Cup racing has been great. Tanner Foss, the 9 of Klinger. 26 of Quinn Whitechuck sneaks into the third spot unofficially. Quinn Whitechuck is out of Beausejour, Manitoba, aboard the Skidoo. Doing a nice job in a very competitive class. Quinn Whitechuck, of course, former F500 and Sportsman 600 driver, sponsored by Funk's Toyota, LaBrokery Lumber, and B&R Strecker Farms. Quinn Whitechuck aboard a Hool chassis. All right, here's your last chance qualifier for race number 40, Formula 500 class, last chance qualifier. The 111 is Brogan Bido out of Roseau, Minnesota. The 113 is from Strathcona, Minnesota. This is Hannah Westland. The 48X is Rich Mork from Eagle River. The 135 is Blair McDonald. Scratch the 9 of Stefan Carignan. The 02 is Mike Favorite. The 54 is going to be Tom Keelback out of Tyndall, Manitoba. 17 is Jared Sackvey. The 34X is Cale Bellow. We're going to scratch Ethan Clark out of Beausejour on the 44. And the 20 of Bryce Olson. Bryce Olson on the 20 is a scratch. As well as Ethan Clark and Stefan Carignan. So 3 scratches in the Formula 500 last chance qualifier. Good start for the 113H of Hannah Westland. They are tearing it up in turns 1 and 2 here. Westland looking to the inside of the back straightaway. Rich Mork is on the 48X, the 17 right there. Jared Sackvey in the top 3. Hannah Westland on the 113 battling as well. But right now it is Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin on a 1990 Polaris. He is number 48X and has the 48X pointed in the right direction. The fast way around the half-mile oval. In the 4th spot, rolling up, is Brogan Bido out of Roseau, Minnesota on the 111. 78 miles per hour on the previous circuit. Great racing action in the last chance qualifier. Got an incident in turn number 4. That will bring out the red flag. Now time for our cooldown.tv instant replay. I think that was the 02X of Mike Favorite out of Eagle River, getting off his sled at turn 4. All right, we did mention this was a last chance qualifier. Just received information that 3 will qualify to the final. So only 3 of these drivers or riders will go to the Formula 500 final coming up later on. That'll be race 45 on your schedule after a grooming break. Well, we just saw earlier the ProStar Cup competitors in the Pro Champ 440 class. And looking over those points, Blaine Stevenson in the number 1 spot. Pretty tough to catch at 3,408 points. Second right now, Gunnar Stern at 3,267. Third is Danique Lambert. Fourth, Justin Peterson. Fifth is Calvin Peterson. So a pretty strong top 5 in the USSA ProStar Cup standings, which will end at race 50. That'll be our final race of the day. There's the 48X. Back to the line, Rich Mork out of Eagle River. 17, of course, Jared Sackvey. 113H, Hannah Westland. The 111 is Brogan Bido. 34X, Cale Bellau out of Waupun, Wisconsin. There's the 54, Tom Kielbach. 02X is Mike Favorite. .135, Blair McDonald. Trying to come from the back there on the starting line. Your leader now is the 17 of Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. 48X, Rich Mork in the second spot out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Trying to close the gap up on the number 17. Your leader now. Hannah Westland on the 113 is third. 34X is Cale Bellau in the 4th spot. .111 moving into the 4th spot. Brogan Bido out of Roseville, Minnesota. White flag is out. Here comes the 02X. Mike Favorite trying to get into the top 5 here. Your leader is the 17, Jared Sackvey out of Beausejour. Being followed by the 48X of Rich Mork out of Eagle River. And that's how that one's going to finish in the top 2. Westland, then the 111. Brogan Bido, then the 02X making the top 5 unofficially. Mike Favorite out of Eagle River, Wisconsin, riding that 1990 Polaris, rolls the 02X into the 5th spot unofficially. All right, time to go down to Brett Richter in the pit area.
Thanks, Darren. Just a quick update from the last round of champ heats. Unfortunately, when Danique Lambert came off of the track, he had a broken right ski loop, and he was disqualified from that heat. He definitely needed that second place finish to make it to the final, so he will find himself in the LCQ for the next round. So once again, Danique Lambert with a broken ski loop ends up with a DQ for that last round. Back to you, Darren.
Hey, thanks very much, Brett. Great job in the pit area. As always, great to have you here at our 63rd Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Race 41 coming up. Sportsman 600 final. And here's the lineup. The 23 is going to be Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo. 55 is Carter Herman from Earl Grey, Saskatchewan. 15 is Kyle Omachinsky. The 13, John Hall. Riding the 14 is Caden Temple. The 179 is Jason Mackey. The 44X is Randy Oliver. The 88 is Curtis Cam from Oxdrift, Ontario. And the 08 is Brad Artimowicz from Dryden, Ontario. Sportsman 600 final for 5 laps. Always very, very competitive racing. We are away in race 41, your Sportsman 600 final. Oh boy, getting a little wide out in turn number 4 is your leader. And here they come. What a battle this is. 88 is your current leader. Curtis Cam on the number 88 looking pretty sharp. Kyle Omachinski is on the 15. 13 is right there. John Hall in the top 3. Look at this race for the first and second place. Oh, wow. Great racing action here at the 63rd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. 91 miles per hour. 15 is your leader. That is Omachinski. That rider always seems to find his way to the front. 88 in the second spot. That is Curtis Cam out of Oxdrift, Ontario. White flag, 1 to go here in race 41, your Sportsman 600 final. Checkered flag is waving. It's going to go to the number 15 of Omachinski. 88 in the second spot, Curtis Cam. The 13, John Hall. 44 in the fourth spot, Randy Oliver. The 23 fifth is Will Manchelenko out of St. Malo. Will Manchelenko on the 1996 Skidoo getting into the top 5 in the Sportsman 600 final. Nice job. Next up, race 42, the Pro Formula 3 class. Round 2 for 5 laps. This is, of course, the class that they use at Eagle River for the World Championships for a few years now. Tanner Foss is on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR 111. Also from the same stable is Blaine Stevenson on the 102. Blaine is out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. The 92 is Haven Bouveret. The 6, Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City, Minnesota. Riding the 29 is Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The 85X is Tavish Perry. The 220 is G-Money Gunnar Stern. He rides the Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago, Illinois. And the 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Pro Formula 3 round 2 on the racetrack here. Getting set to go. This race and race 43, and then we will go to a Quebec's intermission grooming break. Here we go into turns 1 and 2. It is very tight. Some snow dust kicking up as they go through turn 1 and 2. Here comes your leaders down the front chute. Gavin Peterson on the 6, leading the 102 of Blaine Stevenson, at least for a minute. 95 miles per hour is the 102 Wall Brothers Racing entry of Blaine Stevenson, rides on by the number 6. Third, Tanner Foss, the Wall Brothers Racing, number 111. Blaine Stevenson is your leader. 29 is in the second spot. That is Joey Birch. 221 in third. That is Reed Klinger. Wow, Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan on that 2025 Polaris, muscling his way up to the second spot, but now he's got one of the very, very best in oval ice racing in front of him, and that is none other than the Wall Brothers Racing 102 of Blaine Stevenson, a real tough hombre. And that'll do it. What a run for the 102. Blaine Stevenson, Joey Birch on the 29, unofficially second there. Boy, that one got done in a hurry. 5 laps of Pro Formula 3 racing, the World Championship class at Eagle River. Created, of course, to make a platform for more stock-appearing sleds. That is based on a snowcross sled. They do allow suspension modifications. But the idea, you can kind of sort of buy those sleds on the showroom floor and modify them for ice oval racing, where the Pro Champs are said to be very exotic and sort of hand-built. So that was the idea behind the Formula 3 class, to get the factories involved and the sponsorship involved. Okay, it looks like we're going ATV racing for race 43, yes. I got a call from Westside Power Sports, and they said, hey, why don't we have the Westside Power Sports ATV Open race right now? And I said, well, let's do it. They're all here. Let's do it. Time to go. Race 43, Westside Power Sports ATV Open final for 5 laps. The 25 is Tyler Verbrugge. The 14 is Nick Campbell out of Beausejour. 43 is Rob Clark. The 29, Corey Johnson. The 44 is Ethan Clark out of Beausejour. Riding out of Garson, Manitoba is the 22 of Mike Verbrugge. 26 is Kristen Campbell, and the 7 is Ryan Gibson. Seven and the 22 out to the early lead, followed by the number 29 of Corey Johnson. Good start there. Nice clean start in the Westside Power Sports ATV Open Final. This one on the schedule for 5 laps. Ryan Gibson on the number 7 is flying here. Ryan on a 1986 Honda. Ryan Gibson out of Beausejour. Gibson still really strong here. Mike Verbrugge on the 22 trying to close the gap, but unable. Corey Johnson on the 29 is third here in your Westside Power Sports ATV Open Final. Seven, 22, and 29. Your top 3 remain the same. 7 of Ryan Gibson unchallenged here. White flag coming out. That is a 250R. That is a 2-stroke. For sure it is. Number 7 of Ryan Gibson running one of those old Hondas. Remember the ATC 250R, the 3-wheeler? That thing was absolutely nuts. That is the 4-wheeled version of the ATC 250R. 1986 vintage. Man, that makes it 39 years old. Wow. Checkered flag is out. The number 7 of Ryan Gibson is going to take the win. Verbrugge on the 22. Second, that is Mike Verbrugge, the 29, Corey Johnson, followed by the 44, Ethan Clark. All right, well, after a great Westside Power Sports ATV Open final, we're going to head down to the pit area and speak once again to Brett Richter.
Thank you, Darren. I'm down here with Quinn Wojcik from the Pro Champ field. It's like a driver's meeting over here. They're waiting for the lineup for the LCQ. So how's your day so far?
It's all right. We're just struggling with some top-end speed and handling in a couple heats, but I think we got to figure it out now. I just got third in my last heat, so hopefully do good.
You think the speed is there?
I think so now, yeah.
So how much for the sled and how much for this driver at this point?
It kind of depends on you don't have a very good hole shot, so you need a little bit of both, unfortunately.
The track seems to be getting rougher and rougher on the inside edge, and it's like a lane up seems to be better. Where's your driving line put you?
Right now, I'm still kind of right in the bumps. My sled seems to handle it pretty good, so it seems to be quick. Yeah.
All right, we're going to let Quinn go check out the lineup and get ready for the LCQ here. Back to you, Darren. We'll see you after the intermission break.
Thanks very much. Well, that brings us to another Quebec's intermission grooming break. Well, you can head on over to the concession area. You can also go over to the Moose Den. That is the beer garden. Grab yourself a nice cold one. Don't forget to get your 50-50 tickets. Winner gets half so far of $4,835. All right, you can also get that link for the 50-50 draw for people that live in Manitoba off our YouTube link. There is a link there on our YouTube feed, so check that out. We're going to be back with you momentarily at the FXR 63rd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
Brett Richter here up at the track in Beausejour, Manitoba. We are ready for the 63rd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. It takes a lot of people, a lot of racers, a lot of volunteers, a lot of activity to make this happen. And the premier sponsor at this year's event is FXR, and we are very happy to have Matt Ham from FXR with us today. Welcome, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Yeah, great. It's a beautiful facility. I mean, it's a premier spot on the tour for the racers, and they love coming here. What's FXR's connection to it? Just love the sport?
You know what? Love the sport. We're local here. We're a Manitoba company, so we're always happy to sponsor and be involved in anything snowmobiling on a local level, and just in general, like FXR racing is in our name. Factory racing, right, is the F and the X and the R, and just supporting racing, and that's what we love to do and love to be involved in.
We comment often that when you walk around the pit area here in the stands, the FXR logo is so predominant. It's so known. I mean, it's on the banners behind us. It's all over the place. It must be just a good marriage for the company.
It's so cool to see, and we always love, especially coming to events like this, because we've been around going on 30 years now. Actually, this coming fall is FXR's 30th year anniversary. But you come to events like this and you see it's like a catalog of the years of the brand when you see the different things that people are wearing, and you see that at snowmobile events everywhere. People have their really old gear and then the new stuff and everything in between. So it's like walking through an archive, at some of these events like this.
That's really interesting. I hadn't thought about it that way, but that's really true. You sure could see a lot of history in there.
Definitely.
Yeah. So FXR provides everything from the toes to the noggin, right?
Yeah, we're head to toe, everything in between. From some of the safest helmets in the world with our partnership with 6D. We're very, very proud of that. We're the only brand in the world that has a partnership with them and their helmet technology, which is what we feel the safest helmet in the world for power sports. Snowmobiling and motocross and all that stuff, and everything from that to the gear that the racers are wearing, from the stuff that anyone can buy to some of the custom stuff that you see some of our top guys, whether that's Gunnar or Gavin or whoever else. But we're lucky enough to be able to have some fun and do some of that custom race apparel as well. to, you know, supportive boots and, you know, the gloves, just and everything in between, right? Boots to helmet, like you said.
Yeah, and you know, for these guys when they're going 100 miles an hour on a sheet of ice and they're looking at hay bales coming out of every corner, something like that helmet's critical really to their peace of mind when they're racing shoulder to shoulder.
You know, it's crazy. Like you think that a helmet has a safety rating and that's that. You know, but that's kind of like the baseline, and not all helmets, not all gear are equal, and every rider needs to make some decisions and do their research about what they feel is the safest. And like with this type of racing and the speeds you get and the potential impact and the protection you want to have, you know, something like this that, you know, 6D as a company has done so much above and beyond to go to the specifics of helping different types of crashes, different types of impacts and things, and really protect riders' heads and protect from injury. So it's, you know, we're just so happy to have something like this that we can offer the riders.
So many of the general public people, I think, would look at a helmet like that and expect it to weigh 10, 12, 14 pounds. I think it's amazing really how lightweight they are and how they're constructed, what they're made of. Do you know the specifics on that helmet?
Yeah, so this, the new ATR3, this is a release that 6D did only in the past few months, an upgrade from their previous ATR2 model. They've shaved, I want to say, around 300 or 400 grams out of the weight of the helmet. They've gone to a carbon fiber shell, which helps make it lighter and also improves the protection aspect as well. So that was one of their big goals. You know, one of the things that, as being one of the safest helmets, the way you make it safer is to increase the volume in a lot of ways. If you would just think of the EPS and the foam and all of the protection inside the helmet as suspension travel, the more travel you have, the more you can absorb the bumps, right? And you want to use all of it to protect in an impact. And so they've added some extra volume, and 6Ds have always been a little bit heavier because of that. But they really address that with the new model and going to the carbon fiber chassis.
That's really a nice looking helmet. And I've seen a number of racers that are in those types of helmets. And I always think it's kind of funny because their face looks small because the helmet's gotten big. But exactly to your point, I mean, you need that impact resistance as much as you can get when you go out there.
It's turned into one of those things, you know, where whether it's oval racing or snowcross or in motocross, you know, it's almost one of those things where you wouldn't want to be out there without the best protection, almost in the same way that, you know, you wouldn't maybe go to the mountains without wearing an Avi backpack or something, right? Or around here where you're riding on frozen lakes and rivers, you know, we've got our fast technology that helps a rider stay buoyant if they ever break through the ice, and you wouldn't ride in these areas without that, and kind of similar for these types of racing and competition without something that has the highest level of protection.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's just fantastic stuff. And the fact that FXR is leading the industry in a lot of those innovations and then bringing them to the track and allowing our drivers, I mean, people have become personal friends of mine, to be better protected. I've been around the track when things haven't gone so well for some of those people, and it's that safety issue is just really, really important to me. So I appreciate you doing it. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we're happy and we're proud to be part of it in that way, definitely.
That's great. Tell us a little bit about your personal history with the company.
So, as I mentioned earlier, FXR is going on its 30th anniversary. I've been around for 20 of those years,
Nice.
so I'm one of the, I think I am the oldest standing employee by now that we've had, and I've seen the company grow almost over 100 times itself in that time frame. You know, when I got in, it was still a little bit smaller. You know, if you've heard some of the folklore of FXR and its beginnings, it was sort of started by Milt Reimer, who was the founder, but on his country yard, and that's where the original, you know, the original office location was, first out of the basement and then into an on-site, you know, building. And I was around in those days when it was kind of small enough that you got involved with almost everything because it was a 6 or 10 person operation, right? And to what it's grown into now, you know, global leader in snowmobile apparel and power sports in general, and so much bigger than what it was. You know, you look back on those days, and when you could have your fingers in a little bit of everything and involved in everything from the design, development, customer support, warehousing, shipping, you know, warranty, just every aspect of it. And but we've grown so much bigger by now that you're just specialized in all of your departments. But it's been a pretty neat journey to be here and see it grow and evolve over all those years.
Where do you think the company's going? Do you see you expanding into other lines, other product styles, or you're just innovating what you've got, or where do you think things will go?
We're definitely looking at the right ways to expand. You know, when a company grows like we have, and you have the ability to get into other areas because you have the ability to produce all these cool products and things, sometimes you have to be a little bit careful not to try to do everything all at once.
Right.
But what we know is that our customer, is our power sports customer and our FXR customer, is doing so many different things that are in our wheelhouse, whether that's the motocross line that we've had for a long time, or our fishing line, which is something that's really, really taken off over the past couple of years. We find our customers, when they put their sled away in the spring, they're pulling out their dirt bike or their quad or their side-by-side, or they're getting out their boat and they're going fishing, right? And that's that same person. And so, the fishing line is something we're really, really excited to be expanding. And the motocross, we're starting to see some real success in sponsoring top riders and teams in AMA Supercross.
Mm-hmm.
We had our first win a few weeks ago with Jordan Smith on the Factory Triumph, winning a Supercross event.
Fantastic.
Wearing FXR. So it's something that's allowing us to sort of expand our reach outside the snow belt,
Mm-hmm.
if you would say, into
Sure.
more southern states in the U.S. and other areas around the world, and just looking at who our customer is and the things that they like to do and what they associate, the FXR brand with,
Right.
and how we can kind of expand into that. And we've got our eyes. The sky is the limit, right? But just where we go from there, we dabble in and have a small collection in workwear now
Okay.
as well, because we know so many of our customers are blue collar people and in trades and things like
Mm-hmm.
that, and we are, we're looking to expand more in that direction as well into workwear.
Do you see any branching into safety gear, knee braces, elbow pads, those kind of chest protectors, those kind of things? Do you
Yeah,
see
we
that going
would.
there?
We would really like to go further in that direction as well. Whether it's with some of the very specific ISR approval needed for snowmobile, or
Mm-hmm.
or just for the weekend warrior and someone that is looking for a little bit more protection than
Right.
just wearing just their gear and nothing underneath. So
Yeah.
that's in the future for us as well.
Sure, it's nice to have an outlook like that where things are positive and you're going in the right direction.
Yeah, you know what it is. We've all had to take a slowdown a little bit in the last few years because we've had some really poor snow conditions. In North America particularly. We're so happy, especially this year, that Eastern Canada has been getting dumped on with snow. If you look at Quebec and Ontario, the majority of snowmobiles and the industry in the world comes out of Eastern Canada, and of course the big chunk of Wisconsin and Michigan and Minnesota as well. I think if you add up the registered snowmobiles, the number of snowmobile sales in those 3 states and 2 provinces, it outweighs the rest of the snowmobiles in North America, right?
Wow. Yeah.
That's such a huge segment of the market, and so when you have a couple years, like the last few
Yeah.
years, when there's been poor snow or no snow in those areas, the whole industry, just comes to a halt almost, right?
Right.
And so
Right.
we've done the best we can to kind of work through that, with our customers and our dealers that have inventory, and putting ourselves in the best possible place when you get a year like this, when people are riding again, right? And particularly in those key markets, Eastern Canada and some of these areas in the States. So that's been such a good thing for us, and we're kind of excited because the lineup has been a little bit stagnant in the past few years. People know FXR is, cutting edge designs and new releases and that sort of thing. And so going into next year, it's our 30th anniversary, and we've got a lot of new gear and a lot of new stuff to show. And that's something that we're really excited, is just to kind of keep pushing forward again.
Sure.
New designs, but also we're always looking at the technology. How do we make it better? Adding more of our features in to a piece at the same price point that maybe it was last year, just so customers can use it in more conditions, right? What we're seeing, especially this year, is freezing cold and then melting,
Right.
And it's kind of doing this, and when the snow hits, you want to be able to go enjoy it, regardless of those temperatures, and your gear needs to be as warm as possible, but be versatile enough to, that you're not sweating when you're out there when it's milder temperatures, right? And so we've tried to look at all of that and really come out next year with an all new line, or mostly new line, that brings a lot of new and exciting stuff out.
It's amazing that you're talking about things that I just take for granted, yet it's in your wheelhouse. Yeah, I mean, I want clothing where I'm not going to get hot and sweaty doing simple things, but I just take it for granted. But something that you're passionate about and you have to work towards. So that's just a great thing. So on behalf of the entire group here at the CPTC, we just want to thank you for your involvement here at the racetrack and helping out this community. I know a number of people, racers, that are here this weekend too, and this is a place they just love to come. So you should be very proud to know that you're really at the top of one of the facilities that they really, really enjoy. So thank you for that.
I appreciate hearing that. Yeah, thank you.
That's
We're
great
so
stuff.
happy to be involved.
Good. We're going to end today with something we call the FXR Fast 10. So we're going to see how you do with these questions. You ready?
All right.
Would you prefer to be indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors.
Burgers or tacos?
Burgers.
Johnny Cash or Elvis?
Cash.
Cash. Would you prefer to stay up late or wake up early?
I've fallen into the stay up late crowd a little too often. Yeah.
Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings?
I don't. You know what? I'll go with Potter.
It doesn't matter either way.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Satellite or streaming?
Satellite.
Yeah. Fiction or nonfiction?
Nonfiction.
Okay. Would you rather have free will or know your destiny?
Free will.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Oh, peanut butter cup.
Yeah, good answer. You're a good friend. I can live with that.
All right, all right.
Thanks, Matt.
Hey.
Yeah, appreciate everything you're doing for the sport.
All right, thank you.
That is Matt Ham from FXR here at the 63rd edition of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships.
Check. All right, here we go with the Pro Champ 440 LCQ, part of the ProStar Cup. And the 55 is going to be Brett Keelback. The 26, Quinn Whitechuck. The 221 is Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. The 54 is Calvin Peterson. Riding number 24 is Dale Dingman out of Burke Falls, Ontario. The 6 is Gavin Peterson from Chisago City. The 16 is DJ Saluk. The 3, Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. The 31 is Will Garceau. The 92 is Haven Bouveret. The 24, Jordan Sobetsky. The 21 is Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. And the 30 is Jaslyn Rathke out of Wausau. Now, we're told many of these riders, or some of these riders, may not make the line here. So we've got an extensive list of eligible last chance qualifiers, but they might not all make it. Looks like about 12 on my list. Maybe they're all going to make it. Wow, this is going to be an interesting one. Three qualify out of this one to the Pro Champ 440 USSA ProStar Cup finale. Oop. Looks like we've got a jumper, and I think I know who it is, but I'm not in the business of being a track official, so I don't know if the camera has any evidence, but I'm sure it does. We will see how they call this one. I do know, Anthony. I'm just not saying. I think I got a real good idea. However, we had a jumper. Maybe it was two. Maybe it was somebody before what I saw. Who knows? Race 44, Pro Champ, last chance qualifier. This one's scheduled for 7 laps. So race 44 on the board right now. We'll race all the way to race 49, which will be your Outlaws 600 final. Then one more Quebec's intermission break. And then under the lights, of course, we will run your USSA ProStar Pro Champ 440 final for 15 laps. We need everybody in the grandstands for that one. We are going to give away $500 to somebody in the grandstands. What we'll do is we'll give away tickets before that last final event, race 50. And if your ticket is drawn, you will go home with 500 big ones here. So be sure to be at the grandstands here for race number 50. Pro Champ 440, last chance qualifier, last opportunity to make the final, race 50. 54 and the 6 with a great start. Calvin Peterson on the 54. The 6 is Gavin Peterson out of Chisago City. Only 3 go to the final event here, and they are racing hard. Number 3 in the third spot, Danique Lambert out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec, trying to make the final here. He is on the bubble. 3 and only 3 go to the final. Gavin Peterson, followed by the 54 of Calvin Peterson and the 3 of Danique Lambert. A little bit of contact in turn 1 and 2. 94 miles per hour. .221 coming up now. What a race we've got for second, third, and fourth. Wow. Ooh, look at him, 3 wide down the back chute. This is intense. All the way up to the second spot goes the 221. That is Reed Klinger. Wow. And the 221 might not be finished just yet. Top 3 go to the final. 221 goes by the 6 of Gavin Peterson. Reed Klinger, Gavin Peterson really getting at it on that last lap. Checkered flag is in the air now. 221 is the winner, Klinger. Then the 6 of Gavin Peterson and the 3 of Danique Lambert finish in third. So finishing third is the number 3 of Danique Lambert. So, wow. Whoa, what a race that was. That is the desperation race, no question about that. 21 on the back chute is none other than, of course, Tyler Obi out of Beausejour. But we have our 3 qualifiers to go to race 50 or USSA ProStar Pro Champ 440 final coming up later tonight. Formula 500 final coming up next. All right, moving right along here. Race number 45 of a total of 50. So, here's what this one looks like. First of all, the Formula 500 final, 7 laps. The lineup is like this. The 23 is Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba. The 22 is Colton Abraham from Wausau, Wisconsin. The 29 is Brad Harrison. The 98 is Nick Kurth. Riding the 07 is Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. The 113 is Kendra Westland. The 85, Tavish Perry from Eagle River, Wisconsin. Riding out of McDougall, Ontario, the 86 is Spencer Lashbrook. The 434 is Miranda Peterson from Lancaster, Minnesota. 17 is Jared Sackvey from Beausejour. 48 is Rich Mork from Eagle River. And the 113H is Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota. There's the 23, the 22, and the 29. Very, very formidable competitors. Nick Kurth on the 98, real tough as well. The 7 pulling in. Marcus Catlin, 113. Kendra Westland, a tough competitor. This is your Formula 500 7-lap final for race number 45. There's the 434. That is Miranda Peterson, the 17 of Jared Sackvey on the outside. What a lineup we have here for the Formula 500 final, and we're getting set to go racing here. Not much room in turns 1 and 2 right now. And we are under a red flag condition for a crash in turn 1 and 2. Well, looks like the 113H and the 29 involved over there. So we go to our cooldown.tv instant replay. Look at how narrow that corner becomes. Bit of snow dust getting kicked up. Leaders getting through there quite cleanly, but the incident in the middle of the pack involving, it looks like, the 113 for sure. That is, of course, Kendra Westland out of Strathcona. The 23, a very strong runner, Dylan Fox out of Balmoral. .113 down the front chute. Another cooldown.tv replay angle here. Looks like the 29 gets a little bit sideways. No, that's the 22, in fact. But they got through there clean. It was back of that where it really happened. And that brought out your red flag condition here in Beausejour. So the 23 is Dylan Fox from Balmoral, Manitoba on an 89 Polaris. All right, we're going to go down trackside into the pit area with Brett Richter. Brett?
Thanks, Darren. We're going to take just a second here for these outlaws to go by us. But I've got a couple of special guests with me, all the way from New York. The 107 of Nick Lagoy, standing here next to me. It's been 5 years since we've been able to stand next to each other in a trailer talk racing. So how you feeling, bud?
I'm good. Didn't really ever feel in place being back at the racetrack. So my neurologist said, "You don't have a choice. You're going back." And 2 races later, I'm 2,000 miles away from home.
Yeah, but you're on the other side of the fence this time, right? Yeah. A little harder that way.
Yeah. It's emotional, just because I know what all of these guys put into it. Because I was there. It's a lot of sacrifice, a lot of dedication, a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of everyone, in charge.
Yeah, it's really it's a community of people. It's a family.
It is.
And you're back here, and people have embraced you and enjoyed the fact that you're here. We see your dad, Fast Freddy, here. We run into big old Matt here. He's kind of the Canadian guy. They've had a little bit of fun today, so if we're going to get any real information, we're going to get it early tomorrow morning.
We're jam racing!
Okay, Darren, take it back. I got to go.
Awesome. All right, thanks again, Brett. Here comes the 23 of Dylan Fox out of Balmoral, Manitoba, involved in that first and second turn crash, sponsored by Hart Roofing. The 22, joining the party, Colton Abraham out of Wausau, Wisconsin. Here comes the 7, Marcus Catlin. Marcus is out of Merrill, Wisconsin. I see the number 86, Spencer Lashbrook out of McDougall, Ontario. 434, Miranda Peterson, the 17 of Jared Sackvey there as well. So we are going to try this one again here in the Formula 500 final. This is race 45 of 50 on today's schedule. Brought to you by FXR, Beaver Truck Center, Beausejour Co-op, Beausejour GM, and Cobra Enterprises, along with Moosehead and Twisted Tea. Here we go. Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin, aboard the number 7. That is one good-looking sled, and it is showing the way right now here in the Formula 500 final. .80 miles per hour on the previous circuit as the number 7, Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin. That is a 1990 Polaris. Painted up in those beautiful colors. Look at the battle, the 23. That is Dylan Fox battling with the 113 of Hannah Westland for third and fourth. 22 is second. That's Colton Abraham out of Wausau. Seven-lap final here. 23 of Dylan Fox now battling with the 22 and almost contact in turn number 1 and 2 as they head down the back straightaway. The 22 of Colton Abraham holding off Dylan Fox so far. That is a great race happening. The 7 continues to lead. 113 of Westland in the 4th spot. Andrew Westland on the 113 out of Strathcona, Minnesota. That is a 1990 Polaris. Little bit of a bumpy ride through turn 3 and 4. And into 1 and 2 for your race leader. Quickly getting rid of laps here in the Formula 500 final. Dylan Fox on the number 23 out of Balmoral, Manitoba in the 2nd spot. White flag coming out now for the number 7. Marcus Catlin out of Merrill, Wisconsin showing the way here. Pretty convincing so far. Checkered flag, the number 7 is going to win it. Congratulations to Marcus Catlin. Dylan Fox on the 23. The 22 will be 3rd unofficially. Colton Abraham. (113) Kendra Westland unofficially 4th. And we think the 98 5th unofficially. Nick Kurth out of Wausau. There's the 48. Tough break for Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Got some debris on the track as our safety officials get to work on that. What do we got over there? What is that debris on the track there? Oh, it's a tank. Yeah, it's sure it is for lube. That's what it is. Okay. That'll do it for race number 45. We'll have the official results posted soon as our safety crew goes to work to assist the 48X of Rich Mork out of Eagle River, Wisconsin. Next up, race 46, Capital Motorsports Ice Bike Open Final for 5 laps. So here's your next races. So attention in the pit area and in staging. Race 46, Capital Motorsports Ice Bike Open Final. Then race 47 will be your Pro Formula 3 final. Race 48 will be the Pro Lights. That'll be a final. And race 49 will be the Outlaw 600s. That'll be a final for 5 laps. Then a quick Cubex intermission break, and then we will come back with our fan appreciation draw. We need everybody in the grandstands watching our race number 50. That'll be the USSA ProStar Pro Champ 440 final. Somebody in the grandstands, and you need to be in the grandstands, will win $500. All right, Capital Motorsports Ice Bike Open Final for 5 laps. The 219 is Caden Katowicz. The 318 out of Beausejour is Tyler Feeblecorn. The 47 is Owen Nault out of Clandeboy. The 58 is Jim Fleming. And the 14 is Rylan Katazinski. Keep your eyes on that 219. Caden Katowicz on the outside. He has been pretty fast. Jim Fleming on the inside, not quite ready to go. We've got ourselves a race into turn 1 and 2, but the 219 doesn't want to hang around too long. As he pours on the throttle, Caden Katowicz on the 219 looking strong early here in your Ice Bike Open final for 5 laps. .81 miles per hour on the previous lap. As the rest of the field tries to figure out how to close the gap up on the leader, which at this rate might not occur till about 2031. That leader is flying. Honda Power showing the way. Next up, Pro Formula 3 final for 7 laps. .219 is the leader by a long shot. .14, Rylan Katazinski in the second spot. .318 is Tyler Feeblecorn. And Tyler is out of Beausejour on the KTM. White flag for the 219 of Caden Katowicz out of Petersfield, Manitoba. That guy can certainly ride. That is moving along over 80 miles an hour on a dirt bike. Studded tires, of course, but the speed would be enough to scare the heck out of me. That is something else on 2 wheels. No question about that one. Caden Katowicz wins that one easily. Caden out of Petersfield. Rylan Katazinski. Then the 318 of Tyler Feeblecorn will finish third unofficially here in race 46. All part of the Capital Motorsports Ice Bike Open Final. .58 across the line is Jim Fleming out of Winnipeg, 1996 Honda. We have a bike in turn 4, so we will need some assistance. That looks like a Kawasaki. 47, Owen Nault out of Clandeboy. You can see the huge guards over the fenders. Those are very sharp spikes on those particular motocross bike tires, so we will need assistance in turn 4, and then we will move to race 47, your Pro Formula 3 final. And I hear the phone ringing in here. We could have some scratches. I'll pass along the lineup momentarily for race 47, Pro Formula 3. All right, here we go. Race 47, your Pro Formula 3 final for 7 laps. The 111, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR. This is Tanner Foss. Tanner is out of Middle River. Wall Brothers Racing, of course, located in Greenbush, Minnesota. Tanner Foss on the 111. This is a 2024 Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. And aboard the 92 is Haven Bouveret out of Bad Axe, Michigan. The 102, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing, is Blaine Stevenson, 4-time Eagle River World Champion out of Hutchison, Minnesota, on the 2023 Wall Brothers Racing Polaris. Gunnar Stern will start on the 220. He is on the Red Bull Skidoo out of West Chicago, Illinois. The 85X is Tavish Perry from Eagle River. Out of Chisago City, Minnesota, the 6 is Gavin Peterson. The 29 is Joey Birch. Always one to watch here. Joey Birch out of Mount Pleasant, Michigan on a 2025 Polaris. And Reed Klinger on the 221 is out of Athens, Wisconsin. This is your Pro Formula 3 final. 7 laps is the distance. Obviously, many of the competitors in this one will race as well in race 50, your USSA ProStar Pro Champ 440 final. Getting set to go here. And away we go. Good racing into turn number 1 and 2. The field heading into turn 3 and 4, and now out down the front straightaway. Looks like Gunnar Stern now right there challenging. Looked like the 29, Stevenson up there as well. Great action. Boy, have we had some excellent racing here today for FXR. Joey Birch on the number 29. Very, very competitive here. Look at this battle for the lead. .96 miles per hour. 221. Reed Klinger looking awful strong. He is your leader, Birch in the second spot. This is your Pro Formula 3 final. Reed Klinger leads it, followed by Birch. Here comes the 111 now. Wall Brothers Racing 111 of Tanner Foss. Stevenson battling with Gunnar Stern. White flag is out, 1 to go for the 221 of Reed Klinger. Reed Klinger on the 221 out of Athens, Wisconsin. And that'll do it. The 221, Birch second, Foss, Stevenson, and then the Red Bull Skidoo of Gunnar Stern round out the top 5 in an excellent Pro Formula 3 race. Race 47 is done. And that will do it. What a battle there. 221 Reed Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin, rides his Polaris to victory in the Pro Formula 3 final. Race 48 coming up. Pro Light final 5 laps. We'll bring you that lineup momentarily. The 113 is going to be Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, Minnesota on a wall chassis. Also on a wall chassis, the C21 or Century 21 unit is Brandon Christensen out of Neenah, Wisconsin. The 53 is Alyssa Gusta out of Stead, Manitoba. This is a Hool chassis. And on a Skidoo out of Wausau, Wisconsin, the 22 is going to be Colton Abraham. Tension in the pit area. Race 49 following this one will be our second last race of the night. Outlaw 600s are up after this race. Getting set to go in your Pro Lights. All right, just 4 competitors in this 5-lap race, all part of your Pro Light final. Already spread out significantly on the racetrack. C21 is the leader. That is Brandon Christensen, followed by the 53, sponsored by Gusta Sod Farms. That's Alyssa Gusta. 22, Colton Abraham, third. Not much changing in the top 3. The 113, Hannah Westland out of Strathcona, is fourth. Your leader at 93 miles per hour. Brandon Christensen on the C21 has this one figured out. Out of turn number 4, and checkered flag waving, your winner is going to be the Century 21 C21 of Brandon Christensen. Alyssa Gusta coming home in the second spot. Colton Abraham on the 22 out of Wausau, Wisconsin. The 2020 Skidoo is third. And the 113 of Hannah Westland out of Strathcona coming across on the wall chassis in the fourth spot. Good shot of the 53 of Alyssa Gusta, as well as the 22 of Colton Abraham out of Wausau as they enter the pit area. Coming up next, your Outlaw 600 final. The 44W is going to be Dave Webster out of Monroe, Wisconsin. The 36 is Tom Stoltman out of St. Germain. Number 18 is Araya Plasky. The 19 is Chris Plasky, both out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. Also out of St. Germain, if he's able to start, is the one of Joe Schneider. The 18 is Shorty Curran. And the 4 is Ron Teroff. Ron Teroff will be in the number 4. That is an Eagle Outlaw chassis. This will be a rolling start as it has been all day. I see the one of Joe Schneider has made the field starting outside of row number 2. And we're racing. The 19 of Chris Plasky starts really, really well as the one starting to claw his way through the field. That is Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. 2018 Outlaws 600 chassis. One more race after intermission. That will be race 50, our USSA ProStar Pro Champ 440 race. You'll want to stick around for that one. .88 miles per hour on the previous lap. That's the 19 of Chris Plasky steering around turns 3 and 4. And the 1 takes over, Joe Schneider. Joe Schneider out of St. Germain, Wisconsin, your new leader, getting past the 19 of Chris Plasky on the previous lap. This one scheduled for 5 laps. Last race, you'll recall, the number 1 of Joe Schneider had a mechanical issue. Araya Plasky in the number 18. Looking pretty sharp. Araya is out of St. Germain, Wisconsin. As the 1 of Joe Schneider continues to look really, really strong through turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag, your winner, Joe Schneider. Second spot to the 19 of Chris Plasky. Araya Plasky unofficially 3rd in the Outlaw 600 final. Ron Teroff in the number 4 coming across in the top 5. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that'll do it. It is intermission time. Now, here's the skinny on what's happening next. We are going to do a grooming break courtesy of Quebex. Then we're going to come back, and we want everybody in the grandstands, if possible, for our 50th race, which will be the USSA ProStar Pro Champ 440 final. We're going to hand out tickets before the race, and you could go home with $500. So be sure and get a ticket. The tickets are free, and we will draw for $500. We need everybody in the grandstands after the grooming break for our final event of the evening. We'll be back with you momentarily. Be sure and visit the concession and the beer garden. All right, we're talking about getting everybody in the grandstands for our 50th race of the day, our USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champ 440 final. Want to invite everybody in the facility. That includes everybody from trackside parking. You can't drive in the grandstands. You'll need to get out of your vehicle, but we invite you up to the grandstands. Get yourself a free ticket, and you might go home with $500. That is coming up for our 50th and final race of the night momentarily after this Quebex intermission break.
It's Brett Richter here. We're at the 63rd Canadian Power Toboggan Championship up in Beausejour, Manitoba, and getting ready for an exciting weekend of racing. It's been a long season, and we're ready to get it wrapped up for the year. And I am sitting here with the current points leader in the ProStar Cup Tour, Mr. Blaine Stevenson. Welcome.
Thank you.
You are 140 points up on the field.
Yep.
That's not quite enough, is it?
No, I think we just have to make the final, and then we're good.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's not a guarantee, especially a place like this, big, fast, wide open.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and we've had our share of issues, at points, but even the last few weeks we've had our fair share of issues. So a lot of new parts on the sled and maybe some new ideas already on the new one. So we'll look to wrap it up first, make the final.
Yep.
I think third places in heats will kind of get us there, but not overdo it, and then yeah, I mean, we want to win, so we'll put the pedal to the metal in the final.
Yeah, I know you pretty well, and third place in the heat is not going to sit well.
No.
So
I'm saying that, and I'm like,
Yeah, you can say it, but you out there don't believe it.
Right.
That's not true.
If we can sweep it,
right.
we're going to do it.
Right, yeah, you're going to go after it all.
Yep.
So I don't know if you remember or not, but you and I had a chance to talk last year, and last year was not a very stellar year for you. And we talked a little bit about what the differences were between one year and the previous year, because the year prior you did all right and things had gone pretty well. And you said, I don't know, I just have to kind of go home and figure this out and put my brain back to it. So what changed here? Because this year has been really quite a good year for you.
Yeah, last year we didn't win a ProStar Cup race. We won the Friday night shootout in Champ. That was it.
Right.
But yeah, we struggled. So last year we've been running a 116. I don't think it's any secret nowadays. Everybody in the paddock can see it and knows it. And
so hold on for a minute, just so you know, 116 is
the track length. So everybody historically, like all the sleds basically you see behind us are 106s. With the Samson Racing and Kimpex, Susi deal, they stopped making the 106 tracks. Camso has partnered with us last year, and they've made the 116, and they make our racing 121s that go in F500s and F3s, and but we partnered with them last year and kind of got the 116 thing rolling again. Tom's sled was done first. The Haugen sleds are both 116s. There's a fair share. If you ask Dustin, his favorite sled ever is a 116.
Okay.
They went back to a 106 and he didn't really like it. So, but that was what was faster, was the 106. So, but we built a 116 last year, and raced it here. But before that, we had raced the sled that we call Black Betty, two-time world champ. It won both of the CPTC races that we won here, all of our ProStar Cups. I mean, it is the best sled I've ever had, and we run the same motor, same package. It was the same sled year after year after year. We do some fine tuning, but anyway, we got the cylinders redone because they were starting to wear and warp, and it's just what needed to be done, and it never was the same. So then we were back to trying to find motors and kind of get stuff corrected, and never really got there. We had flashes of speed. There were races last year that we should have won that I just didn't drive well, and but yeah, this year, the sled that we raced here last year is not the one that we have this year. It's a little bit new. Jordan has had a lot of influence on it. It's very particular. It's a really, really cool sled when you kind of get into the nitty-gritty of what it is. And Greg Atkinson put together a really good package for the Polaris this year. So we've, in Wall Brothers Racing, like we're in the business of winning, and that's kind of, we all just needed a reset, I think. So last year wasn't bad for us.
Right.
Brought us down to earth.
Right.
It's not the season that we wanted, so we're back to trying this again, and obviously it's been a stellar year.
Yeah, it's been a really good year for you. Your regular partner, Tom Olson, had an injury in Eagle River, and he's been out for a little bit, but I know he's still around and helping you out a little bit here and there. Tanner Foss has been racing out of the Wall Brothers trailer this year. Any difference in that? I mean, is it you go from somebody you kind of know to somebody you don't really know, and I assume you used to share information with Tommy at a certain level, and did it feel different?
Not a ton. It's when Tom came onto the team, Tom's much older than I am, right? 6 years older than I am, but he was a rookie and champ when he came, and I wasn't very old by the time we both started racing for Wall Brothers, and my experience level wasn't real great, but we talked a lot, especially that rookie year and the following year. And ever since then, it's kind of petered down. Like, we have a lot of different driving styles. But with Tanner, is a lot of the same. Like, he raced champ last year, but he started racing snowmobiles only 4 or 5 years ago. Walls are very familiar with him because he's from that area, and you know, he stops in the shop a lot, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's, you know, they're both kind of quirky personalities. Dustin and I talk about that. It's been good getting to know both of them and seeing the sames and differences that they've got. But yeah, and it's funny, you know, I'll go to Tom when I'm really lost, but it hasn't been a lot, but we'll talk a lot in our trailers, and then I get to the point, I'm a visual learner, so on the inside of the trailer, we got dry erase markers, and we'll draw the track out, and here's where I'm at, and here's my line, and there's this bump here, and this and that, and I think it was in Eganville, which would have been the first race Tanner was at. He's just like, how in the heck are you getting around this place so fast? Like, I can't see it, I can't find it. What are you doing? And I was like, oh great, here we go again. I'm back to drawing maps. I thought I was done with this, but no, they've both been really good. So it's been a pleasure to work with both of them.
Yeah, that's great. It's got to be nice having a teammate too, because then there's somebody truly in your corner. I mean, not like another Polaris racer isn't in your corner, but you know, somebody that's really on your team. It's kind of like you feel like you've got some level of confidence there. Maybe you don't have somewhere else, but and I think Tanner probably feels that more than you would, just because of your level of experience and stuff. So I think he believes he can trust what you tell him. You know, fishermen aren't good at telling their friends where they caught the fish. But in this situation, hopefully you're a little more honest. So you're getting kind of, I don't know where you are in your career. I don't know what your thoughts are going forward, but how do you get some idea when you think you're getting ready to be done?
Yeah, that's a great question. Obviously, like, I've got a daughter now, so family comes into it, but at the same time, it's something that I've loved doing for so long, and you know, I appreciate Alexis, my wife. She's been very understanding of it. This year, with a newborn and us trying to figure stuff out with this new sled and the F3 being so far off last year, and there really wasn't a weekend in December that I wasn't busy. And you know, whether it was going up to Walls and doing some testing there, or we were racing, you throw in the holidays, and she was baptized in there. Like, our December was wild, and we had a 2-month-old baby, and it was the last weekend in December, and I was kind of like, we kind of want to go testing. She's like, really? I was like, yeah. She goes, well, the sleds are all really fast already. I was like, I know, but she's just been an angel, so I can't complain about that. But
it's hard to make those choices that were easy before Rory came along.
Yes.
Right.
So as far as the timeline, like, I signed 3 more years with Polaris Racing this summer, so I have 2 more years on that deal. Before we went and talked to Tom Jr. and them, I did talk to Dustin. It was like, you know, where are we at? Because I don't have a contract with Walls. It's a gentleman's agreement, and obviously love it.
Right.
But you know, and they were like, whatever you want, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know when the right time is. You look back at like Vince Stridonk and Dustin and Jordan, and you know, even back to PJ, kind of, you know, I'm kind of getting to that time where they all were, which is a little bit scary, but
there's other people that have raced longer than that.
Oh, yeah.
Still do.
Yep.
So yeah, the opportunity's there. I can imagine that's a difficult thing to go through, but you still find a lot of fun at the racetrack? Because every once in a while when I see you, you're a little bit high-strung about stuff, you know, but it's still fun?
Yeah, I'm competitive by nature, but yeah, last year wasn't a lot of fun, but this year definitely has been. It's more fun when you're winning races, and I noticed that in myself. Like, I try to, just because like we have so many people that come, like the Betchers and Greg Beener and Ken Beckford's come and help us a lot this year, and you know, I get that. Like, I give off that I'm ticked off, and a lot of times like I kind of am, whether I'm upset with myself or upset with the sled, but I try not to pin it on anybody. It's more just me, but yeah, I've tried to be a little bit looser at the track just to.
It
should be fun.
If you're not competitive, you shouldn't be here.
Well, that's true too.
I mean, that's just being honest about it. You know, it's just, but you want to be sure it's fun because competition can be great fun. It can also be a pain in the rear end.
Yep, 100%.
So you know, it's that balancing
100%.
act, right?
Yep.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you're having fun.
Yes.
So it's always good to see you at the track. I really enjoy it. You're always fun to talk to. We always seem to get into some interesting conversations and about topics sometimes even bigger than snowmobile racing, but that's what it's all about. So you've got obviously some people that really help you out a ton to get to the racetrack. You mentioned a couple already, but who else from a sponsorship standpoint is out there helping you?
Before the sponsors, like mom and dad, every race, all the Eastern travel, Beausejour twice, they sacrifice so much time and energy and effort, and so really appreciate them. You know, and Dad takes care of a lot of the stuff. Again, with a newborn, like I want to be over and helping with the trailer and getting all that stuff ready, but I know that I got to go home and help Alexis with Rory, and I've got responsibilities there. And Dad's done a lot of, you know, before when we didn't live in Hutch, he took care of everything that way, but he still does and doesn't ask a lot, you know, just does it, and I do think he enjoys it. But yeah, their support has just meant so much. The entire Wild Brothers racing team, Dave and Dermont giving me the opportunity to race their sleds has been crazy for my career. But I love helping them on the side of, you know, this is the business, and we're out there to win races and represent ourselves as best that we can. And there's part of me that like gets ticked off when we're not winning races for that part too, like knowing that that, you know, I'm not representing the brand as well as I can. But yeah, so a huge shout out to them, everybody in the shop, Dustin, Jordan, Terry, Jeff, Mary, and Brandon working in, answering a lot of the phone calls when all the customers are calling. Big shout out to Tom. I know like his injuries, but he showed up to Manawa and Eagle River, and you know, a lot of dialogue with Tanner and kind of what he was feeling and what he was seeing from the side of the track. So I thought that was very big of him, and it's not easy to see somebody else racing your sleds.
Right.
But and then all of our other sponsors, FXR, Woody's Traction, Polaris Racing, obviously. Walker Evans, Two Extreme Designs, Camso, Power Mad, World Tech, RCCA Co-op, just everybody that helps us. It's been great.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm really happy that you got to turn your season around and, you know, bring some limelight back to the Polaris sled and, you know, move it up there. I know you missed on the WC and some of those kind of things, but, you know, it's been a good season. If you can put the tour in your back pocket this weekend, that'd be a great thing as well. So it'd be a good way to end up the season. Because, I mean, a 9-race season's a lot. You know, we've complained for years that we miss events because of weather. Everybody wanted to race more, and now we're racing more, and it's like, I think you're ready to be done, right?
It's a little bit that way, yeah. It gets to be a long season, but you know, I love it that way. It's, you know, then there's benefits to it too, right? You get, especially if you're winning or you're doing well podiuming, you're getting, you know, the Cup Tour still pays pretty good, so you're getting that money, you're getting contingency money, you're paying some bills that way. But then to see the fans too everywhere you go, you know, we have such a big following, like ourselves, we have such a big following in Eganville, Ontario. Like you never know it, but the fans there are out in droves and crazy, and it's awesome. Yeah. But just being able to go back to every spot, you know, that we do cover and that our fans are around is good too. I mean, that's the only reason that we're out there, is putting on a show for them. So.
Sure. Yeah.
Been good.
All right, let's wrap this up with the FXR Fast Tanks. I know it's your favorite part. You ready? Mm-hmm. Would you rather eat only fast food or eat vegan?
Fast food.
Do you want the chicken or do you want the egg?
The chicken.
Would you rather never use a smartphone or never use a computer again?
Oh, never use a computer.
Would you rather walk a day with wet socks or with a pebble in your shoe?
Wet socks.
Would you rather lose your speech or lose your hearing?
Speech.
Would you rather have lunch with Riley Baker or get $20 cash?
With Riley. That'd be a good time probably, so I'll take Riley up on that.
All right. You prefer to stay in or go out?
Go out.
Would you rather listen to Justin Bieber or death metal for the rest of your life?
Death metal.
Would you rather never to have to sleep or never to have to eat for the rest of your days?
Never to have to sleep.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup or Snickers?
Depends on the day. I could go both ways.
Wait a minute, I'm 9 for 9 today.
You're 9 for 9.
Yeah.
Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
Good answer.
10 for 10.
That is Blaine Stevenson, driver of the number 102 Pro Champ in F3 here in Beausejour for the 63rd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championship.
Just a reminder to everybody in the facility, we will have a draw for $500. We need everybody in the facility, in the grandstands. You can get your ticket to the draw, and we are going to watch all together race number 50, the USSA ProStar Pro Champ 440 final coming up momentarily. Get in to win here for $500. Come on down to the grandstands as we get set to introduce your competitors on the final USSA ProStar Cup race of the year here in Beausejour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, a final reminder to get on over to the Grandstand area for this USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champ 440 final. We need you in the grandstands. You can get a free ticket, and if your ticket is drawn, you will win $500 cold cash here tonight. So come join us in the grandstands for this awesome race. You must be present in the grandstands in order to qualify for that $500 if your lucky ticket is drawn. We are just moments away now from the USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champ 440 final. It's almost time for your USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champ 440 final. Come join us in the grandstands for a chance to go home with $500. What do you say, Beausejour? Are you ready for the USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champ 440 final? Some of the top snowmobile drivers in the world getting set here for the end of the USSA ProStar Cup for 2025. It is my pleasure to introduce to you tonight's competitors, starting with out of Sorel, Tracy, Quebec on the Skidoo, sponsored by Skelton Truck Lines. Put your hands together for the number 3 of Danique Lambert. And all the way from Chisago City, Minnesota on the Skidoo, sponsored by FXR. Put your hands together for the 6 of Gavin Peterson. Your next competitor comes to you from Athens, Wisconsin on the Polaris wall chassis. Let's hear it for the 221. This is Reed Klinger. And riding the Skelton number 48 out of St. Jude, Quebec. Let's hear it for Philippe Roy Lalonde. And riding the beautifully prepared 2024 Polaris, this rider comes to you out of Athens, Wisconsin. Let's hear it for Dane Klinger. Your next rider is all the way from Drummondville, Quebec. This is Supergirl, the number 79, Sabrina Blanchette. And next, out of Middle River, Minnesota, on the Wall Brothers Racing FXR, number 111. Let's hear it for Tanner Foss. Your next competitor is out of Dayton, Minnesota, on the Hagen Family Farms Hool chassis. The 75C is Calvin Cook. And your current USSA points leader, sponsored by Wall Brothers Racing and FXR, on the 2025 Polaris. This is the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. And sponsored by Lodoff Septic Services and Stud Boy. Your next rider is on the 39X. This is Justin Peterson. Next up, sponsored by FXR and Bennett's Marine, out of Lockport, Manitoba, on the Skidoo. Let's hear it for the number 8 of Travis McDonald. And from West Chicago, Illinois, on the 2023 Skidoo, he is sponsored by Red Bull. This is G-Money. The 220 is Gunnar Stern. How about a hand, ladies and gentlemen, for all of our great competitors here in our 50th race of the day, the USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champ 440 Final. All right, we're going to count down from 5, Beausejour. And when we get down to 1, I want you to help me with, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. It's time for action. USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champ 440 Final. Here's a quick look at the top 5 in points. Blaine Stevenson leads it going into this last race of the year. Gunnar Stern in second. Danik Lambier on the number 3, third. Fourth, Justin Peterson, and fifth, Calvin Peterson on the 54. Those are your top 5 in the USSA ProStar Cup. That was a great, great season these guys and ladies have had, and we're going to see more of it right now, right here, as we get set to go. Perfect. Don't forget, for everybody in the grandstands, we will draw for the 500 following this feature race. All right, getting set to stage and race here. Gunnar Stern currently sitting in the second spot here in points. A ways back of points leader, the 102 of Blaine Stevenson. Now living again in Hutchinson, Minnesota. There's a good look at that great looking Skidoo. The Red Bull 220. Number 8. Travis McDonald has won some races here on Saturday and Sundays. He knows how to get the job done on the Bennett's Marine Serve Pro number 8. Good looking number 79 of Sabrina Blanchette, Supergirl out of Drummondville, Quebec. Sponsored by Hypertech and 509. Skelton Truck 48 of Philippe Roy-Lalonde joining the party here for what should be a fantastic race. Reed Klinger on the 221, getting to the starting line. 9 is Dane Klinger out of Athens, Wisconsin. Looking him over. Time for the USSA ProStar Cup Pro Champ 440 Final. We're racing. Everybody through turn number 1 so far safely as we race to turns 3 and 4 now. Here they come down the front chute. Gunnar Stern is the current leader for Red Bull Skidoo, the number 220 out of West Chicago, Illinois. 221 in the second spot. That is Reed Klinger. 39X of Justin Peterson is unofficially third. Travis McDonald on the number 8 is in the fourth spot. We got ourselves a race here. Race 50 of the day, your USSA ProStar Cup final event. 15 laps, the original distance. Gunnar Stern tearing it up. The 39X Justin Peterson now into the second spot. 98 miles per hour. Calvin Cook 75 stopped on the inside of the front chute. Gunnar Stern pulling away. Reed Klinger on the 221. Riding along nicely in the top 3. But your leader is setting a torrid pace here. Fifth is the 102 of Blayton Stevenson. Now once again living in Hutchinson, Minnesota. Moved to St. Cloud, back in Hutchinson. For the 4-time Eagle River World Champion. Gunnar Stern loves this racetrack. He is flying. Tanner Foss on the 111 battling with the 79 of Sabrina Blanchett. McDonald and Klinger battling for the 3rd and 4th spot. Reed Klinger aboard that 221. Travis McDonald into the 3rd spot. What a race we've got here. Cross flags, we're halfway through. We have a sled slowing on the back chute amidst the snow dust. That was your leader. I am sure that is the 220 of Gunnar Stern. It is. What a tough break. You don't see that often. Gunnar Stern parked on the inside of the front straightaway. Wow. Stevenson into the 3rd spot. What a dramatic turn of events here. Wow. Both Calvin Cook and Stern out of this race, unfortunately, as the laps continue to tick down here. 39X is your leader, Justin Peterson, followed by McDonald. Then the 221 of Reed Klinger. Look at this now. The 102 is slowing down on the back chute. What is going on here? That is Blaine Stevenson slowing and headed to the back of the pack. White flag is out. Travis McDonald in second. Your leader is the 39X. Dane Klinger into the third spot on the number 9. Your winner is the 39X, Justin Peterson. Travis McDonald coming home in the second spot. 221 in the third spot, Reed Klinger. The 9, Dane Klinger in the fourth spot. 48 in the fifth spot. That is Philippe Roy Lalonde out of St. Jude, Quebec. Wow-wee. What a race. 102 of Blaine Stevenson, the 4-time world champion, with problems. The 220 Gunnar Stern, a 6-time CPTC winner here with problems. Calvin Cook with problems. Brett Richter is down on the front straightaway with the podium, and we will interview these drivers shortly, get a word with them and find out exactly what transpired out there. Great pace by all of the riders, a great race. That was our final USSA ProStar race of the year. That is the end of the 24-25 season. And you can see the podium getting set up, and of course we will definitely draw for the $500 momentarily after the interviews. You need to be in the grandstands with a ticket in order to win. What did you think of that race, Beausejour? Pretty entertaining day here. Can't wait till tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again with the 63rd Canadian Power Toboggan Championships, brought to you by FXR, as the 39X of Justin Peterson rolls into victory lane. All right, we're going to get set up in victory lane here for some interviews with Brett Richter. We're going to take a break for just a moment while we get that set up.
Check 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, how about 15 laps on the beautiful surface here in Beausejour, Manitoba? Give these guys a hand. We are going to start with our third place finisher tonight. This gentleman, new to the champ class, about 3 races into the ProStar Cup Tour, and he has been putting on a show, kicking some butt, taking some names, huh? Welcome to third place, Mr. Reed Klinger.
Yeah, thank you. It's definitely fun, that's for sure, being the first season on it. And there's nothing better than looking over on the last couple laps of my brother that's only been on it for 2 weekends. So third is third. We're definitely looking for more, but is what it is.
Tell us a little bit about the early part of the race. There's some snow dust issues out there and some lap traffic or some traffic in front of you. How's your mindset going through those lines?
I wasn't really thinking about too much out there. I've kind of been sick a little bit, so I'm debating on throwing up pretty much the whole day. So we were out there, we were turning laps, and we were down a little bit on power, but these guys just drove a really good race, and I wasn't going to hold them up at all or try to battle with them and do something dirty. But no, it's fun. The snow dust is definitely there all the time, but you just kind of deal with it, but everyone deals with it.
Yeah. Who do you want to thank for bringing you to the racetrack this weekend?
Oh, God, the crew that comes with us. There's a lot of people. Kevin Klinger, Steve Hogan, Studboy, Climb, Fast Snow, Wall Bros, Polaris Racing, Northern Crankshaft, CHS, Decal, my girlfriend Hannah, God, the whole Catlin side, everybody. We have a crew, and it sure is fun.
Congratulations on third place at round 9 of the ProStar Cup Tour. We expect more from you next season.
Yeah, so do I.
That is Reed Klinger, number 221. Second place, the guy who loves to talk to me the most in all of snowmobile racing, the number 8, your local hometown man, Mr. Travis McDonald. Welcome to the podium.
It's great to be here.
It's fantastic to be here. And who you got with you today?
My boy Axton.
You want to say hello? No, he's not going to say hello. That's a heck of a race. You showed some speed in that third heat of the qualifiers, and then you came out here and you really you paced the field. It was a good race for you.
Yeah, we got a bad hole shot. We got stuck in a little bit of traffic there, so the top guys got away from us a bit. But after we got by it, I felt we were keeping up with them. They were pretty far ahead, but we were happy with third and then second.
Yeah, and without a caution coming into play there somewhere along the way, you just got to pace your laps and go.
Yeah, you just got to go as hard as you can. And, I mean, I was happy it was second after Gunner broke, so I didn't want a caution. So it worked out for us.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Who do you want to thank for getting you here to the track?
First of all, everyone in the trailer. A lot of hard work today. We were struggling this morning and fluked something off in that third heat, and then it worked in the final. And then obviously all my sponsors, FXR, Woody's, Surf Pro, Skidoo, Ryback Custom Machinery, Bennett's Marine. Yeah, all those guys just appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, fantastic. Welcome to second place of the podium. Congratulations. Number 8, Travis McDonald from right here in Lockport. Well. It's been a long season for Mr. Justin Peterson, driver of the number 39X Skidoo, but welcome to the top step of the podium. How's that feel?
A little speechless, to be honest. I don't know. This is one step that's hard to get to. I gotta give it to the crew.
Well, you've had speed on and off over the last couple of years, many instances, and you and I have talked before about it. It seems like you're just one small step away. Is this a step you need going into next year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, every time you think you got it figured out, turns out you don't. And even when you don't think you have it all in one day, you can pull it together sometimes. So,
tell us a little bit about the lines you were looking at the track out there. What were you seeing? Where were you finding the speed?
Oh, to be honest, I just didn't want to run through the bottom, through the rough stuff that makes a long 15 laps. So if we can just get her rolling around the high side of the bumps, I mean, everything's great. 15 goes by quick, and that's pretty much it, I guess.
Yeah, that's the good stuff, right? Who do you want to thank for getting you here to the track this weekend and putting you on the podium?
First, my wife. She threatened to beat me if I didn't. So, my mom, my dad, Dylan, all the crew, and then my sponsors, Lot Off Septic, Meyer Yamaha, Stud Boy, Dean for sharpening the carbides, Axis Tool and Machine, and Climb Clothing.
All right, that's Justin Peterson, your number 1 place here in tonight's 15-lap final for the ProStar Cup Tour. Now, Justin also has the honor of picking the ticket for the person we're going to give $500 in cold hard cash to. So reach your hand in the bucket. And the winning ticket number is, it's a red ticket.
4389465.
Red ticket 465 at the end. If you've got 465, come on down. And we'll have Reed verify your ticket, and you're going to walk out of here with some cold, and I mean cold, hard cash. Big round of applause for these racers tonight. We'll see you tomorrow for the 63rd Annual Canadian Power Toboggan Championship. Justin.
All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we would like to thank you very much for coming to the Co-op Community Complex here tonight. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow, 10 o'clock racing for the 63rd running of the Canadian Power Toboggan Championships. Have a great night. Thanks to Brett Richter, and we'll see you tomorrow right here at the Co-op Community Complex. Once again, a reminder, over at the Moose Den, we will have a social tonight with a band called Cause for Alarm. So you want to get over to the Moose Den, grab yourself a nice cold one, and enjoy tonight's band, Cause for Alarm. Thanks for coming.